No pressure. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. It's not in the stream, right? It's not in the stream, right? You just said it is.
Studio mode, that's the
Why you turn off crisp again?
It's because it was fine 4 minutes, bang bang.
Huh?
You'll turn it on when timer ends.
Okay. It's fixed. Okay. Shit.
Okay.
So
The real deal.
real deal.
Real deal.
That was some weird countdown then.
Who said it?
No one said it. Just, I mean, like it was gonna be like a weird countdown.
Okay.
Oh my god, we have to move anything. This is 5. With
No, Haskell doesn't matter. Later aja ganti time
yeah,
niya.
but I need to have rough. I need to have
Rough estimate.
Oh, Mr. Herman is watching.
Oh, yeah, reserve the stream.
So Herman's watching now.
But can you hear the audio?
And then no, they can't hear the audio.
You-
Okay. No, they can. I. Oh shit.
Welcome everyone to the Binus Track Team 3rd anniversary run. Can't believe it has been 3 years. This is a runga. Yeah, since we have been doing this for 3 years, I think we want to, we want to celebrate it with everyone. I remember the exact moment when I first proposed the club to the heads actually. So this day is really special to us, and we really want to share this the celebration with everybody else. I mean, in this fine day, I think that we just hope that it doesn't rain today because if it ever rains, then we will ever extend the submission day actually. But then as for this current time, I think it's a really bright sunny day, is it, Ranga?
Yep.
How are you doing today, Ranga?
Doing pretty good. I'm very enthusiastic with what's to come today. It's a lot of activities, a 6-hour stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty content that everyone can find joy in actually. I think to start off, I think we would be having a director's interview, isn't it? Yeah, the director's interview for the recipient of our donation organization. Yeah, I think it's a good insight if anyone wants to really see into what the organization that we're donating to is all about. Really, I think there are 2 other contents, isn't it, Ranga? So what do you think is the other 2?
The other content is we're gonna be having a podcast. This is a very new podcast because we're doing this like face to face. So like we're doing.
Yeah. I think for the last 2 years we've actually done podcasts as well, and this is the only time we were able to group up with each other, and we actually got the podcast, isn't it? Yeah, I think I had a lot of fun on the podcast, so I really hope that the viewers today can also enjoy the podcast as well, isn't it, Ranga?
Yeah.
So what is our last last content for this live stream today?
Yeah, we're gonna have a interview with a experienced marathon runners.
Oh yeah, we are definitely gonna have an interview for that. I think it's really interesting. Really, I think anyone who wants to seek a better improvement in marathons, or simply you want to know what is marathon like, the marathon life actually, you can view our interview later on based on the rundown. We're gonna show it after this. But before we start, Ranga, I think we'll be having our opening ceremony. What do you think is our opening ceremony for now?
Yeah, we're gonna be starting the opening ceremony with the Indonesia Raya song, the Binus song, and some speeches from our future president, our club advisor, and Miss Marisa.
Yeah, I think without further ado, I think we've already talked now. We will go over the contents of this live stream in a few moments. We hope that you can stay tuned after this opening ceremony, and we hope you enjoy this live stream. Is it, Ranga?
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll be going over the opening ceremony, and we'll come back to you in a moment.
Exemplary character, innovative. I would like to first express my gratitude to my friends in the Binus Track Team, the Binus Track Team Anniversary Run collaborators, and of course, to the participants of this event for your continuous support to make this event as successful as it is today. I could have never imagined that I'd ever have the opportunity to be here and thanking everyone. There aren't enough words in this world to express my gratitude for this chance to successfully launch this annual club event, and it's all thanks to everyone's support, whether big or small. Having said that, the Binus Track Team has never been the perfect club, as our imperfections are what gives us our distinct identity as an organization. Here in the Binus Track Team, we strive to create a community where students and individuals may share their passion for sports, whether it's running or any of the countless different sports to ever set foot on this world. We hope that by continuing the operation of Binus Track Team, members will be able to uncover and develop their own real purpose and find motivation in participating in sports. It has almost been 3 years since the Binus Track Team welcomed runners from all kinds of backgrounds, from seasoned endurance athletes to complete beginners looking to enhance their performance and unlock their true potential. Hence, to commemorate this remarkable achievement, the third anniversary of our beloved club, we decided to hold an event in which anybody may participate, no matter where you are. Our purpose has always been the same, to not only deliver the finest experience for our members, but also to help the community in which we live. As a result, your involvement in this event not only helped us to make this event successful, but it also has helped others in our community who were in need. And for that, I would like to personally thank everyone for your generosity. At the end of the day, this year made me realize that it isn't just the events or the runs that makes Binus Track Team who we are, but it's the community that we shape and support along the way. The sense of sportsmanship we built together as we continue to support one another to constantly improve, and our shared passion for sports. I may have not have had the best experience as a club member this year, but I have visions and missions to ensure a more satisfactory experience for the upcoming arrival of next year's new members. Anyways, that's it for now. I hope everyone will have a nice event, and we hope to see you again next time. Thank you.
Hi, hello to each and everyone. Welcome for today's Binus Track Team activity. Today is the third year anniversary of the Binus Track Team. Our activity today is not just a simple run. Rather, it is a deeper appreciation of the children, which is unfortunate and disabled children of the Yayasan Bhakti Luhur. The end point of this project is to be able to donate wheelchairs. So, thank you to the Binus School Management for giving us the opportunity to conduct this activity. Without their support, this activity would not be possible and successful. I would like to thank as well the present ex-com of Binus Track Team, President Steven Franciscus, Vice President Daniel Pojo Arsono, and Treasurer Kenneth Santoso. I would like to personally thanks as well the honorary member and founder of this Binus Track Team, Darren Peterino. Without your support, gentlemen, this activity would not be successful as what we have right now. Thank you so much for the participation of the community, fellow teachers, students, parents, and the community. So, let us all participate actively for the success of this activity for a cause. Happy running to each and everyone.
Good afternoon to everyone. It has always been the heart of every Benusian to serve. Serve not just the immediate school community, but even the outside or external communities. Our track team is no less than that, thinking of the disabled persons who are being helped by Yayasan Bhakti Luhur, which is the organization that they have decided to adopt for this year. So all the activities of the track team and all the fundraisings are actually channeled to buy wheelchairs for persons with disabilities. The activity last December, which is a Christmas Dash, and the activity for today, which is today's run, will be used for that good cause. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the XCOM of the track team, Stefan, Daniel, and Kenneth, together with their faculty advisor, Mr. Erman. I would like to thank those who have registered and will participate in today's run, because it is for a good cause. So I hope that you do enjoy the run, and at the same time feel good that you have donated to a worthy cause. So have fun for today, and God bless.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we haven't really introduced ourselves earlier, isn't it, Ranga? Yeah, sorry. My name is Christopher Darren Viterio. I'm your host for today, and
My name is Rafael Anadayano, and we're gonna be
we're both gonna be we're gonna be both of your hosts today. And I think, like we said earlier, I think we have plenty of contents for this live stream as of today, isn't it, Ranga? What are you most anticipated of actually so far?
I feel like I'm gonna be so enthusiastic with the podcast.
I really do feel like our podcast is like a combination of what we've already been having so far. I think that was one of a time we can actually meet up in person. Unlike in the past, I think we've been stuck in online most of the time, isn't it? Like we just lack in interaction. But the moment we can actually meet up in person, I think that was one time we were able to share a lot of things, and we were able to share the things we've ever gone through actually during the online session, isn't it? There's not much that we actually went. I mean, there's actually a lot actually. We actually shared a lot. Yeah, in the live stream. So I'm guessing I'm actually saying that the viewers, I think you guys can actually be interested in what we're doing later on in the podcast, isn't it? But maybe aside from the podcast, what can we do for today, Ranga?
Well, we're also gonna be listening to some director interviews and stuff. Mainly director interview, because this interview is really important because we're teaming up with them, because we are trying to donate some money to buy some wheelchairs for students who are in need, and I feel like that's really important for this event.
It is. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think for new viewers, actually, if you haven't heard of the Binus Track Team, actually, our vision and mission is actually not just to help new runners, is it, and whoever has come to our club. We also want to help our community around us, whether that being big or small. I think the people in need, we can actually help them, especially when we have this event right now. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to, run this event smoothly. And also, I think our participants really helped out in terms of having this event really successful, isn't it? So we could have not done it without you. But before we go that, let us introduce what the Binus Track Team is, Aranga. What is the Binus Track Team?
Well, Binus Track Team is a sports club in Binus Serpong that implements running as the foundation of the club, and to foster teamwork and athleticism among the student community. The club provides aid to knowledge for students in order to increase their awareness of healthy lifestyle. So I think that's like the main
health is very important.
Health is very important.
That is one thing that we're trying to promote, isn't it? Aside from just of course, donating is actually one of our most main things, helping out the community. But at the same time, with I think helping out the community, I think we have to take care of ourselves, isn't it? So promoting a healthy lifestyle is actually very important, just because if we don't have a healthy lifestyle, we won't be able to do the things that we want to do. And I think we'll be lacking out, missing a lot of things in the process, isn't it, as well? And speaking of health, actually, we keep up with the another content for this live stream. Actually, we're gonna be having an interview with the runners, like marathon runners. Actually, we had the chance to interview marathon runners. I think, for personally, Ranga, to be honest with you, I actually haven't experienced a marathon before. But then I think the insight getting into marathon is pretty enticing, actually. Whenever I remember in the live stream, in the interview, actually, we were able to get a lot of insights, isn't it, from marathon. How do you feel about it, Ranga?
Well, I was so shocked that they could actually run a very far distance, like 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it's very serious.
Serious.
Yeah, my first distance is probably like only half marathon, and that was that was pretty hard. And I imagine running 2 times that distance non-stop. I think marathon usually takes around 6 hours or so, isn't it? Yeah, it's not really something easy or something that is easily done. And even in my half marathon, actually, there was a lot of things that was overlooked, and in the end, I sustained injuries and such. So I think anyone who really wants to try a marathon, or at least you want to know how these people are managed to achieve such feat of human strength, isn't it? Yeah, you better keep up with what we are actually going to be showing after this. What about you, Ronald? What do you think about the interview that we had last time with the marathon runners?
Yeah, I feel like actually answers probably some questions that people want to ask about. Because yeah, we have we got pretty much a lot of answers from them regarding the questions.
Yeah. I mean, have you run before, Ronald?
I haven't run before, so yeah.
But maybe you tried the endurance exercise a couple times before, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you say, like, at least hearing from the interview we had last time with marathon runners, do you think that was kind of insightful for you?
Yeah, pretty I'm pretty enthusiastic when I was talking to them because like the way of the runners trying to prepare themselves is also really.
Yeah, I think it's not only the things that we prepare for running actually does not only apply for running. We can actually use that knowledge actually for the sports that we actually want to achieve, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, of course, I do running as well, but then I also seek actually working out, like bodybuilding and stuff, going to the gym. I think that really applies the mentality, the attitude towards working out. I think those kind of things are not mostly, actually it's really important, isn't it, Ranga? Yeah, so what about you actually? What do you think really running, hearing from them actually help you in your sport of interest, I guess?
Yeah, probably really helpful in like staying probably injuries from like preparations because probably if you don't have enough preparations and how to manage
how to deal with the injuries.
Injuries is really tough.
Yeah. So it's really not just for the sake of running.
Yeah.
I think anyone who has an interest in sport or very passionate in sport, I can assure you, I can guarantee you get something out of the interview that we have with the runners, actually marathon runners. I think for myself, it really did give me a bigger view, bigger picture of what is happening behind the screens. And as a result, I think I kind of much more knowledgeable, much more educated in terms of the things that is actually happening with these athletes. Actually, it's really interesting. Actually, around how enthusiastic are you about it?
Well, for someone who actually never run marathon before, yeah, it's really helpful to find knowledge on like how the weight of like marathon runners is like. It's really tough to do.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I mean, from personal experience, it is definitely not easy, especially when you're running exactly straight. I think it's before it's around 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours is not something to be worried about, isn't it? It's something really challenging. And yeah, like I said before, I think the viewers can actually find benefits in it, especially maybe if you really want to achieve marathon distance in a while. I think it's possible for anyone to do it. I mean, as long as you get the right advices, I think there shouldn't be any problem with you doing it. Trying new things. I think that's really important. But aside from like the interview that we have with the runners, actually marathon runners, we had a chance to like I said before, we had a chance to talk with each other, isn't it?
Yeah.
After a long while, how long has it been since we actually had the pandemic for?
2 years, right? Yeah.
It's been 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. 2 years of lacking of human interaction.
Yeah.
I think the only time I was able to talk with my friends was really during the online through the screen. And I think most of the time in online, so I think we're missing out really the aspects of really meeting a lot of people at the same time, isn't it? Because we only can we can't even see our friends on screen, isn't it? Yeah, most of the time it's just really their forehead. So yeah, I think I really do miss a lot of things that happened during offline actually. And yeah, that was one of the topics that we had for the podcast. Podcast, isn't it? What do you think? What else would you like about the podcast? What are you most anticipated of for the podcast at least?
I feel like there are also some possible like future club projections for like BTT if you would like to join the club next year.
There are a lot of things that and a lot of activities that we're gonna be doing for next year actually. So also for maybe for the members this year, maybe if you feel like we're lacking in interaction or maybe we don't have that much activities. I think you can look forward to joining us again for next year because we are going to plan to have it offline if we have the chance. What do you most anticipate if we actually go offline? I think this is going to our podcast topics, isn't it?
Yeah.
What can you say about what are you most excited of when you actually go offline?
Well, the feeling of when you're probably running with others, like you have those feeling like differently. When
Yeah, like sportsmanship, isn't it? Yeah, teamwork. Yeah, I think that was something that was lacking so much in the online. Actually, there's a lot of things that the Binus Track Team can actually do. But we still strive to get the things event going out, just like we're having it now. I think we have the chance to talk with a lot of our viewers today. We will appreciate everyone for joining our event. I think we wouldn't be doing it without your help. I think a lot of these things kind of it's like our accumulation of our efforts, our sweat basically. Yeah, exactly. We work really hard for it, and we really hope that everyone can enjoy it. Within the podcast, we have many more content, isn't it? What was your second most favorite thing, at least maybe you find most interesting in talking about?
I can't really remember, but I feel like the other one is probably the transition between offline and online.
Yeah. I think a lot of us are really affected by the transition between hybrid and fully online or fully offline. I think there's a lot of challenges, and I've actually experienced a lot of things from my end as well, isn't it? And in the podcast, I share a lot of my things as struggles. I think most people are really I don't know if people are actually ready for hybrid and stuff like that. But then I think for business, actually, we've been trying to do it hybrid, isn't it? I think there are a lot of challenges in doing it hybrid as well, especially for our club. Hybrid is something that maybe one of us has to coach from at home, and some of us can't go to school. I think those kind of things that we actually discussed in the podcast, it was quite an interesting topic to actually discuss about, really. So apart from that, I think we have smaller content in it, but it's not less than the ones that we already have. Yeah, we have other performances from other clubs and organizations. Yeah, from our club and other clubs and organizations. One of them is the choir, isn't it, Rango? What can you say about them?
Well, I feel like they provided us with another performance that they're gonna present. Yeah.
Do you remember the title that you're gonna sing?
I don't really remember, so.
Yeah, you'll be looking forward to the song that you're looking. I mean, we won't be telling you. I mean, you probably see for yourself later on. Yeah, just look forward to it. I think the choir club has been really doing this with their full effort, isn't it? Yeah, I think everyone and from our viewers, we would want you guys to actually experience it yourself as well. I say for myself, that was really an interesting performance. I say, especially in this time, like I said before, I think it's not only our club who has been struggling online, right? And transitioning to hybrid, I think that will be a bigger struggle as well. I think the choir club really execute.
Yeah,
the execution is really good.
Online.
Yeah, so that's something that you guys will be really anticipating of seeing afterwards. Not only our the main three actually. I mean, it's equally as important, and of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without our collaborators as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really means a lot to us, and we were able to actually have this event really successfully as of currently. Yeah, maybe aside from choir, I think we have one more. We have another
Yeah, we
one.
have another one. We have another one from Torchbearers. They're gonna you have a debate on.
Oh yeah, they'll have a debate. Yeah, well, whatever topic they may discuss, you have to look at it yourself. I mean, we will show it when we go for the rundown after this. Actually, as you can see we have a lot of plenty of content, isn't it? Maybe in terms of the rundown, we can go through it. What do you think we're gonna have first after this opening ceremony, as you have said?
So next we're going to have a interview with the director of the Yayasan Bakti Luhur, which we are going to be helping them with the donations of the wheelchairs.
Yeah. I think that was really. I think that was very insightful. Really,
Yeah.
I think not a lot of people have a chance to see it from like the organization, the hierarchy's point of view, is it?
Yeah.
You most of the time we only can like see we donate this and that. I think I think based on what we have in the sneak peek, actually, there was also one part. You don't really just need to donate money, is it? Money is not the only thing that you can donate.
Yeah.
I think there are other forms of way to donate, just to help out. I think everyone who wants to, help out these people as much as possible. I think everyone will be interested in terms of like watching the interview so far, isn't it? And for the interview, I think we have one of our club and organizations as well, right? For the school. Who are they?
There are two people from the SC club that did the interview with the director of the Yayasan Baktiluhur. So who are they?
The interview, right? Rama and Alicia, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Come on, what are you saying, man? Yeah, you'll be looking forward to our friends actually from the student council. I think they've already helped us with the event as well, right? We would not have this interview without them actually.
Yeah.
I think some of the questions they've already prepared for us, I think that will have been very insightful, isn't it? Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that actually was shared by Ibu Cecilia, isn't it? Yeah, she the director actually, Ibu Cecilia is the director. She shared a lot of insightful things. I think I would not see known myself actually. Yeah, so if as a recipient of the recipient for this event actually for fundraising actually, I think everyone, I think we deserve to show them what their organization is. Just not even just the fact that we mentioned their name in our posters, isn't it? We want to show everyone that how much you can actually help not only Yayasan Baktiluhur but then everyone else in an organization, the charity organization, isn't it? Yeah, I think that will be very interesting. What do we have after that, Ranga?
We'll also be having the interview with the expert marathon runners, as I said earlier, and yeah, we're gonna be they're gonna answer some questions related to some inquiries about the marathon or some other questions.
Yeah, like the challenges. I think
Challenges.
I'm most interested in terms of like the challenges that they have to face, and also just a general marathon insight about it. I think that was very interesting in my opinion. So I think I phrased them more than enough, but it is true. I can't really deny it. There was a lot of things that I never thought about in the interview actually. I mean, yeah, there was. I think I already mentioned it before. It really just opened your eyes. It really did affect me quite a lot. So any of the viewers who are actually athletes, I'm pretty sure if not only athletes actually, you can be enthusiastic about sports, wanting to try sport, curious about sports. You can actually just watch the videos if you want to know more information. I think there's no harm with knowing more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do we have after that, Ranga?
We'll also be watching the performance by the choir club afterwards.
We actually, like I think we already mentioned it before, the choir performance is something that I think everybody will be looking forward to seeing actually. Yeah, it's very, very interesting, and I think everyone should see it as well, especially when, I think they've already put a lot of effort in. I'm pretty sure that most people who listen to it might actually be interested in it. As well. And also, if you are really interested in singing, of course you can. You're very much welcome to join the clubs that we have in Binus. Of course, you can join the track team, choir club, and all our collaborators that has helped us today to achieve this event to be successful, isn't it, Ranga? Yeah. So, what else would we have there after that?
Yeah, we're also going to have the podcast later on. Yeah, I feel like.
That is I say that was one of our longest recordings. Recording, but nonetheless, it's just because it's long. I think it's 2 hours non-stop of entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be anticipating for that. I mean, we actually discussed a lot of fun topics, isn't it? Yeah, I think we've even gone outside of our comfort zones and we're able to talk in person. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to, you want to know us better, I think we can go through the podcast, I think there are a lot of things that you can actually get out of our discussion, especially when, this is our first time, not first time actually, a couple times actually, but then this is our first time actually recording for the podcast, especially. Yeah, so I would say that's like episode 1, isn't it? Yeah, there was a lot of things that was discussed, and I think the viewers can actually, have a little laugh. I think we had a lot of fun as well. We had a lot of fun in the podcast. Yeah. Well, what do you say, Ron? What do we have after this, actually, aside from that? We did say that we have plenty of contents. Yeah, so what else do we have from the podcast? I believe we have even more. Am I correct?
Afterwards, we're going to be listening to the debate club, which they're gonna be presenting a video regarding their debate.
Yeah, I think debates is something that we often do.
Often.
I personally do it myself. I mean, I think on a day-to-day basis, nothing can be solved without a debate. Isn't it? So I think that anyone who really wants to try and increase their debate skills, or if you really want to know more about the topics that they're going to be discussing after this, well, you better stay tuned, isn't it? You better see a lot of things that you never thought. I mean, you probably think that it's an obvious no, or it's like an obvious yes, but you never really see it from like a different lens. Actually, if you see it from a different lens, I'm pretty sure you would be really inspired on the things that you can actually achieve. I think that's one part of the debate club's goal, actually, to make it the most productive and also civil. I think debate shouldn't be ending up in arguments. In fact, isn't it? So yeah, I think having an educated discussion of the things that they will discuss about. I think they also have gone through even research into the topic they've been discussing. So it is really worth watching, especially if you are really interested. A bit of a sneak peek, isn't it? They're going to be discussing something a bit controversial in terms of
running.
Yeah, not only in running, actually, just generally in sports. Yeah, you'll be looking forward into it. I would say when I first saw the video, actually, it really interests me. I think that I would instantly, when I first read the title, I would instantly stop myself. Yeah, that's an obvious no. I know that's an obvious no. But then after, when I actually watched the video, I instantly have a different perspective, and I've already the perspective of things has really truly expanded. Really, I think I probably would have not really understood it by now. I would just instantly say no. So what do you say you're most excited for in terms of the debate, actually?
Yeah, I feel like the pros and cons of they're gonna be debating about. I feel like that's really the most enthusiastic part.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, whenever we feel like one thing we're certain is to say yes, there's always like a con and pros and cons for everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, but you need to go into your research, and eventually you will be more educated in terms of like the things that has. That is happening in the world. Well, not just happening in the world, actually. It's really interesting, honestly. And I really want the viewers to be really excited for this. So you better stay, like I said 100 times before, you better stay tuned on the things that we have currently. I think there's plenty, like I said, there's plenty. I believe we have one last content for this live stream later on, isn't it? I think this is one of the most exciting content for everyone who, especially if you guys want to win. What are you gonna be able to win?
We're gonna be able to win our official Binus Track Team jersey.
I think we're wearing it. You'll have a chance to win one of our exclusive jersey. Actually, I say the quality is really good, and I think we're actually gonna be giving out for free, actually. So so the raffle, actually. Do you have anything to say about the raffle? I feel like we have some things to remind our viewers, especially if you guys want to win one of our official jersey. Yeah, what can you say the rules are, guidelines for
So for the raffle contest, you must post a best running photo during the event and tag at Binus Track Team with the hashtag BTT on Instagram. And then afterwards, before like 6 p.m. I think, right?
Yeah, before 6 p.m. So it will be really a shame if you guys didn't really upload before 6 p.m. Really, it is generally free. There's no catch to it. Really, there's no catch. All you have to do is just submit your run photo, and then we will just have to confirm it whether we received it or not. If I were you, Ron, I would be really anticipated if I win this jersey. I mean, I've really worn the jersey quite some time now, and I think anyone who would wear this, you guys, not only that you're helping us as a club, but then you're helping the things that we do to help the community around us. I think by wearing the jersey, you're just not we're not just supporting. It's also the community around us. So with your help, with your participation, you can actually help the community indirectly. I think that's something that you guys can actually take pride in. Because I don't think all of us, some of us really want to help out others, right? But we just don't know how to do it. I personally find it difficult myself as well. wanting to donate. I want to do this and that, but then I just don't know how to help others. I think having the director's interview before, right? The director of our student organization. It's very insightful. So I think I'll come back to that again. It's very interesting, and there are a lot of things that you can actually see apart from it. And also before that, actually, make sure you check our social medias. Actually, we have we posted a lot of things.
In our Instagram account. The Instagram account is @Binus_Track Team. Yeah, that's @Binus_Track Team. If you would like to see some posts and follow the channel and follow it.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, I think they can subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, because this is not the last that you see from the Binus Track Team. We will be you'll be seeing each other again, actually. Well, actually, maybe not me, maybe not me, but then maybe you'll be standing here next time, and we'll be delivering all the interesting contents that can happen during the live stream later on. I think it will be really interesting what we can actually do with potential. I'm pretty sure we had our fair share of technical difficulties before, and I think we would like to apologize for it. We would really like to apologize for it. However, I believe I think the live stream will go really well after this, and we hope that like before, we hope that it doesn't rain really. I think there was a regulation when we actually this changed when in an event that it rains actually. What was the change that we're gonna do if it actually rains, Ranga?
Well, the deadline for the photos, I think it will be for tomorrow, right? For Monday, I think.
Oh yeah, it's today. Yeah, well, you can even run in before midnight. Yeah, you can just have the last chance to submit your runs even before midnight. So whether you have work, maybe on a weekend even, I say you still have the chance to run. I think if you want to have family time, yeah, you can do that too. And maybe you can have a family time by running them. I think apart from just having family time as well, you are giving inspiration to them. Like you said, we are actually aiming for a healthy lifestyle. We're promoting a healthy lifestyle. So not only that, you can do it too. Especially when you start inviting your family or your friends to join the run. I think it's not just for the sake of our events. You can be an inspiration yourself. You can promote running your own way, not just by joining track team you will just promote. No, you can just do it by start running, start flowing, and you can invite your family over to run actually. Yeah. So anything else that we need to cover around so far?
I don't really think so. But for those who haven't submit the run earlier, do soonly submit the run, because you're gonna be winning a medal if you submit it.
Yeah, do it as soon as possible. Actually, yeah, we will actually quickly as fast as possible. I already have a team secured for it, and when you already submit it, I say I'll bet on 10 minutes that you already have a response from them. But don't worry if you're still missing some of the information that is still required for the eligibility for the medals. Then our personal team will contact you in person, and you don't have to worry. We will try our best to get you to get the medal as best as possible. As long as you run, that's the only thing that you have to do. So I think one thing that we have to remind them, you just have to take full. That's everything that you need to do. And in terms of winning the jersey, I think it's not only a photo. You don't forget to post us in Instagram. Actually, yeah. Not only that I think it's not only post. You don't have to do it in your Instagram feed. I'm pretty sure an Instagram feed.
Tag us.
Yeah, you just tag us actually. If you want to do it in an Instagram story, you want to for run your family and you post us. I think it will be exciting for everyone, not only just for this event. Actually, we want to share our celebration today with everyone. So we hope that everyone is really happy when they participate in our events, especially our raffle. I think I would be looking forward into how we're gonna be doing the raffle, Ranga. Maybe one more thing. Maybe you can repeat again on how to, what we're gonna do in the raffle, because I think that is one of the main content that anyone will be anticipated for. So, Ranga, can you repeat it again for our viewers that missed out some of the information during the interview, actually?
So, to be eligible for the raffle contest, you must post your best running photo during the event and tag @Binus_Track Team with #BTTRun on Instagram before 6 p.m. today. three lucky winners will win our very own official Binus Track Team jersey. So yeah, you don't want to miss that out if you would like to win the jersey.
Yeah, I mean, actually, before we're wearing it right now, and it's really comfortable to be honest. I mean, yeah, we wear it almost most of the time, isn't it? Yeah. I think that is really the main star of this content right now, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is like most of the overview on the things that has been happening. Will be happening in a short while actually. But before we actually move on to the next content, what will be our first content for after this, Ranga? And maybe we can remind the viewers again what they're gonna be seeing after this.
So after this, you're going to be hearing an interview by two SC members, to the director of the Yasan Baccalaureate Foundation, Miss Cecilia.
And who's interviewing them?
There's two SC members, which is the first one is
Rama and Aisha from both in the SC. I say it should be quite interesting, and I think everyone can take notes about it. Yeah, I think that should cover most of our event for now. Of course, if you miss out, if any of our viewers just joined just now, no worries. I think we will still go through it after this. And I think you can still see a lot of things that we are still looking forward to do after this. Actually, right, Ranga?
Yep.
Yeah. So better stay tuned, and I think we'll catch them pretty soon, isn't it? Yeah, we'll be catching you after this break actually. I think we can like I said, we can see you guys later on.
Yeah.
We'll be back after the break. Yeah, welcome back, viewers. Actually, I mean that was a pretty short break, isn't it? Like we said, we're gonna have plenty of contents for everyone. And as for today, we want to share a lot of our celebration, isn't it? And we want to share our celebration with every one of you and who's actually watching the live stream right now. Actually, really. So, like we said before, I think our first content for this live stream. What is it, Ranga? What do we have after this?
Yeah, we're going to have the director interview with the San Baccalaureate Foundation.
Yeah, I think we can talk a bit about the things that we actually go for. We actually gonna have an interview later on, right? I think we have, like we said before, we have both of our friends from the student council to be able to interview them. Maybe we both have we have Rama and Ayesha, who is the interviewer for the interview after. So I think we're repeating it again. And also I think the director of the San Baccalaureate Ibu Cecilia, isn't it? I think she shared quite a lot of things about the things that happened behind the screens of donation organization, isn't it? What do you think what are you most excited? What are you most excited of in terms of this interview after this, Ranga?
I'm really looking forward to like what the Yasan is. It's like I would really like to like.
Yeah, considering that it's like the recipient of,
Yeah.
our fundraising, isn't it? Yeah, not only that, I say you help, just help us, make this event successful. With our success, our community around us also finds success too, really. And so, with your donation, we actually, what do we do with the, we're gonna collect the money, isn't it? What do we do next?
After collecting the money, we're going to spend the money for the wheelchairs.
Yes,
donate.
I think we have 7 or 8 wheelchairs, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna be having 8 wheelchairs to be donated to this organization, isn't it? I think it will help a lot to the people actually needing a wheelchair, isn't it? I think doing for a good thing for a good cause is something that I think we can do. And I think there's no real limit on things that we can do for a good cause, isn't it? Yeah. So I think that doing helping out the community, things like that. I say for me, I'm actually really excited to hear actually some of the things that I think when first thing you hear from donation, the first thing that comes to your mind is just money, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, not all of us really I feel like if you're forced to donate money, sometimes we kind of just can't really do it or so.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just don't really have the. I'm not saying that you don't have money, but then more like I think we're short on money ourselves, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, aside from donation for money, you can also help with your assistance, your assistance basically on for them. You can I watched from the interview last time. They were actually you can help out by sharing your knowledge with them, by visiting them. I think as simple as just visiting them, acknowledging their existence. I think the community we can actually build for a better community around us, really. So what else are you excited for, Ranga, actually, for the interview after this?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be something that people would like to listen. If you would like to donate stuff like money or items, I guess it's really helpful if you will actually know these organizations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. But what do you say? What does the organization do? I mean, let's go for a brief introduction to what Yayasan Bakti Luhur is. Can you try and introduce what Yayasan Bakti Luhur is?
I guess it's an organization that would like to donate stuff to other
And
people.
just help out the disabled children and the children in needs. And we chose this as our recipient for donation. I say is because we really want to help out the community in need. I mean, just. Not only that, we want to help Yayasan Bakti Luhur. I'm pretty sure in future events we'll continue to help out the people in need in our community, so that we can sustain the things that is for a good cause, and we will be able to support everyone in need, especially when I think at this struggling times, just because we're about to turn into offline, I say that there are still people struggling in need, is it?
Yeah.
So with our assistance and your assistance, actually, you'll be able to make this community a better place to live in. Just give these children opportunities to actually do things that they can never do without our help, isn't it? Yeah. I think going into the contents of the interviews after this, actually, there was also one part where I was actually quite intrigued to find out, actually. I think we actually discussed over a bit of like something controversial, I think there are some organizations like this that is intended to deceive people. I think we really don't want our money to be deceived by anyone. And just like Yayasan Bakti Luhur, we want to, in order to find like a good donation organization, just like Yayasan Bakti Luhur, we actually want to find the things that they do, so that our money rest assured is actually going for a good cause. Actually, just like Yayasan Bakti Luhur, I think they really helped out a lot of people, and the director really shared us an insight to things that they can watch out when when they're donating actually. Well, what do you say about that, Rango?
Yeah, I feel like that is pretty much a big topic to discuss. If like you would like to donate your money or something, so you could like trust these organizations that you're gonna donate.
I'm pretty sure like we don't really want to support our cause for for someone greedy, really. They really
Yeah.
agreed. Yeah, so for like greedy companies rather, actually, yeah, we want to help out the community in need, and we want our audience, our participants' money actually going to a real, actual good cause.
Yeah.
We want to convert. So if you guys, I don't think you just need to support our event, just participating. You participating in this event actually already help us more than you actually think. You helped us more than just our club, our community, in fact, people around us, and I think that's really good actually. And not only that, you help out, you don't really, not only that you can help us out, whenever there's some charity organization or charity events, I say you can support them by giving your, not, like I said before, not only money, you can, participate them. I'm pretty sure like, orphanage visits, I think that is something that can be, that can be done, not only that, it's pretty, not only money, like I said before. So, donation is kind of like a very flexible thing, as long as you're doing it for a good cause, good morals, actually, doing it for intention without self-centering yourself for this reason, actually. So I really think that the interview with the director after this really showed the things that we would never think of at any time of our point. I think, for last year, we also have the another yayasan, isn't it, for an interview. I think it's equally as good. I mean, if you actually saw the event last time, we were actually able to raise quite some money for it actually. And the money that we actually get from last year, we will actually accumulate it this time. Like we said, we were gonna be buying the wheelchairs to also donate it to them. Actually, so this event is like 100% non-profitable. We won't get a single thing. We want to inspire others to not only donate a healthy lifestyle. We also want to convey the things that is very important to our community and stuff, and we can support our community around us, really. So that is one of the most really I think our vision and mission for this event as of currently, isn't it? Yeah, so like I said before, I think I've already covered quite some things, isn't it? In a brief introduction, I think we already did that. Yeah. So I think what everybody should anticipate for this is actually the interview with the director. Yeah. I think there are a lot of things that everyone can take note of, or maybe you can be really shocked. There are certainly things that I would have not expected from myself. And I'm quite certain that everyone else, I think you guys will be really surprised to know things that outside of the obvious, or outside of the things that are that is far outside of the normal. I think it's not normal for everyone to get a chance to be able to interview, right?
Yeah.
So without further ado, actually, we are going to have the video right now, and we'll see you after the interview. Actually, we'll see you shortly after this video.
Halo, selamat siang. Nama saya Rama Rizky Riyadi, dan hari ini saya ditemani oleh Aisyah Madeline untuk mewawancarai Bu Cecilia, yang merupakan Direktur Yayasan Bakti Luhur. Sebelum kita mulai, bagaimana kabar Ibu hari ini?
Baik, sehat.
Alhamdulillah. Saya senang banget dengarnya, Bu.
Ya, saya juga senang banget Bu dengarnya. Jadi Bu Cecilia sebagai Direktur Yayasan Bakti Luhur yang merupakan organisasi amal yang sangat terkenal, dapatkah Anda memberitahu kami sedikit tentang diri Anda dan tentang yayasan Anda?
Ya, baik, saya kenalkan tadi. Saya pikir kalian tadi sudah tahu dan sudah memperkenalkan diri bahwa saya Suster Cecilia, penanggung jawab Yayasan Bakti Luhur Cabang Jakarta. Yayasan Bakti Luhur adalah sebuah yayasan sosial yang mengurusin anak-anak berkebutuhan khusus. Kebutuhan khusus artinya berbagai hambatan anak-anak yang kami rawat, kami didik, ya. Mereka juga berasal dari keluarga yang tidak mampu dan juga terlantar, dan juga ada yang yatim piatu. Nah, kami didik, kami arahkan agar mereka dapat pertama adalah mengurus dirinya sendiri ke depan. Seperti itu, dan kami ada di wilayah Jakarta dan juga Tangerang dan sekitarnya. Kami hidup serumah semeja makan. Kami bersama dengan anak-anak penyandang disabilitas ya, yang serumah semeja makan bersama dengan mereka. Jadi suka duka kehidupannya setiap hari kita bersama dengan mereka. Nah, mereka juga membutuhkan kami bimbingan, arahan, yang mana agar mereka pun ke depannya juga dapat mandiri sesuai dengan kemampuannya. Nah, kita didik juga di sekolah khusus, ya, sekolah luar biasa. Jadi selain di Wisma juga mendapatkan pendidikan di luar pendidikan luar biasa, dan semua miliknya Yayasan Bakti Luhur gitu.
Oke, baik. Saya senang banget dengarnya ceritanya. Ya cukup. Senang banget dengar ceritanya anak-anak bisa dikembangkan dan bisa dibantu gitu.
Ya.
Oke, jadi apakah ada nilai dan motivasi dari Ibu yang Ibu pegang selama hidup atau mungkin yang mendorong Ibu untuk membuat sebuah organisasi yang amat sangat membantu masyarakat ini?
Ya, tentu saja mereka adalah manusia pada umumnya ya, makhluk ciptaan Tuhan yang mulia ya. Mereka juga membutuhkan yang sama seperti orang lain, namun karena ada hambatan-hambatan sehingga ketidakmampuan daya fisik ya, mental, sehingga mempengaruhi di dalam dirinya. Kami ini adalah biarawati ya, dan memang secara total mengabdikan diri dalam pelayanan ini untuk anak-anak yang berkebutuhan khusus. Ya, harapannya itu tadi supaya mereka ini sama dengan seperti yang lain. Yang lain artinya kalau mereka bisa sekolah umum, bisa berkembang seperti yang lain, namun paling tidak mereka ini ya mampu untuk dirinya sendiri, dari yang sederhana dilatihkan untuk kemandirian. Ya, saya katakan sesuai dengan kemampuannya sendiri, yang bisa diterapi dibantu dengan terapi, yang bisa mungkin supaya bisa jalan ya dibantu alat bantu yang lain, mungkin kursi roda atau apa yang sekiranya dia juga bisa beraktivitas seperti itu.
Iya, Bu. Saya juga berharap ya mereka bisa hidup normal seperti kita semua ya, Bu, karena mereka juga punya kemampuan yang sama kayak kita. Oke. Selanjutnya, selama saya hidup, saya selalu diajarkan untuk menyumbangkan uang atau barang saya kepada orang-orang yang lebih membutuhkan. Tujuannya ya pasti untuk membantu mereka. Tapi saya penasaran nih, Bu, dari sudut pandang Ibu Sisilia, mengapa kita harus menyumbang ke organisasi-organisasi seperti Yayasan Bakti Luhur seperti yang Anda miliki? Bolehkah Ibu berbagi tentang pandangan Ibu?
Bagaimana? Saya belum kurang mengerti, kurang mendengar tadi.
Oke, Bu, saya ulangi ya, Bu. Jadi
pertanyaannya bagaimana?
Ya. Jadi sudut pandang Ibu tentang mengapa kita harus menyumbang ke organisasi yang Ibu miliki?
Ya. Secara pribadi, kakak, saya bilang kakak apa adik nih? Sama kalian tuh kakak atau adik nih?
Adik aja, Bu.
Oh, adik-adik ini sudah dikaruniai berkat oleh Tuhan, baik itu kemampuan cara berpikir, juga kemampuan dari secara materi. Tentu saja kita atau kalian juga harus ikut peduli, ambil bagian, dan terutama adalah kalian harus bersyukur bahwa kalian lebih daripada anak-anak yang kami didik, kami rawat. Dari kelebihan kalian, kalian juga sebagai makhluk sosial dan juga sebagai rasa syukur bahwa dari kemampuan kamu itu, kalian itu bisa ambil bagian untuk ikut peduli dengan anak-anak yang lain yang tentu saja yang lebih ya yang kurang dari kalian. Begitu. Itu harapannya dan kalian menjadi generasi penerus bangsa, ya, negara yang ikut peduli ambil bagian dalam pelayanan ya, pelayanan masyarakat ya. Entah sedikit pun itu sangat berarti untuk orang lain yang membutuhkan. Kalau bukan dimulai dari saat ini, kapan lagi? Apalagi kalian nih generasi muda, harapan bangsa ya. Tentu saja mulai saat ini baik itu melalui keluarga maupun melalui sekolah yang kamu lembaga sekolah yang telah mendidik kalian, itu harapannya adalah untuk rasa bersyukur dan juga peduli untuk orang lain ya, untuk bangsa ini.
Baik, terima kasih Bu. Saya sangat setuju dengan bersyukur. Soalnya tanpa kita sadari kami ya itu sangat beruntung untuk bisa sekolah dan mencapai pendidikan dan bisa hidup yang sejahtera gitu. Kita harus ingat bahwa masih banyak sekali orang-orang anak-anak di sana yang tidak mempunyai fasilitas yang sama dengan kami, maka kami harus membantu mereka. Terima kasih Bu. Selanjutnya, bolehkah kita tahu juga bagaimana hal itu mempengaruhi mereka yang di pihak penerima, Bu?
Ya tentu saja ya harus kita bantu, diarahkan, dilatih dan senang ya. Karena dia bisa beraktivitas ya, yang dulu hanya duduk di lantai ya, dengan bantuan kalian kursi roda kan dia bisa ya dari pindah ke tempat satu dengan yang lain tentu saja kan semua melalui proses ya, atau kalau pakai kursi roda kan dia bisa didorong kemana-mana, alat bantu ya paling tidak meringankan lah ya, bahwa dia merasa aku berada, aku ada ya toh, dia merasa ada dan dengan dibawa pindah dari tempat satu dengan tempat lain dia juga senang dan bangga. Dia bisa menikmati seperti kalian yang mungkin pergi kemana-mana, nah tapi walaupun dia keterbatasan tapi bisa menikmati, bisa pindah tempat lah dari yang tempat yang satu ke tempat yang lain walaupun tidak jauh, paling tidak itu udah sangat meringankan. Dan dia bisa misalnya dari tempat bed, kemudian saya mau lihat nonton TV, kan berarti kan perlu akses yang sesuai dengan dirinya supaya dia sampai ke tujuan. Nah, akhirnya bisa nonton TV sama-sama. Kalau tidak ada alat itu, otomatis kita para pengasuh harus ngangkat, harus ini, dan kita juga pasti keterbatasan toh dengan kondisi kami ya toh. Kondisi kami artinya yang ngangkat terus ya bagaimana ya. Nah, tapi dengan sarana prasarana yang memadai, saya kira dia juga akan lebih fleksibel kemana-mana dan anak-anak juga akan senang ya, akan menikmati seperti yang lain pindah tempat ya, itu suasana yang bisa dirasakan juga. Misalnya jam pada waktu harus berjemur. Nah, kalau kita ngangkat satu-satu kemungkinan harus menyiapkan ini itu dan keterbatasan kami juga ya, tapi kalau dengan adanya kursi roda tinggal dorong nih supaya dia bisa berjemur ya, olahraga, aktivitas dijemur dengan dia didorong dengan kursi roda di luar kan suasananya juga dia bisa relaksasi, bisa senang seperti itu. Dan memang inilah kita ini juga akan membuat mereka itu juga ada perubahan ya, semua memang kalau perubahan yang mungkin akhirnya bisa jalan atau apa itu ya semua dapat dikatakan ya alhamdulillah lah, tapi kalau tidak pun paling tidak dia sudah merasa apa ya merasa ada sesuatu yang berbeda, senang ya. Dan dengan kesenangan itu merubah seseorang, merubah anak menjadi perkembangannya pun akan meningkat gitu loh. Anak mereka juga ingin rasa seperti orang lain gitu.
Terus ya Bu, saya senang banget sih dengar ya Bu, dengan kita donasi hal sesimpel dengan kursi roda itu kita bisa bantu meringankan beban mereka, terus beban pengurus-pengurusnya seperti ibu ya. Terus saya senang banget sih dengarnya. Mungkin Rama boleh lanjut dengan pertanyaan selanjutnya, Ram?
Baiklah, terima kasih Yesha. Sekarang saya ingin menanyakan tentang apa visi dan misi yang Anda pegang dalam membentuk yayasan ini untuk anak-anak yang lebih membutuhkan bantuan ekonomi.
Oh ya, misi visi adalah menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Pertama adalah peduli kepada mereka yang berkebutuhan khusus ya. Yang kedua itu memang kita menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau itu artinya kalau sudah dilayani di sekolah lain atau di panti lain atau dilayani oleh orang lain ya silahkan. Tapi bagi yang belum ya toh, bagi yang tidak bisa kemana-mana, yang tidak bisa diterima di mana-mana ya otomatis ya kami melihat seperti itu ya lembaga kami peduli untuk kembali ke pelayanan untuk peduli kepada sesama yang membutuhkan, terutama yang tadi notabene berkebutuhan khusus seperti itu. Jadi kalau menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau artinya kalau sudah dilayani oleh orang lain ya sudah kita mengurusin melayani yang belum dilayani oleh orang lain dengan segala kemampuan dan keterbatasan kami. Itu.
Iya Bu, kalau ngebahas soal tujuan, visi, dan misi, mereka ini biasanya satu paket ya Bu, kayak Ibu tadi, menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Oke. Selanjutnya, pertanyaan yang selanjutnya, pernah tidak sih Ibu memiliki momen di mana kelompok Ibu memiliki pencapaian yang besar yang memenuhi tujuan organisasi kalian? Mungkin Ibu dapat membagikan beberapa pencapaian yang telah dicapai tim Anda selama ini dan pengaruhnya terhadap organisasi Ibu sendiri atau masyarakat secara umum.
Ya, selain kami mendidik, mengarahkan untuk di panti kami, mengurusin di panti kami juga menyampaikan atau membagikan pengalaman kepada masyarakat, terutama kami juga menangani anak-anak CBR. CBR artinya mencari merehab di masyarakat. Jadi ada anak-anak yang di masyarakat yang tidak tertangani oleh di panti itu kami ya lembaga Yayasan Bakti Luhur secara bergilir mencari anak-anak berkebutuhan khusus yang belum ditangani oleh orang lain ya, jadi semacam ya menjadi provokasi ya, artinya bahwa anak ini ada dan jangan disembunyikan, anak di masyarakat itu jangan dibiarin aja, anak ini adalah perlu kita didik, kita arahkan. Nah, bagaimana bisa berjalan seperti itu? Tentu saja pertama adalah pendekatan kepada keluarganya. Sadarkan kepada orang tuanya supaya orang tua itu tidak malu. Kadang orang tua itu kan malu ya, atau membawa anaknya, ataupun kadang-kadang ada yang malu seperti itu. Jadi kita memberikan pendekatan bahwa jangan malu, ini anak Tuhan ya toh. Siapa sih mau lahir seperti ini ya, ini titipan, jadi kita semua harus ikut membantunya. Nah, tidak sendiri karena kita punya masyarakat ya, jadi ya kita dekatkan dengan pemerintahan setempat, mungkin RT atau RW. Kalau RT-nya tidak tahu, itu loh ada anak yang berkebutuhan khusus, ya mungkin karena belum terjangkau ya tidak kenal, tapi lama-lama dikenalkan juga. Nah, kalau ternyata ditemukan anak mungkin dia perlu bantuan atau perlu misalnya dalam perlu pendidikan, ya carikan pendidikan yang terdekat, ya toh, disampaikan ke masyarakat, ya toh. Oh, kalau ada sekolah SD mungkin bisa SD sekitar, bahwa anak ini bisa diintegrasikan ke sekolah biasa, ya syukur. Tapi kalau mungkin tidak, ya kita akan latih keluarga itu, kemudian membentuk kelompok orang tua itu untuk dikumpulin untuk kasih pengarahan, ya. Nah, pengarahan bisa di dalam keluarganya, atau mungkin kalau ada gedung RT atau RW yang bisa menyediakan, bisa dikumpulin, diberikan pandangan-pandangan seperti itu. Nah, kemudian kita juga cari ahli. Nah, ahli apa? Mungkin ke puskesmas, atau mungkin ada ahli kesehatan yang lain, atau mungkin dia bisa terapi, sosok psikologi, atau bagaimana, ya kita memang harus ini kerjasama dengan masyarakat luas. Artinya kita memperkenalkan bahwa anak ini ada dan mari kita didik bersama. Jadi bukan karena satu pihak, tetapi dari pihak orang tua, kemudian dari segi orang-orang ahli, ya spesialis, dan juga masyarakat, ya di pemerintahan setempat, agar ikut ambil bagian seperti itu.
Wah, bagus sekali ya Bu. Banyak sekali solusi-solusi dan banyak orang yang terlibat dalam usaha ini, gitu, untuk membuat anak-anak bisa kalau bisa sekolah normal gitu. Kalau tidak, dilatih dan diberi petunjuk dan lain-lain gitu. Bagus sekali Bu. Saya percaya bahwa dengan setiap pencapaian yang kita capai ada hambatan yang menyertainya. Saya yakin sekali bahwa memimpin sebuah organisasi membutuhkan banyak waktu, tenaga, dan juga kerja tim. Ini mengarahkan ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Selama menjadi direktur organisasi terkenal, apakah Anda pernah mengalami masalah atau konflik dalam kelompok Anda? Atau mungkin diri Anda sendiri, entah itu di masa lalu atau sekarang? Dan bagaimana cara mengatasi tantangan-tantangan?
Ya, pertama ya, kalau masalah konflik dari diri, ya sebagai manusia kadang-kadang bosan, kadang-kadang ya, tapi kembali bahwa kami ini didasarkan pada kasih, ya, bahwa mereka itu kita sama-sama, ya toh, makhluk ciptaan Tuhan, ya kita siapa lagi kalau bukan timbul dari pribadi, kemauan diri, walaupun banyak tantangan. Nah, tapi kalau sudah ada niat, ya niat dari diri sendiri, ya, dan dipupuk dengan rasa, ya, peduli dengan sesama, ya. Pertama tadi adalah hati, ya, karena anak-anak ini kalau tidak didasari dengan hati, ya perkembangannya juga akan sulit. Tetapi dengan hati, lama-lama anak-anak ini juga akan meningkat dan akan berkembang. Kemudian untuk hambatan lain artinya bahwa belum semua, ya tuh, belum semua dengan anak-anak ini, dengan anak-anak berkebutuhan khusus ini, belum semua itu paham bagaimana mendidiknya, bagaimana mengarahkannya, tidak semua, belum semua. Ya, itu tadi harus memang pendekatan, ya. Nah, jadi memang harus pendekatan dan kerjasama. Nah, kemudian kami juga mensosialisasikan kepada pihak-pihak tertentu yang belum kenal, ataupun universitas ataupun sekolah sekitar, gitu. Kadang-kadang anak bergaul dengan masyarakat kan ya dianggapnya bahwa ya ini merasa ya tidak bisa, atau kadang mungkin aneh atau apa, kan kadang seperti itu. Kok seperti itu, seperti yang kadang kita hadapi dengan anak-anak yang sebaya kan. Kami juga nangani anak-anak yang berkebutuhan khusus yang lain juga, yang autis ya toh. Yang autis yang notabene memang autisnya kemampuan di bawah rata-rata, jadi berat seperti itu. Kadang ketika kita berhadapan dengan teman, anak-anak sekitar, nah itu kok aneh, anak ini lari-lari, enggak mau diam, nah ada yang seperti itu juga. Ya tentu saja, ya itu tadi karena kita punya hati dan hati kami ini harus benar-benar ya dengan hati tadi kita juga mengenalkan ke yang lain bahwa ya ini memang adanya seperti ini. Jadi ya kita itu bersyukur kalau kita tidak seperti mereka. Nah, maka mari kita bantunya ya kalau misalnya anak-anak masih usia anak kecil, kalau misalnya rebut mainan nah semacam itu ya enggak apa-apa karena memang dia tidak tahu, jadi harus dikenalkan supaya anak yang lain pun juga akan ikut tidak mengganggu mereka dan juga tidak takut ya ada kendala-kendala itu. Lah kendala lain ya tadi sarana prasarana. Ya sarana prasarana kan akhirnya dikenalkan dengan sekolah ataupun mungkin kamu akhirnya ada rasa punya rezeki untuk kepedulian mereka dengan alat segala yang bisa membantu. Nah, otomatis kan dengan kerjasama itu ya bisa meringankan yang lain. Dan kendalanya juga kalau sudah besar, sudah dewasa, ya kalau sudah lulus setingkat SLTA, sudah lulus misalnya seukuran pendidikan kan harus sampai SMA ya. Nah, kalau anak-anak ini sudah dilatih berulang kali tetapi kemampuannya hanya sampai di situ, nah itu kan kami sebagai manusia kadang-kadang ya harapannya itu tinggi ya, aduh anak asuh kami sudah saya latih-latih kok kemajuannya seperti ini ya. Nah, kita menyadari lagi bahwa memang mengalami memang keterbatasan dari situasi dirinya, jadi ya semampunya dialah dia kita bangga dengan mungkin dari yang sederhana tadi dengan kursi roda akhirnya dia bisa tangannya bisa menggerakkan rodanya ya atau akhirnya mungkin dia bisa lap meja atau apa ya mungkin sebatas itu. Nah, kita tidak bisa untuk lebih, tapi paling tidak kita memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan yang terbaik untuk mereka untuk meringankan ya, untuk mengurangi dari yang mana dia tidak bisa aktivitas seperti itu. Kendalanya ya seperti itu. Juga kalau sakit. Nah, kadang-kadang sakit ini kita tidak tahu tiba-tiba anak-anak anget, tiba-tiba anak nggak bisa ngomong, anak-anak memang tidak bisa ngomong, tetapi dia tidak mau makan. Lah, sebagai manusia kita juga sedih, bagaimana ya memang harus paham dengan setiap anak. Nah, itu kami menjadi masalah pribadi juga, ya toh. Masalah pribadi artinya ya ini kalau hanya di unit khusus yang tanpa dibantu dengan yang lain kan nggak akan ada jalan keluar, tapi dengan adanya kenal, dengan adanya kalian peduli, dengan ini kan juga akan meringankan beban baik dari kami para pengurus, pelatih, pendidik, ya pembina. Nah, paling tidak ya kita juga menjadi senang, menjadi teringankan beban-beban itu. Jadi secara pribadi begitu.
Baik, jadi penting banget ya punya hati yang besar Bu untuk membantu mereka hingga mereka besar udah bisa melakukan hal-hal sendiri, hal-hal yang tadi mereka nggak bisa melakukan dan sekarang bisa melakukan sendiri gitu. Mungkin nggak hal-hal yang besar-besar ya, tapi itu sudah step yang sangat besar dari sebelumnya yang mereka bisa melakukan ya Bu.
Iya.
Oke, Yasha mungkin boleh dilanjut.
Oke, selain mendonasikan uang untuk organisasi seperti Yayasan Bakti Luhur, apakah ada bentuk donasi lain yang kami bisa ikuti, Bu? Mungkin seperti mendonasikan barang atau mendonasikan tenaga kerja kami, Bu?
Oh bisa. Jadi berbagai ya, saya katakan bahwa dalam hal ini bukannya satu hal saja, tapi berbagai hal. Ya, berbagai hal, mungkin ada yang jadi psikolog, membantu bagaimana sih, ya toh. Kami perlu istilahnya relawan, ya toh. Pemerhati itu jadi macam-macam, jadi relawan-relawan. Ketika oh mungkin ada kalian ulang tahun nih. Wah, kemudian satu tim ataupun satu teman atau apa, satu kelas atau apa. Wah, ini ingin menggembirakan anak-anak rekreasi bersama. Nah, misalnya itu juga bisa, ya toh, biar suasananya menjadi ganti. Mungkin kalian punya ilmu apa, disumbangkan ilmunya, ya toh, ada terapi-terapi lain, atau saya katakan mungkin dokter bisa memberikan solusi apa, karena dokter juga macam-macam. Dokter juga kalau kalian ada yang jadi dokter apa, misalnya dokter kulit lah, anak-anak ini juga tiba-tiba ada yang suka gatal terus gatal itu digaruk yang dalam-dalam nggak bisa diobati, susah. Nah, di terapinya apa? Nah, mungkin ada yang juga insinyur pertanian, insinyur pembangunan apa. Nah, Wisma itu juga perlu apa, ruangan yang bersih, indah, fasilitas, bisa apa ya toh, bentuk-bentuk fasilitas yang bisa memadai mereka, ya macam-macam lah pokoknya. Kita bisa misalnya psikolog yang anaknya tiba-tiba ada dokter saraf gitu. Nah, bisa juga, mungkin ada juga yang jadi perawat kesehatan. Nah, ilmu cara memberikan kesehatan seperti apa, ilmu-ilmu semacam itu boleh gitu. Ya, kalau mungkin komputer terlalu tinggi ya mungkin apa, sekarang ini zamannya digital, mungkin tidak terjangkau seperti itu ya, mungkin sederhana gitu. Bagaimana bisa anak-anak menari terus dibuat YouTube-nya atau apa, terus deh saya tampil TikTok seperti yang lain, apa mungkin seperti itu, atau desain apa, hasil keterampilannya mungkin ya. Bisa di sini ada hasil karya, kamu bisa memamerkan, bantuin apa, oh ini anak-anak ada yang bikin tahu, ada yang bikin keripik misalnya, ada hasil karya yang menjahit, nah nih nggak usah beli-beli tempat lain nih, ya bisa ada lap tangan ya, semacam itu hasil karya mereka ya, sifatnya menghargai ya toh. Nah, semacam itu bisa. Jadi mungkin saya akan bantu apa, kalian punya niat tapi tidak kesampaian, tetapi kalian punya apa yang mungkin saya mau motong rambutnya dia, ngajarin salon, ngajarin produk yang sederhana, ya boleh saja. Jadi berbagai ya, saya katakan bentuk-bentuknya itu macam-macam. Jadi itu yang kami butuhkan.
Baik Bu, jadi bukan hanya mendonasikan uang saja ya, jadi ini bisa
Iya.
banyak banget gitu, bisa untuk menceriakan suasana gitu, kita bikin kreasi bareng-bareng gitu bersama semuanya, dan biar bisa lebih berkoneksi gitu loh, bukan hanya dari jauh saja gitu mengasihkan uang apa gitu, tapi bisa juga yang lain-lainnya ya. Oke. Jadi lanjut lagi, banyak sekali organisasi serupa seperti organisasi Ibu ini, beberapa di antaranya memiliki misi yang berbeda. Namun nggak bisa dipungkiri juga banyak yang memiliki misi yang serupa atau sama. Jadi apakah yang membuat organisasi Anda berbeda dengan organisasi lain?
Ya, kami lembaga yang tadi, lembaga sosial yang notabene adalah pengurus-pengurusnya adalah biarawati ya. Itu satu. Yang kedua, menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Nah, itu ada beda kan, jelas. Menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Ya. Yang ketiga ya dengan berbagai anak berkebutuhan khusus, semua anak berkebutuhan khusus gitu yang tidak dilayani oleh orang lain ya. Ya, kami melayani, itu misinya. Ya.
Oke, jadi ada di visi misi ya keunikannya ya Bu.
Ya.
Oke. Jadi mau bertanya sedikit, kan tadi sudah banyak tahu tentang itu, saya banyak belajar tentang mereka secara sosial diajarkan apa gitu agar mereka bisa melakukan hal-hal yang akhirnya mereka bisa melakukan hal-hal yang mereka tadinya tidak bisa melakukan sama sekali gitu. Kalau di sekolah Bu itu belajarnya apa saja ya Bu?
Ya, saya katakan macam-macam karena mereka ini kan, kami ini multi. Anak-anak yang kami tangani itu multi hambatan. Ya, multi hambatan. Ada yang tadi tidak bisa jalan, ya. Ada yang hanya di bed saja, ya, pindah sehingga perlu sarana prasarana, ya toh. Nah, ada yang ada yang tidak penglihatannya kurang, kemudian bicaranya ada yang kurang, kemudian ada yang anak-anak autis ya, ada yang tunaganda ya. Tunaganda itu lebih dari satu kekurangan hambatan, lebih dari berbagai hambatan, dan dari segi kemampuan berpikir ataupun IQ ya, kalau kemampuan ya mereka di bawah rata-rata. Nah, otomatis pembelajarannya berbeda. Ada yang belajar untuk mengurus diri sendiri. Mengurus diri sendiri itu artinya seperti sikat gigi ya, seperti pakai baju, seperti baju atas, baju bawah juga harus tahu, seperti cuci muka, sisiran, makan sendiri gitu. Itu pun diajarkan, sekolahnya itu ada diajarkan. Berhitung ada juga yang berhitung bukan seperti kalian matematika 1+1 ataupun pakai apa ya, sudah ilmu aljabar atau apa, itu tidak, tetapi ada juga yang kebutuhan hari-hari seperti makan minum, peralatan makan minum itu digunakan untuk berhitung. Jadi supaya misalnya buat minum 1 gelas. Nah, 1 gelas satu untuk Albert, gelas kedua untuk Vina, gelas ketiga untuk Dewi, gelas keempat untuk si Mariam. Nah, misalnya kayak gitu. Nah, itu dengan menghitung 1, 2, 3, 4. Berarti ada berapa? 14. Nah, itu. Habis dari itu diajarkan proses untuk dia juga bukan hanya habis minum terus taruh saja, tidak. Dia diajarin untuk cuci piring, ya toh. Habis cuci piring mungkin tadi kan snack, seperti snack, makan snack, kemudian cuci piring. Lah, diajarin sikat gigi. Nah, ada yang seperti itu sambil berhitung. Ada lain lagi yang sudah umur dewasa ya, udah lulus SLTA ya, seolah-olah udah 20 tahun ke atas, memang sudah 20 tahun ke atas, kan itu kan sudah SMA seharusnya, tapi kan ya SMA-nya kan nggak bisa mengikuti SMA seperti pada umumnya, ya dia ke arah keterampilan, mesti punya kebun, dia adalah berkebun ya tetap didampingi, menanam sawi, menanam bayam. Nah, matematikanya dengan satu ikat bayam itu harganya berapa? Nah, satu ikat itu 1.000. Nah, kalau 3 ikat bayam berarti 3.000. Nah, semacam itu juga diajarkan secara sederhana, kebiasaan. Terus kemana mereka itu menjualnya? Ya, menjual dengan kami di wisma-wisma itu. Jadi tidak beli ke pasar, tapi beli di tempat dia, jadi di tempat anak-anak itu, jadi uang itu kan muter. Oh, nanti beli bibit lagi, nah semacam itu. Tapi tetap dilatihkan karena ada kegiatan. Jadi bukan hanya diem saja, tapi pembelajarannya ya seperti itu gitu. Jadi ada macam-macam. Nah, itu kalau yang sudah umur. Tapi kalau yang masih ada sisa kemampuan akademis. Akademis itu yang sifatnya bahasa Indonesia. Tadi kan saya mengatakan misalnya piring. Tadi kan hitung gelas, piring. Nah, sekarang ada gambar piring, terus dibalik ada dibantu dengan suku kata. Jadi di depan itu ada tulisan piring, huruf besar-besar itu piring. Nanti di belakangnya lagi ada gambar piring. Jadi kalau dia bisa baca langsung, oh ini ada piring. Tapi kalau dia tidak bisa lihat gambar dulu, oh gambarnya piring berarti ini tulisannya depan berarti berbunyi piring. Nanti dibalik lagi apa gunanya piring. Nah, kalau kita mau makan berarti pakai piring ini dan piring ini harus disiapkan, ya. Nah, semacam itu. Jadi pembelajarannya sangat-sangat sederhana tetapi untuk kehidupannya sehari-hari.
Jadi ini saya nangkepnya sebenarnya pelajarannya itu ada samanya ya dengan kita, Bu. Kayak ada matematikanya, ada pelajaran basic life skills-nya. Cuman mungkin pendekatannya aja ya berbeda-beda, Bu.
Ya.
Oke. Akhirnya kita
berulang-ulang. Jadi hari ini ya sama dengan besok, sama dengan bulan depan, terus menerus. Jadi dengan demikian anak akan bisa menangkap lama-lama kan dengan kebiasaan ya, itu akan tambah ilmunya.
Oke, akhirnya kita sampai juga nih di pertanyaan terakhir. Selama bertahun-tahun kami telah mendengar banyak organisasi yang terlibat skandal demi keuntungan diri mereka sendiri. Salah satu yang sangat terkenal adalah korupsi di salah satu panti asuhan di daerah Lamongan, yang jelas mengeksploitasi kepercayaan kita sebagai donatur. Abis dengar cerita-cerita Ibu Sisilia nih, saya yakin banget bahwa Yayasan Bakti Luhur bukan salah satu dari mereka ya yang mengambil keuntungan untuk diri mereka sendiri. Tetapi boleh nggak sih Ibu memberi kami beberapa tips dan trik untuk memastikan bahwa kami memilih organisasi yang kredibel seperti Yayasan Bakti Luhur?
Ya, kami ini kan kerjanya tim. Jadi bukan kerja sendiri ya. Jadi dari Perwisma itu ada tim ya, ada seksi-seksi yang mana seksi-seksi itu adalah bekerja sama dan dari semua seksi ini memang sudah terorganisir ya, sudah terkoordinir kok dengan koordinasi supaya semua itu bisa niat hati semua untuk mengembangkan dan mendidik anak-anak berkebutuhan khusus. Jadi ini sudah sistem. Jadi setiap kita ini sudah punya sistem dari awal bagaimana mengelola lembaga ini secara bersama-sama, secara tim dan saling adanya keterbukaan dan juga adanya pembicaraan rapat dan juga dikoordinir bersama gitu. Ada tim, kita kerja bukan sendiri tapi kerja bersama dengan tim.
Oke Bu, terima kasih banyak. Mungkin Rama?
Baik Bu, itu mengakhiri percakapan mendalam kami dengan Ibu Sisilia hari ini yang sangat mendidik dan mengharukan. Saya belajar sangat banyak dari pembicaraan Ibu hari ini, bagaimana cara anak-anak belajar dan pentingnya mempunyai hati yang sangat besar dalam untuk mengajari mereka, untuk membimbing mereka sampai mereka besar dan mereka berkembang menjadi individu-individu yang kuat ya. Jadi itu saja dari saya.
Benar banget tuh Ram. Aku jadi pengen lebih involve di dalam keyayasan-yayasan ini Bu. Mungkin dari donasi sebagai relawan nanti ya suatu saat, semoga aku bisa kalau lagi nggak sibuk. Dan kami ingin meminta maaf jika ada kata-kata yang kurang berkenan dari kami, Bu. Maaf banget kalau misalkan ada. Dan sebelum interview kita benar-benar berakhir, adakah cara agar kami dapat menghubungi Yayasan Bakti Luhur agar teman-teman kami di luar sana dapat berpartisipasi dalam donasi? Mungkin ada akun media sosialnya atau kita harus langsung datang aja atau gimana, Bu?
Saya kira kalau lebih datang itu lebih baik karena kita ini lebih baik datang dan kita bicara, terus ada kegiatan apa-apa. Kami tidak mau apa-apa di medsoskan, tetapi secara secara kedekatan bisa dibicarakan dengan bagaimana supaya kalian juga bisa mengenal kami, ya toh. Itu lebih baik datang dan mungkin dengan bentuk kegiatan apa dan kita istilahnya tak kenal tak sayang. Jadi bukan sifatnya untuk disebarluaskan untuk apa tidak, tapi ini harus terakomodir di lembaga kami, yaitu dengan datang dan juga terus terang punya rencana apa, kegiatan apa, semacam itu dan boleh melihatnya walaupun mungkin tidak boleh berbondong-bondong karena selama ini kita tetap menjaga anak-anak kami kan rentan ya, jadi tidak bisa untuk datang rombongan banyak orang sekian puluh itu tidak boleh. Tapi kalau misalnya 3 atau 4 orang ya itu seperti itu. Tapi sekali lagi bukan bukan dimedsoskan ya, tapi hanya untuk intern. Dan kalau memang Anda niat baik hati datang saja ya toh dengan niat apa yang mana punya tujuan yang tentu saja untuk mendukung lembaga kami. Gitu.
Baik Bu, terima kasih. Saya setuju untuk datang aja. Jadi bagi teman-teman yang ingin membantu dan berpartisipasi, silakan datang aja di Bakti Luhur, banyak cabangnya. Kita tinggal search di Google aja ya. Oke.
Ya.
Sekali lagi kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih yang sangat banyak ya Bu, dan semoga kita bisa bertemu lagi di lain waktu ya.
Terima kasih ya, terima kasih atas peran kalian untuk ikut ambil bagian ini. Kalian anak muda, harapan negara, harapan bangsa, berpikirlah cerdik dan juga dengan hati ya, dengan hati dan dengan tujuan yang mana untuk bangsa dan negara. Semua adalah gerakan hati. Selamat, sukses selalu.
Terima kasih Bu.
Alright, so welcome back. So that's really a nice thing that they're doing. I hope you guys all enjoyed the interview.
Yeah, as much as we did, right?
As we did. And so now we're going to go back with the event rundown.
You want to go through the rundown?
Yeah,
I guess we can go down to the rundown. Yeah, so let's start what we're going to have after this, actually.
Yeah, right after this, we're going to be having the choir performance by the choir club. They're going to be singing what song again, Aaron?
Well, let's just let the viewers know about this. You know, after this, we're gonna be showing them the choir performance, our very own choir club, actually from our school. Actually, I'm really anticipated for the performance that they will be giving for our viewers as of today. So we hope that the viewers is just, like I said before, as excited as we are. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of things that everyone can find interest as of today's event, really. So. Aside from the choir, what can the other viewers can anticipate as of currently? I mean, after all this, I'm pretty sure we have more content, like we said, plenty of it. What do we have after the choir?
After the choir, we're going to be having a interview with the experienced runners, marathon runners. They're going to be talking about some questions that we might have.
Their experience on marathon. Yeah, especially anyone who wants to run marathons, or maybe you guys are just really passionate, or you just want to know.
Want to know.
I think there's nothing wrong with having more knowledge, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it will be really interesting if everyone actually really just watches as well. Yeah, just don't miss it out as well.
Yeah.
What we have after that, Ranga?
After that, we're going to be having the. Isn't it like the Torchbearer Club? The Torchbearer Club are going to have the debate on their topic.
Yeah, the debate is actually. Oh, sorry. The debate is actually on the last one, Ranga.
Right.
Yeah. So, but what are we gonna have after this? Is actually a warm-up video. So anyone who hasn't run just yet, you can just you can follow the warm-up video, so that you guys at least have a bit of warm just to prevent injuries, right? Right. Even I think after this the interview with the runners after this, you know, I think you might want to know how important warm up is. You know, I think it's just more than just 5 minutes of doing useless exercise. It's really helpful, actually. It's more important than you think. What do you think we have for our last? Well, not really our last content, but maybe our second to last, isn't it? What do you have after that?
We're going to have a podcast, our very new podcast that we did. It's pretty different than last time we did it, where we talked right to each other.
Yeah, we only did it like online. We only did it online, and we had the chance this time to do it offline. So I think the dynamic of the way we talk and we discuss, I think that would have been much more interesting, a change of atmosphere at least, because all this time, I mean, we've only done it online. I'm pretty sure. I mean, some of us get really sick of just talking through the screen. It's not really the same when we meet up in person. Wouldn't you agree so as well, right, Ranga? But what can the the viewers today can anticipate aside from that? You know, I think we have one last content for this live stream as of today.
Yep. Our very last content is the raffle contest that you viewers probably is anticipating to join.
You're like the edge of your seat.
So I'll repeat how to join. So to join the raffle contest, you must post your best running photos during the event and tag at Binus_Track Team with hashtag BTT Run to be able to win our very own official Binus Track Team jersey. And I also, for runners who have not submitted their runs and regulations for the what's it called?
For the event. Basically, if you haven't submitted it just yet, you have time up until midnight, like we said before. You even run a run at 10 p.m. That's still feasible. I mean, after all, it's only 3 kilometers. I'm pretty sure anyone can walk or run 3 kilometers. So you just give your best shot at it. And I think any results is really fine actually. If you just want to walk, you want to run. What's important is that we give your own you inspire others to do exercise with you. I think that's the most important part, promoting health. Especially this is our mission as a club. I mean, not only as a club. I think everyone should have a mission to be healthy. So I think you guys need to upload it so that you guys are also eligible to be receiving the medals, which will be given within 2 months based on the announcement the other time. So without further ado, actually, we would have the choir performance after this. And we hope that the viewers, you will enjoy it as much as we did. Like I think the rest of the contents of this live stream. And I think that should be the point for us actually for this time. And we'll catch you after the choir performance and also the break. We'll see you after a while.
So now, please enjoy our performance called "Count on Me" by Bruno Mars. Enjoy.
Find yourself stuck in the middle of the sea, I'll sail the world to find you. If you ever find yourself lost in the dark and you can't see, I'll be the light to guide you. We find out what we're made of when we are called to help our friends in need. You can count on me like once
Yeah, welcome back, viewers. I mean, that was certainly quite a long break before around 20 minutes or so. But then we certainly would want to cover as much, plenty of content, like we have said earlier many times before. Now, what is after this, Ranga? What kind of interview we're gonna have after this?
Yeah, after this we have the interview with the experienced runners, marathon runners.
Yeah, marathon runners. Yeah, that's nothing to take for granted. Really, I think marathon is quite a hard race. Yeah, I would say 42.195 kilometers of non-stop running. I mean, how much have you ran so far, Ranga? I mean, have you tried running? How far did you actually try lasting running for?
Well, I haven't really tried marathon, but for running, I guess not really long. I guess 1 kilometer-ish.
1 kilometer.
It's not that far.
Well, my personal achievement. Okay, not to rub it on your face, Ranga. I have actually tried doing 21 kilometers before, and that surely ended quite some injuries. Actually, I remember so vividly of the experience that I had for the half marathons. Actually, it was quite a memorable memory, actually, for quite an experience that I had to go to 21 kilometers. But surely it wasn't too great of a memory. But yet again, I think we can get an experience out of it. Now, personally, I say that I don't join the 21 kilometers that often, just knowing that how much even already have enough strain for it. The quite stress for your body. Now, imagine you doing it twice that distance. Just imagine, Ranga.
I think that's just more challenged into it.
Yeah, certainly, of course. I think having someone else who is more experienced than us, I think that can surely give us, actually, some people who has never been into marathons or even run before, a bit of an insight to what running the full form of running can be like. It's not always actually no. Running is actually something that can be done so easily. Someone is it's very accessible to everyone. And I'm pretty sure the competitions for that is also quite abundant. I'm pretty sure in Indonesia there's also a lot of competitions as well, right? The races that I've joined quite a couple of races, not quite, a lot of races, many races for in the past, actually, maybe around 10 in 1 year, actually. But most of them are like around 5 to 10 kilometers, nothing like marathon, so it's quite insane, and also it's pretty it's pretty cool, actually. I would say it's very interesting to really hear it from athletes. I say athletes for certain. What are you most anticipated of, Ranga, out of this interview?
Well, I think that the interview will I really feel like it's gonna be able to answer some questions. If you would like to try marathon or just running in general, I guess it will easily help in possible tips on how to not sustain injuries or how to prepare on it. So I feel like
I think the number one source for injuries. Did you know that a percentage of runners actually pick out the wrong shoe size? Yeah, I think that is something that was pretty concerning, and I think a percentage is quite big as well. I think our viewers can really know on what shoes they can choose, that can suit them in longer distance, because like we said earlier, 42.195 kilometers, it's a pretty serious distance, Ranga. It really is, right? What is the most intense things, at least probably even most closest thing you can say? It's as much as 42 kilometers, would you say? At least the closest thing.
I guess it's the same weight as, I don't know, cycling, I guess. But
cycling. How far you cycle for?
I don't actually not sure though. I actually never actually check how far it is, but I feel like cycling is way easier than running, right?
Yeah, of course. Cycling, I would say it's somewhere between it depends on how you do it, actually. It can be quite a high impact exercise or low impact exercise, but certainly running is quite a quite a hefty exercise. I think it's not something easy for someone to pick up just right off the bat, isn't it? Yeah, so I think it's not only running that they can take benefit of. Just because they run marathon, and for anyone who doesn't have a plan to run marathons, or you already have a passion in sport, maybe you like, I don't know, cycling like you said before, swimming. I think running actually supplements in the sport specifically. So whether you're listening just for fun, I'm pretty sure anyone can. I think everyone can get at least something out of it. Not just for running, but in general. I think sports, the attitude towards sports, I think that is the most important part. That I would say that is something like a bit of a highlight in terms of what is to be expected in the interview later on. What else, Rango? What do you think you like most out of the interview that we did last time with Tante Henny and also Tante Justina?
Well, probably we also got them to like actually know that they don't literally have what's it called, a preparation meal like on their day.
Oh yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, and every time we see like athletes online, we keep seeing this promo video where they wake up 4 a.m. in the morning. You know, they sleep so early at night. You know, their food is so controlled. What you don't even have time to eat like your favorite burger, let's say go to McDonald's or anything like that, or fast food actually. But you know, after seeing that, you know, just because they're marathon runners, they're still human nonetheless. You know, they still need, you know, the desire. You know, you would desire to eat junk food or something like that. I'm pretty sure, you know, I think through their experiences, they might be able to share with everyone, especially, you know, with new runners actually coming to the club. I would say if you guys are interested in joining the track team, I say this is quite a very interesting segment that everyone can take interest of actually. Not only that, you know how to start running properly, or let's say start running, you know, I think it's just general. Starting running is something that is a bit daunting for everyone. Just considering that, you know, like I said before, it is quite a high impact exercise, right? So knowing how to do it right prevents us from getting injuries. I think that's something that I really learned so much from the interview so much. It really does still resonate within me up until now. Final thing, Ranga, what would you say think that the viewers can anticipate in terms of the interview later on?
Well, there's gonna be a lot of probably answers that towards the questions, possibly the one that you maybe have a question on related to running, or just probably like the sport in general, I guess, right?
What would be specifically, I guess, would you say?
I guess something like the probably how they can manage their time and
yeah, because I think most of us are like students, so I think we kind of have like school from morning to night. I think also not just students actually, a lot of you know, people who are workers, they work from morning to night and they don't really have the time for it. But in reality, actually, I think they told us that no matter how bad you don't have time schedule, you can make time for it, no matter how much you do it. As long as you know, I think what I remember was what's important is that you really have the commitment. I think that was the star highlight on what was the interview before, right? Yeah, it's very insightful actually. It really did you know, change. It just sparked something inside me like that. What about you, Ranga? What do you say about it in general? I would say.
Yeah, I feel like the main question probably like how am I supposed to like have the time to the running?
How long to do this and that?
To do this, yeah.
So without further ado, actually, you know, I think we've been commentating hard pretty long enough. I think I'm pretty sure you guys are in the edge of a seat to listen to the interview that we're gonna have after this. So yeah, stay tuned, and we're gonna be meeting you after this interview session. Yeah. Okay, we'll see you later. Welcome everyone to the Binus anniversary run. Today we are interviewing two runners that are runners with experiences in marathon. Today we have Tante Justine and Tante Henny to be interviewed. To start off this interview today, I would like to ask this very first question, a starter question. So with many marathon experiences on your belt, surely there are also a lot of experiences that you're willing to share with the audience today, right? And if you don't mind me asking, can you share your ups and downs within your experience of joining international marathon? Please.
Okay, so let me start. So yeah, basically, when you decide to join an international marathon, for sure you want to be kind of achieving something, right? So then you need to prepare. So the ups and downs actually, because I think I'm not an athlete for sure. So we call ourselves as recreational runners. So and also I have a day job. So then basically the ups and downs will be relating around how to juggle your time in between practicing and also in between your work and also your family. So I think, yeah, you need to be disciplined at first. So and sometimes also you feel kind of you don't feel like doing the practice, but then you have to do it. So I think I always keep one thing in mind on my purpose on why I do the marathon outside, because it gives me, I mean, it gives me the chance to kind of I can like do it for leisure, and then we can also see other countries. So yeah, then with that in mind, I think I will try to kind of discipline myself and juggle between all of things that I have to do in between practicing for the running itself and my work and also the family.
I see. What about you, Tante Henny?
Oke, sebenarnya sama aja sama Justina, which is kita harus bisa juga bagi waktu antara family, terus belum istirahat segala macam. Tapi waktu kita do the marathon, lagi lari di marathon, kilometer 35 itu ada something yang bikin kita down, which is tiba-tiba kita kayaknya sadar, kenapa ya aku sampai lari begini jauhnya, kan aku punya mobil gitu. Nah, itu tahap-tahap yang bikin kita down. Tapi yang bikin kita up adalah waktu kita nginjek finish line dan ngambil medali. Itu something yang achievement-nya kayaknya, kayaknya puas banget dah.
Okay, then for the second question, having the experience of joining marathons around the world, is it true that each place you run has a distinct challenge in the course? And with that taken into account, what can you say about the difference of experience running at each of the locations of the marathon races that you have already experienced so far?
Okay, so yeah, its course will be different. Like my first marathon, I did it in Standard Chartered Hong Kong Marathon. So actually, the course is kind of hilly, so it's up and down between the bridge and also the tunnel. So in that case, then we need to prepare also. I mean, we need to know what the course will be look like. So then we also prepare, like if let's say the course is also hilly, then I will need to also practice on the hilly road as well. Then other things, I think maybe you also have heard about World Marathon Major. So that's, I think, what most of people are aiming, right? And it's give you different experience because it's like the world class is definitely different with the local marathon that we are in, because it has the hype is even more. I mean, along the streets from the start till the finish line, you can see everyone will cheer up on you. So it's kind of give you the excitement, and then you would want to really finish it well.
Oke. First marathon,
Yep.
Itu di Berlin, which is itu kurang lebih sama kayak yang Justin ngomong. Jadi memang itu cheeringnya memang bikin kita semangat gitu ya. Berbeda banget waktu second marathon. Second marathon di Pokariran, Bandung. Jalanan nggak steril, which is itu terutama yang akhir-akhirnya kita udah diklaksonin sama angkot, sama motor. Ya, you know how it feel. Terus belum ya ada yang teriak-teriak kenapa begini, kenapa harus diblok jalanannya. Itu something yang kayaknya bikin stres, lebih stres lah. Itu beda jadinya beda, feelingnya beda. Cuman mungkin gara-gara itu juga sih, malahan jadinya maraton kedua PB. Personal best di maraton kedua. Mungkin gara-gara dikejar-kejar angkot juga. Which is itu ya feeling good juga sih. Begitu dapat medali, dapat kayaknya lebih cepat juga ya, dapat PB itu something achievement.
I see. Let's say for the marathons that you compare, let's say the first ever international marathon that you joined and the second marathon that you joined, what do you feel like it's much more different than each other? I'm pretty sure like the first time experience for everyone is pretty exciting. What about joining it the second time? What goes through your head when you start on that the start point actually, and when you cross the finish line as well? Of course, we all have different experience, but of course, I haven't really reached marathon. But let's just say for the both of you who have done marathon, how do you guys feel comparing the first and your most recent as of now?
Okay, so the second one I joined was Tokyo Marathon. It was one of the World Marathon Major, so surely it gives me different experience. And so I think Tokyo has been something special for me because I lived there for 1.5 years in the past. So it's kind of different excitement because it's kind of the place that I knew. And then also I think I practice better also. So during the first one, it's like more like a trial, right? So you don't know what's gonna happen on the 42 kilometers, right? But then for the second one, I already also joined the running club. Then I practice better, so I prepare better. So I also got my personal best for the second marathon. And yeah, I think so actually it depends on your purpose also, right? Whether you would like to do it just for fun, so then you don't care about the timing, right? As long as you cross the finish line within the within the duration allowed. But then I think for me, it's also give me some sort of a challenge that I have to do better than previous one. So yeah, I did the practice better. So then basically I got my personal best also on the second one. So yeah, I think for me it's kind of I have to progress in every time that I join for the marathon.
Apa yuk
Ya.
tante nih?
Kurang lebih sama, karena runners kayaknya kurang lebih sama ya. Cuman bedanya antara yang pertama sama yang kedua, kalau yang pertama kita kayaknya masih bingung. Apakah benar nih trainingnya udah benar kayak gini atau gimana? Terus waktu hari H-nya apakah benar harus begini? Kita masih meraba-raba. Tapi kalau begitu yang kedua, we know apa yang akan terjadi gitu. Di jalanan tuh apa sih? Oh, apa sih rasanya di tengah-tengah gitu. Dan kita udah bisa lebih prepare dibanding yang pertama. Jadi kayaknya lebih preparationnya lebih oke lah dibanding yang pertama gitu.
Oh, I see. All right. You previously mentioned that you've already run in Berlin Marathon as well and Tokyo Marathon as well, right? These two countries have winter in their session, right? Season, sorry if I'm mistaken. So if you actually run in during winter, what do you think is the most difference, the most different experience, can you say, comparing to running, let's say, in Indonesia, where every year is just tropical, is it just warm all throughout? So let's say we compare winter and let's say running in Indonesia, where everything is warm. What do you guys say is like the most different experience out of it? Maybe in terms of like temperature, of course.
Well, actually, for me, I enjoy running in the winter more rather than tropical season like Indonesia. So that's why I think out of 4 marathon that I have joined so far, I only did once in Indonesia, which is at that time also I did it also because it was my 42 years old birthday.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't think I would want to do it again because it's just too hot for me. So I can't stand that because during the winter actually though it's cold, right, but then you can just layer yourself with more clothes, right, and the cold weather is kind of give you apa ya, maybe I just do it in mix with bahasa Indonesia, nggak terlalu berasa gitu di sisi bahwa kakinya capek ataupun pegel itu nggak terlalu berasa. So 21 kilometers like just gone by. So then after that, of course, after 30 kilometers, it will be quite struggling. But then actually the cold weather really helps. That's for me. But it depends also. Some of my friends actually prefers like tropical weather. But for me, I think cold weather it's much helpful for me.
Nah, kalau aku nggak pernah winter ya. Jadi terakhir yang di Berlin itu musimnya autumn. Itu dibilang dingin nggak dingin, udaranya dingin, tapi tetap sih ada matahari kayak gitu. Itu pas banget sih buat lari. Jadi nggak kerasa capek, emang sama sih nggak kerasa capek gitu. Jadi ya kecuali sampai kilometer 35 ya, baru tiba-tiba kepikir lagi ngapain ya ini. Tapi tetap untuk yang sampai 30 tuh enak banget. Keringat juga kayaknya nggak terlalu separah kalau lari di Indonesia ya. Panas bener.
I see. So with like these marathons, actually, you guys already experienced. Of course, there are a lot of things that people can achieve by their experience in running for years. Like, for example, getting into a podium. Maybe if you guys ever made it into the podium before, or maybe even maybe I see. Maybe for some professional is breaking world records. So with that, I would like to ask you, what do you think is your most dignified and greatest achievement in your entire experience of doing the sport? And what does that mean for you?
Okay. I had a podium once in running for the master category. So ketahuan ya umurnya.
Ketahuan umurnya.
Udah tua gitu ya.
Tapi tetap podium.
In the 2 times you half marathon. Tahun berapa ya waktu itu ya? 2017 ya. No, 16 ya, 2016. Yeah. So yes, I actually aside from running, I also do triathlon. So I had one podium also when doing Bintan half Ironman. So, but actually the purpose is not that. I mean, I still call myself as recreational runners. So then actually my purpose is lebih ke arah, yeah, I just want to be healthy until sampai tua gitu ya. Artinya I just want to be fit. So I think the achievement is not because of the podium, but I think the fact that I can still do such sports terus juga apa ya, the camaraderie with my friends and all those kind of things. I think that would be the biggest motivation rather than the real achievement like all those podium. I think it's just a bonus.
Ya, sebenarnya long term-nya ya sama sih untuk kesehatannya. Ya, mungkin ini kan olahraga biar lebih sehat juga gitu. Tapi kalau in short term-nya sebenarnya waktu kita lari barengnya itu, lari bareng itu kayaknya lebih menyenangkan gitu. Apalagi kalau sama teman-teman yang satu geng kayak gitu, kayaknya lebih menyenangkan kayak gitu. Itu sebenarnya ya something yang lebih ke fun ya, bukan something yang dipikir, oh aku harus naik podium. Enggak. Sebenarnya podium benar, itu cuman bonus. Cuman something yang bikin kita happy, fun kayak gitu. Itu lebih ke sana sih. Mm-mm.
Okay then. So runners often misjudge the sheer load that they have to bear in preparations for the first marathon, and more often that they overlook the smallest preparation in tackling these obstacles. And like as a result, individuals who are not prepared uh, for the marathon often suffer like sustained injuries in their calving of the thighs, nipple areas, or under the armpit and other parts. And however, like over time, they don't come in price that I mean like uh they would like to like is there like a type of like clothes that you prefer to choose while running
Yeah, basically, it's essentially like a quick fix to the problem before. Yeah. Around
Okay. Well, I think marathon is really a serious distance gitu ya. Jadi you have to prepare. At first you have to prepare. You have to practice. You have to know your body juga, in the sense that maybe marathon is not for everyone. So I think basically you need to start not just to, maksudnya jangan overdo it juga gitu ya. Jadi maksudnya
Overtrain juga jangan.
we need to start small. For example, maybe starting from 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and then half, then marathon. And in terms of the preparations, like how you avoid yourself from injury, of course, practice. And it's the practice itself is not only about the running also, right? I mean, there are three important components whereby you have to practice. The other one is you have to have enough rest. And then the other one is also you need to have also a good meal. I mean, maybe that's can be a challenging part, right? Because I mean, yes, obviously we are not athlete again, but then at least you need to ya lebih jaga makanan juga sih, in the sense that you need to have a good food come into your body, so then you can also have more like more strength. Dan juga jangan lupa misalnya setelah latihan ada stretching, dan juga perlu strength training juga gitu, karena obviously if you only do the running, then it will obviously injure your muscles, right? So then you need to do any other things also just to supplement that. But if you just concentrate on the 5 kilometer just for leisure, maybe you can just do it for fun. But then if you maybe even for 5 kilometers, if you would like to, for example, like have 20 minutes, you can finish 5 kilometers, then obviously you need to train. So it depends on your choice actually.
I see. Like I said before, usually like a quick fix to like a small problems like chafings on your armpits, thighs, or usually nipple area. I actually experienced it before, usually on the the thigh areas, especially. Now, usually people would suggest to you like, oh, buy more expensive clothings and the one that is more suitable for that kind of distance. So I would like to ask the both of you, do you perhaps have any suggestion when it comes to choosing these kinds of running wear, depending on the type of distance, like the 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, even up until marathon, maybe even like you said, triathlons, perhaps even ultra marathons if you guys ever actually experienced it before, or at least you know about it.
Yeah, I think it's about trial and error karena it's not one size fits all ya. Maksudnya ada beberapa, well, you can maybe discuss with other fellow runners on what they wear, and then we can actually try. But it's a series of trial and error, I would say. But for marathon, I think I would advise not to use a new things on the marathon itself. So you have to try it at least maybe 2 or 3 times before. Then you will know actually what will be comfortable for you. And also when you go for a marathon in the other countries whereby the weather is much different from the country that we live in, then you will need to try also. Maybe you can come like 2 or 3 days before, and then you do the running also like a few days before the so you can actually feel the weather, and you know whether you need to wear more clothes, or actually you can bear the weather after you run for a while. So it depends.
I
Yeah.
see.
But I think if let's say you are prone to chafing, for example, then there's like cream or something that you can actually put there. Yeah. So yeah, kayak lotion gitu kan, you can put it there, or even if let's say you're kayak misalnya kena gesekan atau apa gitu, like man runners for example, bisa juga pakai plaster gitu kan on the nipples and things like that. Jadi kayak lebih ke trial and error sih. Obviously, well, sometimes I think price has really kind of matters ya. I mean, they have maybe better quality, but I think it depends also. I mean, it's not that you have to buy the most expensive one, right? But then you can try whichever that will fits you.
Nah, cuman mau nambahin aja mungkin selainnya baju atau celana, waktu maraton itu termasuk sepatu ya. Sepatu atau socks jangan pakai yang baru. Karena itu something yang harus di-prepare dulu, mungkin ya beberapa kali lari, lihat dulu ini sebenarnya cocok nggak sama kaki. Kalau misalnya misalnya Justin pakai Nike misalnya ya, kita ngomong salah satu merek Nike, oh mungkin aku nggak cocok dengan Nike, aku harus yang lain. Tapi aku mau coba dulu nih, bisa nggak Nike? Oh ternyata nggak enak. Pokoknya jangan pakai yang baru dulu, pakai yang biasa kita pakai untuk latihan.
I see.
Mm-mm.
So, like as you mentioned before, you would prefer using the things that you've already been using from the past, is it? So that during the D-Day you don't buy anything new, and also like for the things that you should really accommodate for yourself. Now, in regards to like accommodating for yourself, obviously people like, especially for beginners, they wouldn't be able to know, especially they don't want to really go off their budget. Is that correct, right? So, do you have any simple rule of thumb that you can detect like whether these materials actually running worthy for certain distances or not? Do you have any suggestions on that or any comments regarding the materials, like can clearly distinguish between both of them?
Well, for me, I think I have some preference in terms of the brand, right? Then, yeah, usually, unfortunately, I think here, like in most of the races here, I think the jerseys given from the race usually not in a very good quality. So I usually don't wear the free jersey that is given from the race pack, right? So I just use my own. So there are certain brands that I would prefer. But then, I mean, how to distinguish that? It's mostly, I think, maybe in the past when I just started running for maybe 5 kilometers, just whatever I can find in the shop, the common one, right? But then along the way, then maybe you can feel it, right? Along the way, you can actually choose which one is better and all those kind of things. So I think it's a matter of, yeah, it's again, it's trial and error, and maybe you can discuss also with your fellow runners on, yeah. I think you can look around.
I see. So aside from using the best quality clothing out there, of course, you know uh you know preparation is very important, right? Maybe aside from just the clothing. Now, specifically on the day of the race, every one of us, of course, wants to perform at our best. Of course, we want to get our personal best, maybe at that very event, whatever it might be. But unfortunately, sometimes that those kind of things are just completely unattainable. Specifically me, I had an experience in 10 kilometer and ending up getting a really bad stomach ache just because I had a terrible meal just before that. But that is really just an example of my bad preparation, to be honest with you. So I was wondering, in terms of preparation, what can runners do from even months, weeks, or days prior to their races to have the best possible chance in performing at their best on the very day of when they compete? It doesn't necessarily be meals, but maybe in general, what can you say about the preparation, even from a long term?
Okay. So preparation is definitely key ya. Terus misalnya untuk marathon, you cannot just prepare it like for a few weeks. It maybe needs like months, even maybe 6 months, 5 months, or even more than that. I mean, you have to maintain juga kan ya. Jadi maksudnya kalau marathon, at least for me, maybe I prepare for at least 5 months. Yeah,
Me
around
too.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
around 5
5
months.
months. 6
And
months.
yeah, and also you have to ensure that you have a good rest also, which sometimes it's difficult, of course, because we have some other things to do. But yeah, again, just need to discipline yourself on that. In terms of meals, also, yeah, try to not to like take too much of like fried meals, yeah, those kind of
Yeah.
things.
Fried meat and junk food. Yeah.
Junk food. So
The
because
big no-no,
yeah,
junk
I think you need to really ya karena I think apa ya to have a good outcome you have to really prepare even until what you eat, right? And also that you need to have a good rest also. Yeah. Kalau untuk I think on the morning when you do the race, like you mentioned, you have a stomach ache. Then that's also a series of trial and error actually. Karena kan kalau misalnya kita latihan marathon, obviously we will have also a kind of a long run practice, like at least 30 kilometers. So that's what the time when you try actually. So what kind of meals that is suitable for you in the morning? For example, for me, I usually take maybe pisang and then drink some hot tea. And maybe you need to wake up really early, right? Because then you need to also like go to the toilet first and all those kind of things. So yeah, I think it's a series of trial and error because there's no one size fits all. Some other friends maybe can eat even maybe rice or something, but for me I cannot take kind of a full meal in the morning, in early in the morning, right? So maybe yeah, pisang atau protein bar or energy bar, things like that.
Like me, I cannot take banana.
Different.
Nggak bisa
I
makan
see.
pisang. Makan pisang sakit perut.
I see. I would like to bring up the question before actually. What can you say like the difference between the preparation, let's say months, let's say 6 months before, or maybe 1 month before, 1 week before? What can you say is the difference between these these durations before the actual race? What can you say it's the difference between what do you do specifically personally actually?
Yeah, so it's like a journey, right? I mean, you will have whether you have a coach or not, but you may want to create the program. So it has to be gradually increase kan, maksudnya nggak begitu dari awal langsung latihan tiap minggu 30 kilo misalnya, nggak juga. By that nanti akan overtrain gitu. Jadi we just go gradually gitu kan ya. Mungkin dari awalnya maybe every week 10 kilometers and then you need to combine juga dengan like speed training, strength training. Then along the way closer to the date, ya of course biasanya jaraknya akan makin naik gitu. And then 2 weeks before, usually it's slow down again because you need to do tapering. We call it tapering. Jadi then we need just to trust whatever the training that we have done for months. Then for that 2 weeks, it's not that we not doing anything, but ya kita terus tetap latihan tapi intensitinya udah dikurangin gitu. Jadi misalnya just maintain like 10 to 15 kilometers every time you run, or maybe do the speed training but not so much. Jadi 2 minggu itu ya istilahnya tapering lah ya. It's already the preparations for the D-Day.
Same.
I see. Okay. Go on.
Same coach.
Yeah.
We used to.
Yeah.
So people these days have very tight schedules, whether it is like from working or morning to night. And so we would like to like know how you can manage this time wisely from your work and what's it called, from the work and the sport that you the running practice.
For me, I'm obviously a morning person. Jadi biasanya ya I do it early in the morning. Kayak misalnya kalau weekdays gitu ya, so I start at 6 a.m. udah pergi ke track gitu ya, and then abis itu ya mandi dan langsung ke kantor. Lebih ke kayak gitu sih. Jadi kayak seminggu 2 atau 3 kali I will go to the track. And then long run itu obviously hanya bisa di weekend gitu ya, karena we have longer time. But for weekdays, that would be my typical schedule. Jadi kayak mulai jam 6 pagi itu udah di lapangan gitu ya. Jadi lapangan latihan paling sejam, mandi ke kantor, ya udah. Kayak gitu sih.
Nah, tapi kalau long run biasanya lebih pagi ya kita mulainya ya. Jam 5 udah mulai lari. Jadi biar nggak, kan long run ya, kadang-kadang kan kayak hari ini kan 21K kayak gitu, biar nggak terlalu panas, nggak terlalu gosong gimana, jadi maunya lebih cepat juga. Jadi biasanya jam 5 udah mulai, kayak hari ini mulai jam 5, beres udah jam 7-an udah beres kayak gitu.
I see. So like let's say I don't think all of us has that much of like free time after all, is it? Some of us might actually have to school from morning to night, and some of us might want to have to work from morning to night as well. And maybe the only time we have where we are able to do it maybe at night or maybe early in the morning. So generally, from my personal experience, I would have it only 30 minutes 2 to 3 times a week, and I don't think I have any fancy way of training. But for like for a general person, I think they fall under my category where we kind of just not have that much time. So based on what I explained earlier, do you think that anyone using my way of like at least like 30 minutes 2 times 3 times a week can see major or at least any improvements in their marathons or some specifically any of their races later on when they compete?
Well, I think for competitions it will be hard. Yeah, the
Yeah,
competition
within
is, yeah, it's really. I mean, you need to have more time to do that. Even I think even for marathon, I think you need to do more. So yeah, I think it will be back to your purpose then. I mean, if you are really seriously would like to do marathon, then you have to make the time. So it's a matter of choice, right? Yes, I mean, if we think about it, we always say that we don't have time, but I think we just have to make time because I mean, from my experience, well, I work also, but we still can make time, right? Then there will be a lot of trades off, for sure. I mean, like maybe your sleep time, then maybe you cannot, maybe for you at your age, maybe you cannot just play game until late at night. So it's a matter of choice.
Okay, so barefoot running has been increasingly popular this last decade. Despite not having the amount of attention as carbon fiber plates, do people really need to bother getting the overtop and high-end level shoes that are for far in terms in safety and convenience? And if so, like what features does these shoes need to have?
Well, honest opinion, buat aku sih enggak ya. Karena gini, all the carbon plates actually is designed for athlete. That's from my view ya. I can be wrong. And also the athlete will run like really fast, like pace two, for example, like
Yeah.
for the world record holder, right? So it's actually prepared for them. Whereas for us as a recreational runner, if we don't run that fast, actually it even can cause an injury because karena kan sebenarnya dengan plate itu it's kind of apa ya, push you to move forward, whereby maybe your muscles are not ready.
Yeah.
Jadi sebenarnya nggak selalu sih kita harus, well, it helps according to my friends who also run quite fast, like pace 3.5 or pace 4. It does help because kayaknya itu lebih apa ya, saving your energy so then you can actually move faster. But then you have to prepare your muscle also. Maybe on during the running you don't feel it, but then after that you can be injured karena the muscles like push to work harder gitu.
Iya sih. Banyak juga yang ngomong suruh, oh pakai ini, pakai itu. Jangan deh. Bukan jangan, tapi dicoba dulu itu bisa nggak cocok
Yeah,
nggak
you
dengan
have to
kaki.
try cocok atau enggak
Iya.
gitu. Karena ya itu, emang it helps all the
Before
technology
racing ya,
obviously
before racing.
ya maksudnya all the technology will obviously help gitu. Tapi whether it's suit for us or not gitu kan, belum tentu gitu. Karena misalnya gini, say maybe our average maybe we run at pace 6 or maybe 7 or 5.5 gitu ya. Sementara itu sepatu memang untuk profesional atlet gitu ya. Jadi ya it's much different aja sih. Maksudnya we don't need to go up to that level. Tapi ya kalau memang mau dicoba ya it's okay. If you have the money to buy it, it's fine gitu kan ya. Tapi ya.
Yeah. Right. So for this one, when people hear about their preparation for competition, the first thing that usually comes to their mind is like, oh, training for even 6 months before. I have to shift programs and all that, getting a coach. But sometimes we kind of just take a blind eye to the kinds of food that we ate. And as you mentioned before, we try to just to reduce the amount of fried foods and also monitor the kind of foods that we take in, right? But in your personally, do you guys have any specific meal preparations or preferences when preparing for a competition? Maybe a certain duration before or anywhere in general?
Well, I'm not that serious sih. Cuman ya yang yang berusaha di avoid maybe ya kayak gorengan. Yang obvious lah, yang obvious memang will not do any good gitu ya. We try to avoid. Tapi in general sih I just eat normal meals, but maybe take like for example if after a long run and I will try to take more protein to recover the muscles gitu ya. Before the long run itself, I will try to take more carbo because I will need it to fuel the run. So ya lebih ke arah situ sih.
Ya. Kalau buat aku biasanya 1 month before FM cemilannya ganti semuanya dari kriuk-kriuk jadi ubi, ubi sama telur rebus, ubi telur rebus. Dan 2 week before ini ya, before racing nggak ngopi. Udah tahu. 2 weeks before itu nggak ngopi, sama sekali nggak ngopi. Karena itu
Itu
buat
depends sih, karena gini, biasanya kan kita kalau udah maraton pasti we take the energy gels gitu ya to support us during the 42 kilometers because nggak mungkin kita nggak ada intake apapun gitu. Nah, mostly what will boost up the energy kan ada kafeinnya gitu. Jadi kayaknya lebih 2 minggu nggak ngopi itu lebih kayak untuk supaya kita nggak get used to the caffeine. Dan waktu kita maraton gitu dan minum itu jadi nggak ada efeknya, lebih ke arah situ sih. Tapi ya itu juga again cocok-cocokan. That's why I think during the duration of your trainings, then you need to try different things juga sih, especially for marathon. Karena kalau menurut aku marathon is really serious thing. Mungkin until half ya masih oke lah gitu ya kan, masih bisa dinikmati lah gitu ya. Lari jalan ya udahlah gitu kan 21 km. Mungkin untuk orang yang udah biasa lari ya pokoknya kita akan nyampe lah gitu. Tapi kalau marathon without preparation is going to be really suffering sih.
Okay, so it is impressive how despite you don't have any meal preparations, you can still like have like a travel run in a great distance. So what are your meals in your day-to-day basis, if I could ask?
Di luar race gitu ya, maksudnya
Day-to-day basis.
ya day-to-day basis ya biasa sih nasi protein sayur gitu ya, like the daily food that we eat. Di Indonesia nggak ada yang spesial sih.
I see. Right. So I think bringing out of the topic of food, I will just bring it to another topic actually. So, actually, from my personal experience, I was actually told by people in the past, such as like my grandparents, that they already reached an age where they couldn't get physically stronger or get into simply running. And the reason why they do that, they tell me this, is because they haven't done it sooner, or maybe when they were younger. So when I specifically asked them if they were willing to do exercise or at least walk with me sometimes, they sometimes say that I don't, my age is not enough for that. Generally I think that's pretty common for sometimes when we reach a certain age, right? So it's quite undeniable. Of course, when you age, your strength, of course, your endurance for running is going to be significantly decreased. I mean, that's just how we biologically work. Is that correct? Yeah. So, for instance, like people who starts running in their 50s might not see even that much significant improvements like people who are in their 20s or simply like teenagers, like both of us. So, but in your opinion, do you believe that age is like a limiting factor to simply just start running? So just starting to run, just simply starting to run, not to overachieve anything. If so or not, why do you think that it is?
Well, I don't think so. I think even for myself, I start running quite late, probably already in above 30s. So I don't think it's limiting. I mean, even if you would like a lot of also, I think our friends started running even in their 50s. But I think you need to start slow. You need to know your body, and also probably semakin tua of course. I think we need to do other than running juga gitu kan ya. Jadi lebih ke banyak teori yang bilang bahwa kalau makin tua kita perlu strength trainingnya yang lebih, karena muscle yang perlu ditingkatin gitu kan, karena along we age then the muscle will reduce. Jadi muscle-nya juga perlu ini, mungkin kita nggak bisa gitu kayak misalnya lari terus-terusan gitu ya, jadi harus di-combine sih.
I see. What about you, Tante Hen?
Sebenarnya sama, cuman mungkin kalau untuk yang ini ya, mungkin yang udah agak telat mulai itu ya untuk recovery-nya biasanya tuh lebih lama. Mungkin kalau misalnya umurnya masih muda-muda, hari ini long run, besok lari lagi, itu nggak ada masalah. Tapi kalau misalnya udah agak sedikit berumur, hari ini long run, besok suruh long run, itu bisa injured. Yang pasti itu bisa masalah dengan ototnya. Jadi memang harus kita boleh olahraga, mulai ya lumayan berumur, mulai lari itu nggak ada masalah. Cuman kita harus tahu juga badan kita tuh gimana. Jadi jangan terlalu di-push gitu. Kalau misalnya terlalu di-push, nanti malahan jadinya ya ada injured lah atau ada masalah yang lain.
I see. What do you think is like your number one tip to start running specifically for someone that are in their 50s or someone reaching their older age? I think you've already mentioned a lot, but what can you give a general tip of to these people specifically? I'm pretty sure they're willing to know, like my grandparents themselves.
Well, first maybe you need to like it. I mean, it's not olahraga nggak cuma lari gitu ya. Maybe you need to find something that you like. And then the next thing ya enjoy the process. Everything is all about the process. Nah mungkin hari ini baru bisa lari 1 kilo, terus besok bisa lari 10 kilo gitu kan ya. So you have to just enjoy the process. It's not apply only for old ages gitu ya, tapi juga untuk kalian gitu kan. Maksudnya just don't follow others hanya misalnya karena orang lain udah bisa sampai maraton gitu, then we have to do it. No gitu. First you have to like it, and then the second one ya just enjoy the process. Make it your fun journey gitu ya. Maksudnya kalau memang sekarang baru sampai half, then next you would like to do marathon, then just enjoy the process. Itu sih kalau menurut aku ya. Jadi dan nggak usah terlalu pressure gitu bahwa kalau dia maraton, gue juga harus maraton gitu kan ya. It's not like that gitu. So it depends on your goal actually. Unless you are an athlete, of course you would like to kind of become faster, longer distance or thing like that. Tapi kalau misalnya memang kita hanya recreational athlete sih ya, ya just enjoy.
Mungkin bisa ditambahin untuk yang orang-orang yang udah berumur gitu ya, jangan terlalu nge-push juga. Yang penting ada komitmen dulu deh. Misalnya hari ini jalan dulu, terus lama-lama jalan cepat, terus lari dikit kayak gitu. Jangan yang tiba-tiba lari push gitu, wah itu bahaya buat ototnya segala macamnya kayak gitu. Tapi ada komitmen, jadinya jangan baru jalan nih hari ini 1 kilo, pegel nggak mau lagi. Nah itu malahan jadi nggak bisa lagi gitu. Terus untuk yang muda-muda juga sama ya, jangan sekaligus langsung langsung full maraton. Jangan, harus jalanin juga itu step by step, jangan sekaligus.
Mungkin kalau mau nambahin juga one thing yang mungkin bagus juga sekarang kan sebenarnya udah banyak ya, kayak misalnya coach gitu kan udah banyak gitu. It's good to get one sih actually. One is to motivate you, one is to give you the right program. Karena banyak banget gitu ya teman-teman kita gitu ya yang sekarang tuh benar-benar kencang-kencang gitu. Mungkin kayak dulu waktu aku baru mulai gitu ya, nggak imagine orang itu misalnya maraton 4 gitu, misalnya 3 jam sekian. Sekarang tuh udah banyak banget. Mungkin kalau dari sisi aku malah aku nggak nyampe juga gitu ke situ gitu ya, karena memang nggak purpose-nya nggak ke arah situ gitu. Banyak
ke sana.
Dan semua mulainya udah di atas 40 gitu ya. Jadi sebenarnya bisa dengan latihan yang benar, dengan latihan yang tepat ya sebenarnya bisa. So maybe ya get a coach juga if you need it. Tapi kalau memang maunya cuman ya maksudnya sekadar sehat dan segala macam, but I think at least maybe read reference or something like that just to know whether you do it right or not gitu kan ya. Karena as you age kan mungkin ada injury ini, ada kelemahan di mana-mana gitu. Jadi ya at least you know lah the boundaries, you know what to do gitu kan. Jadi nggak nggak all over the place lah gitu. At least you do something that you know at the end will be good, but during the process also juga akan enjoy dan juga do it the right way gitu. Jadi nggak yang cuman kayak karena peer pressure or anything like that. Tapi kalau aku bilang sih getting a coach is maybe a good one sih.
Alright, so with all that being said, is there any final brief tips for runners in general?
Ya, I think in general itu jangan peer pressure gitu. I think karena banyak banget sih memang. I think in any kind lah ya, mau itu sekolah, mau itu running for fun gitu ya, pasti ada aja gitu peer pressure. Kayaknya kita ngelihat kok dia bisa gini kita enggak ya gitu ya. Ya, I think make that as your motivation, tapi jangan jadi pressure gitu.
Harus enjoy jadinya.
Okay, so thank you, Tante Henny and Tante Justina, for the time that you already have.
It's a privilege. Yeah, it's a privilege and honor to interview the
Thank you
both
for
of you.
having us.
Really, we would have not really thought about the things in marathons like we have now. I'm pretty sure a lot of our audience have probably are willing to try marathons and such like that. Do you have any final messages, maybe like for our audience who really wants to try marathon, but then they had never really, you know, ever have the thought or at least have the chance of hearing from someone else? Do you have any final messages for the ones who wants to try specifically marathon? Obviously, marathon is one of the hardest races. Wouldn't you agree so as well? So yeah, some of them maybe just running 5, 10, but specifically marathons. What can you say about the ones that want to achieve this distance?
Well, if you really want to achieve that, it's really do it, but then do it with good preparation. Karena I think it's a serious distance, so you have to prepare. I think you have to be committed, gitu ya. Then enjoy the process, and then after that, I think enjoy your achievement after you do the marathon.
Let's see. What about you, Tante?
Selalu pokoknya ada step by step. Jangan yang tadi aku ngomong, jangan tiba-tiba dari 5 udah mau langsung 21. Ya udah 5 dulu, 10, 21. Kan lama-lama juga kayaknya kita enjoy. Nah, begitu udah enjoy, itu udah lain cerita. Keterusan.
Yeah.
Itu keterusan itu.
I see. All right, that will conclude our interview for today. Like I said before, it is an honor. Tante Henny and Tante Justina, it's really an honor. My name is Darren, and yep. And this will be our interview section for this live stream. We hope you stay tuned because we will still have other contents for this live stream. And for the meantime, this is where we sign off. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that was a really interesting interview.
Very insightful.
Very
I would say.
insightful.
Yeah. So what do we have after this, Ranga? I think we still have several other contents. Maybe we can list down the things that we can have in the rundown. Actually, what do we have after this?
So right after this, we're going to be having a short warm-up video. So for those who wants to do a warm-up, just a really short warm-up.
Yeah. I think warming up is something that is quite important actually.
Yeah.
Because I would say that quite a lot of injuries happen because you guys don't warm up and we start off too early. And I think everyone can actually benefit from the warm-up after this.
Yeah.
Actually, especially if someone who hasn't run for the event just yet, right? Well, what can you say actually for the reminders actually?
Yeah, so for those who have not submitted the 3-kilometer run, you could do it as soon as possible, latest by today, right?
Yeah, by today.
By midnight. So yeah, please do that as soon as possible so you could get the medal. As well as the raffle contest for those who would like to participate in the raffle contest to win our very own official Binus Track Team jersey. To please do take a picture of the best running photo during the event and tag at Binus_Track Team with #BTTRun and to send it as soon as possible before 6 p.m. today. And so right after the warm-up today, we're going to be having our very own podcast. So do stick
podcast. I think that's something that I'm even anticipating for myself. Like I've been saying a couple times there before, isn't it? What do you say you want to really? I think some of the viewers, I think they can anticipate for in the podcast after this. What can they anticipate for in terms of the podcast we're gonna have?
Well, in the podcast itself, we're going to be talking about things that are related to mainly like the transition between online and offline as the main first topic. Meanwhile, the other topics are ranging from probably future club projection, and I guess if you would like to join a club, what it will feel like.
Yeah, but I think the most the spotlight of that exact event, the highlight of that event is actually the fact that we're doing it offline. Actually, we're actually meeting in person. So instead of doing it online like we did for the past 2 years or so, we're actually meeting up in person and we're able to have the podcast. I think it's quite a miracle that we are able to do this, especially in such a tight time. Of course, we still have the protocols assured, of course. And I think because of that, I think we were able to talk in person and actually meet up in person. yeah, maybe it's like that. What is our last agenda for after the podcast?
Yeah, right after the podcast, we're going to be having the Binus torchbearer debate.
Yeah, the torchbearer debate. Yeah, that's something that I think you guys want to look forward to because I think there are some insights that you probably would have not thought of about it. And I think that is something that everyone can take part of and to enjoy actually. Because I think there are some things that you might think it's a yes, directly obviously a yes, but then you never know that something is actually a con or I think there's pros and cons for everything.
Yep.
So I think especially for a controversial topic like that, we're gonna have for a debate club, the debating. I think that will be quite a video actually, quite a debate video. Yeah. What do we have for our final agenda for this live stream today?
Yes, what I said earlier, we're going to be having the raffle contest after this event ends, and so as I will repeat that, to be eligible in the raffle contest, you must post your best running photo during the event and tag at Binus_Track Team with #BTTRun. And yeah, so right after this, we're going to be having the warm-up video. So find yourself some empty
some empty space because you can just follow the tutorial we're gonna be showing after this. And then, don't forget to submit your runs. And we'll be seeing you shortly after the warm-up and the break. Yeah, okay. We'll see you later on. We will begin the warm-up with alternating arm raise. Repeat this motion until the set is complete. Next will be followed by the lateral arm swings. Stretch your arms horizontally to the sides. Cross your arms at the front and then quickly bring them back as far as you can. Repeat this back and forth movement until the set is complete. Next, we will do the hip circles. Bend the knees slightly and place your hands on the hips. Slowly rotate your hips, making big circles. Complete a set in one direction and then switch the opposite direction. The next movement will be squats. Stand up with your feet shoulder width apart. Bend your knees, press your hips back, and stop the movement once the hip joint is slightly lower than the knees. Press your heels into the floor to return to the initial position. Repeat until the set is complete. Next will be the heel taps. Start by laterally raising the calves on one side of the leg, then tap the heel of the foot with your hands. Repeat this motion with the opposite side of the leg until the set is complete. Next, we will continue with the slow high knees. Stand straight with your feet shoulder width apart. Face forward and open your chest. Bring your knees up to waist level and then slowly land on the balls of your feet. Repeat until the set is complete. Next will be standing elbow to knee. Twist your hips and raise your knees above hip level. Reach to your knees with your elbow and alternate sides. Proceed this motion until the set is complete. This will be continued by the standing toe touches. Stand with your feet at hip width apart. Keep the back straight and arms in front of you, and parallel to the floor. Kick one straight leg up toward the hand, and then switch to the opposite side. We will continue with the butt kicks. Stand tall with your feet shoulder width apart and face forward. Start kicking your feet up until the heels touch the glutes and pump your arms at the same time. Repeat until set is complete. It is then continued with high knees. Like the slow high knees, raise both of your knees up high and spontaneously alternate between the legs. Continue this for the entire set.
Right, so welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are getting a bit more
Yeah,
energized from the
we're-
warm-up.
yeah. Exactly. I think you guys can, if you guys actually ran before, actually, you
Yeah.
can enjoy, your break after this, exactly, with our next segment. What is it, Ranga? What is our next segment after this?
Yeah, we're going to have a podcast after this, and it's pretty long. So if you would like to take a break after that by just watching the podcast, then feel free to do it.
Yeah, I think you'll be quite entertained for that
Yeah.
the entire span of 2 hours. What can you say about the podcast? What did we do actually? A bit of in depth, I would say, of the podcast that we did.
Well, we kind of like talked about the first thing is talk about the transition between online and offline. That's like, I guess, like what is the feeling in it of it.
I think that's been something being standardized
Yeah.
before, right? I think right now at a state where the line between offline and online it's been changing frequently. I think we're becoming what we call hybrid.
Hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid, isn't it? Yeah, I think a lot of us are trying to transition to hybrid, especially our school as well, right? I think at school, some of us we come to school, some of us go to school, some of us actually are at home. Yeah, that is something that I would say it's a bit challenging. What we say it's a bit of like your challenge in terms of like hybrid learning, Ranga, from your experience.
I guess going back to normal school life, I guess like waking up early in the morning, prepare stuff, and have to go back and forth to school.
I think that is quite a challenge, if I must say, in terms of the hybrid.
Yeah.
Actually, personally, I think I shared it in podcast as well, right? I'm pretty anticipated of joining the offline races again, actually, and I've joined it more or less a couple times in the past. And I wasn't able to join for the last 2 years in the pandemic, so that was kind of like really an unfortunate thing, actually. But now actually they're transitioning to offline, and not fully offline, but we can join it virtually. And maybe next time, maybe in this event, we can do it also in a hybrid, in a hybrid sense, where something can do virtually, and maybe we can actually plan out a course, and that is exactly in Binus. I think that is something that will be quite an interest, I think, for a lot of people. What do you think? What else did we discuss in podcast? I think there are a lot of interesting that our viewers actually can actually enjoy. What is it, Ranga?
So the second topic is related towards like our like sports, like
our
sports we
personal
join.
sport of experience. Oh, wait, well, what was your sport of interest when you said it earlier?
Well, I play badminton, basketball.
Well, what do you normally play? I mean, how often do you do these kind of sports?
Well, I rarely play them now because of the pandemic. I take like a break from it.
I mean, you can come back stronger. You can come back stronger. I think we would be able to do these things more in terms of offline this time, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that's really one thing that I'm very anticipated for in terms of like sport. I think it's pretty obvious if people know me. I mean, I'm pretty sure people know me for like being the absolute obsessed addict in terms of running. I used to be quite a fanatic in running, and like I said before, I'm really anticipated for doing it offline. And in terms of like our sport of interest, you actually shared a bit of our struggles specifically, isn't it? I think we had a very fun story in terms of like our cycling and my cycling incidents. I think Haifa's a lot of incidents happening during that time, and I think it's something quite interesting to share actually, because I think sports, I think in terms of injuries, I think it's quite often two things are quite associated with one another. Sports injuries, it can happen, and each of them can happen in any time. You can't really predict when it really happens, but injuries is injuries, and I think that is like quite an interesting experience that anyone can experience. And for us, we actually it was quite an interesting topic actually, Ranga.
Yeah.
So what else did we discuss? I believe we have 2 more sessions actually.
Yeah. So our third session is going to be talking about some club experience. So how you might want to like join clubs and stuff. So yeah, the experience.
Yeah, well, I mean, wouldn't say it's really a third session because I mean our podcast is like 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours 20 minutes. I think someone can actually find something interesting out of that 2 hours 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's more, how would I say it? More suited to a lot of broader range of audience actually.
Yep.
So instead of the usual only one
topic,
one topic, we try to expand it as big as possible. And I think through our conversation we were able to cover quite a lot of topics. We wouldn't say so. Yeah, I mean, I even got to a point where I feel like my mouth was getting pretty dry on that one. Ranga, how was your experience on that one?
Yeah, to be honest, I start to feel like I'm not sure what to talk to about anymore.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think I have a lot of things to share, and I think we have a lot of incidents that can happen. So yeah, and in terms of like what you say for one of the topics in terms of the clubs and our club experience so far. I mean, personally, I've been in XCOM for almost 2 years or so, and currently I'm supervising as the track team supervisor in a way. And despite being, a graduate and alumni, I still look after the club. I say this is something that, to me personally, I would say very interesting to do, especially for you, Ranga. How many clubs did you join?
Well, I joined I think 3 clubs before I'll be joining track team next year, so that's
as an XCOM, brother. Yeah, as an XCOM, isn't it? Yeah. Would you be excited? An XCOM's and member. Would you be very excited to XCOM next year?
The experience will be different from like a normal member to like an XCOM. I feel like that's gonna be a big change.
Yeah, that will be a change in dynamic, especially when you just from member and XCOM. I think the experience that you get from being both of these positions is kind of it's quite a difference, but then after all it's worth an experience. You can compare both, especially for me. I never been really a member before, but I really like to see this perspective from from you specifically. Like you've been in a lot of clubs, isn't it?
Yeah.
As for the last one, what did we talk about in terms of the topics in the podcast? What was it?
So the last topic we talked about the future projections of the BTT club. So what probably like the events that are gonna go.
Since you're going to be in XCOM next year, you surely need to give an insights on what you guys are projecting to do for a future, especially next year. I think there will be something that is pretty new. I would say. What would you say that is?
Well, since this 2 past years of track team has been online, and so next year the newest thing will be probably live runs where we run like offline together.
Yeah. I think anyone who wants to join the track team next year, you should be anticipating for that. Actually, yeah. I think that's a really good opportunity for anyone who really wants to be in a community of people who are passionate in sports. I think that's really a good opportunity for members for next year who really wants to experience the true feeling of being in a group. You're running together. I think that is something that is very interesting for someone who really likes teamwork things, and also the things like, for example, if you want to get into running, I think getting into running is something that's a bit daunting, I would say. Wouldn't you feel so as well, Ranga? Yeah. I think that is something that you guys can actually I give some a bit of like my advice, and Haifa gave his advice, and Ranga, I think you said that you really want to try getting into running, right? Yeah. Even Ranga here, you got a little bit inspired by it. I bet our audience will be interested as well into whatever we were discussing, and in terms of like the advices, the contents of whatever we need to get started, all these things, especially with supplementing from the interview before. I think we get a full set of experiences so far. So yeah, I think the podcast. I think it's something worth watching for. Wouldn't you think so as well?
Yeah. Because we talked a lot of topics there as well. So.
Yeah, we actually covered quite a lot of them. Actually, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of like humor as well there.
I think we were able to do it just pretty casually as well, right? We don't have to make it too formal like we do it in an interview or anything. I think that is what makes us express a bit more of ourselves, what we think about this, and so we share some laughs here and there. I think that will be something interesting in terms of what the viewers can actually get from the podcast. Podcast. And this is our first, not really our first podcast, but then it's our first time ever doing it offline, isn't it? Yeah, that's what makes it, I would say, special in my opinion. Wouldn't you say so as well, Ranga?
So, Darren, so what's gonna be the topic for the podcast? Like the title?
We actually name it Journey to the Finish Line, and we hope that through this, through our podcast, we really hope that people, our viewers can actually get something from my experience, Haifa's, or even Ranga's experience. Without further ado, actually, we will be showing you the podcast, and we'll be catching you shortly after the podcast. We hope to see you pretty soon, and we'll be coming back in a while. Welcome everyone to the Journey to the Finish Line. This is a new segment in our event, and this is the Binus Track Team podcast. Actually, we've done this 3 times somewhere in the past, and I am your host once again. And with me today, we have our two new future XCOM, Heifa and Ranga. So how are you guys doing today? How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, we're doing good.
I
Yeah.
ate lunch.
So, when we're actually coming back to offline pretty soon, right? Most assumptions, considering that maybe after if the number of cases hasn't really surged after the Lebaran, maybe after 1 month, I'm pretty sure that most of the events can go offline this time. Is it? Well, maybe not really just going back to school and offline, but maybe you guys have certain hobbies that you wish that you can do offline. Maybe not hobbies, maybe vacations if you guys do miss that as well. So, what are you guys most anticipated of when we go offline, in particular, actually?
Ranga, you go first.
So for me, if it's offline, I could like meet other people, of course, because it's getting towards socializing more than just through the laptop. And then this way, I guess I could like socialize with friends.
I mean, any specific people you want to meet for? I mean, maybe your
Well,
long-term family. I mean, your
yeah,
bigger family, is it?
I guess I could like talk towards family, which are like very far away.
Is that so?
Yeah.
But how far away is it, Ranga?
Well, my family is in Jogja, so I need to go there. It's
Oh.
pretty far, so.
So it's like when the pandemic is still here, what kind of restrictions do you have? I mean, what difficulties can you find when you try going to Jogja and such like that?
Well, we normally use the plane to go there, but now since the pandemic, we start using the car oftenly. Yeah, just
Yeah, it's so
Just
tiring,
like
man. In
that.
the road, like I
Yeah.
don't know, a few hours just sitting there. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I mean, I think I've been to Jogja before actually. I think it took me almost half a day to get there, and that was the entire way through driving. Wait, so if it's during the pandemic, what makes it any different from usually going there? Do you go by train, public transportation, or do you go by car?
By plane.
Oh, you
Normally,
go.
I
Oh,
by
yeah,
plane.
you said by plane,
Yeah.
is it? I guess now, if you want to go there, or at least have you gone there for the past time, at least during maybe the pandemic?
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times through the pandemic.
I see. But how hard is it to go there if it's during the pandemic?
Well, it's mainly because of the time. Because like if you're going from the plane, it will normally take like 2 hours or less. Well, it's for the cars, it will be like half a day.
Yeah, exactly. It's
pretty
exactly
far.
yeah, exactly half a day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some roads are also pretty close, right?
Yeah.
During this time as well. So maybe you gotta take a bit of a detour out of the usual route. I'm guessing not so much,
Not
but yeah, more or less that was my experience so far when I go to Jogja. What about you, Hayfel? What are you most anticipated of?
Well, it's pretty similar to Ranga, but for me, it's me wanting to meet with my friends that I haven't met in so long. My God, I've actually forgotten some of my friends'
I mean,
faces.
the last time we went to school was 2019,
Yeah.
3-4 years ago, was it?
Yeah, we didn't grade 8.
Grade 8.
Yeah, my God, it's so depressing. Apparently, it's still continuing up until now.
People,
But
people might be saying like I'm over exaggerating, like man, you can see them in class, like online class, we can see each other's
so
cameras.
different. It's so
Nah,
different,
man, no, you can't see people's faces in cameras. They have their foreheads above. Nah. Maybe sometimes even their hair or their cameras just like all blurred.
Usually, the interaction is actually way more different. Usually, in classes, when some of your classmates right behind you or right beside you, can just whisper to them during class. But then, what do you do? What do you guys do during class to meet your friends? It's basically, it's either you try to type them through like our usually Discord or messaging apps, any other messaging apps. Usually, if they're willing to respond anyways. So yeah, most of the things I think it's just really restricted in terms of meeting our friends specifically. Yeah, I think that's one of the drawbacks in my opinion in terms of like I know it's like you can still meet your friends and such, but it's not the same if you don't meet them in person. It's so
Especially,
different.
Yeah, for the in-person part, especially like some parents, some parents are really strict. Like they don't even allow you, even masked up and everything. Like they still don't allow you to visit each other.
Yeah. I've got a lot of friends that have very strict parents as well, and as a result, I think I haven't really met my friends in the first 1 or 2 years. It's only until third year that I can get to meet. The XComs for this year as well. That's actually on the third year, but before that we were only on Zoom calls, and that was probably the closest thing I get to have a in-person person to human interaction. In other words,
Human interaction, bro.
right? Yeah, but I know I have my family around to talk about. But then in terms of like human interaction with my friends, rather, I think that was Zoom call is probably the closest thing that we can probably have as real life interaction, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. Well, for me, honestly, the thing that I'm mostly anticipated of is actually going back to offline races this time. So back in the days, what really motivated me to really go running so hard, I mean, try every single day. Even right now, I'm still grinding pretty hard on trying to do my offline half marathon. I really want to perform at my best. But back in the days, or at least not even 3 years ago, just take 1 year ago even. Most of there aren't many offline races, and as a result, I kind of just lost my motivation. So yeah, it kind of sucked that I couldn't join offline races. Of course, there's virtual, but I don't know if you
It's not
guys
the
been.
same.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same feeling. It's like that feeling of the adrenaline rush when you when you cross the finish line. I don't know if you guys
No,
ever.
we've never.
Oh, okay.
Never.
Well,
Man, okay.
maybe I can invite you guys later on.
Well,
Maybe next
XCOM
time.
meetup, we do the first ever offline race for
Yeah,
XCOM. Oh my
we certainly can do that later on in the future. But I can assure you, there's the sensation after when you cross the finish line in these kinds of events. It's way different than what you do in virtual run, because for me, the virtual run usually it's because you can get to choose wherever you run. It doesn't feel special at all. Usually you gotta compete with others. I feel like I want to have somebody beside me to compete against during the race. That's something that isn't the same if it's virtual, is it?
Meanwhile, me and my treadmill.
I mean, treadmill isn't really entirely bad, to be honest. I think some virtual races do allow that, but in terms of like comparing it with the actual race so far, it's not it's not really the same. So yeah, particularly that's what I'm mostly anticipated of. Usually it's the offline races that I really do miss about. Yeah. So maybe aside from my offline races, actually, I think Ava, you mentioned about meeting back at school, right? I'm pretty sure you said before. I think you're pretty anticipated to meeting your friends, but what about
What
other things? Maybe what are you most anticipated, like most excited when we come back to school, particularly? Maybe aside from meeting your friends, like you said before.
Well, I actually kind of miss the class environment, bro. Remember when
Really?
like yeah, man, the teachers like scolding us because like we're missing out that interaction, bro.
Yeah, we do.
Where we
Human interactions.
and the
like you
kids in the
said.
back, I don't know what they do.
I mean, most of the time, it's like just our foreheads talking. I mean, to be honest, I think it's just that, to me personally, the reason why I kind of just okay, I admit I'm also one of the
forehead gang.
Yeah, the forehead guy too. I think it's not only the forehead guy. Yeah, basically, I do show my forehead. It's just maybe because I just feel like my room should be something private that I don't really want to show to class. And maybe that's something that I also don't really want to do. Maybe that applies for some other people. But whether we like it or not, that's still part of the regulations. But yeah, I might be just a complete delinquent for that. But I think that's personally what I think about it, honestly. So well, what about you, Ranga? What are you most anticipated? Maybe
Well,
friends as well.
Mainly friends, but we kind of in grade 11, like going to grade 11, we kind of started to think about relationships here. Like,
Oh, interesting, Ranga.
And
Tell
then
me
you-
about it. Tell us about it.
well, now we're going offline again. Now we can like, I guess quote unquote become like having a relationship with someone much better. than
Oh, what
online.
kind?
Well, I don't have one, but I guess
Friendship. Let's keep it to friendship then.
Whoa.
We are friends. I see. Okay. Well, what do you think? What do you plan to actually What do you want to do with them when we come back to
What do you
school?
wanna do?
Well, don't take it out of context. But then I'm just saying, what are you anticipated of mostly doing with them at school, at least?
I guess now we could like talk to them like one by one individually, probably, or like.
I see. I remember there's the hybrid transition. Is it? At least you get to meet. But then, to be honest with you, I think
Hybrid's not the same,
yeah,
man.
it's still different. It still feels like it's a bit of an upgrade to the virtual setup, but it's just a bit more burdening in my opinion. I just
All the
feel
restrictions.
yeah, it's too much restrictions, to be honest, because it usually are before we turn online, right? We get to freely sit anywhere, free to talk with anyone, particularly in the class. Shifts around seat. I think during the
And now we're in an aquarium.
yeah, exactly. You sit down in one place. But how are you guys experience on hybrid learning actually? Because personally, I didn't come back to school, and plus grade 12s are probably only allowed to go there for 3-4 days before we have to sit for semester exam at home again.
Oh, okay. I start first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was actually one of the first ones to be in the hybrid thing. Yeah. It was my class. We had 18 students, right? Who joined?
18.
We have 7. Whoa.
It's still more than my class.
Yeah,
Literally.
still pretty good. Still pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's still really good.
And then the next week, 6 people. The next week, 5, 4, until
It's a decreasing trend. It's a decreasing trend.
their excuses were like, well, man, I've been to an outside city before, so like I had to like.
How many were left now?
Uh,
Well, maybe one, not none. I mean, probably 3 at least.
one.
One, literally
Yeah,
one.
literally one.
So I bet you're the only one left there.
No.
No. But what made you want to step out of hybrid actually? Why is it in particular you don't want to go back or to hybrid?
You know, actually, if hybrid, like it's not that bad. Yeah,
I'm
don't
pretty
get me wrong,
sure
it's-
meeting your friends
Yeah,
there.
it's not that bad. But there's no friends to meet if no one's going there, right? So like
Yeah,
in the end, when there's
true.
only like 1 to 2 people left, I just like think it's
Not
not gonna work out,
I see.
and so therefore I have to step away.
I mean, yeah, I mean, some of us probably have different purpose of going to school. Of course, still education is probably one of them, but some of us really just wants to meet our friends outside of just simply education, is it? I mean, that's one part of being at school, the connections, making the connections, and of course, like you keep emphasizing, human interaction is very important. I think throughout the pandemic, especially, I think let's emphasize on the children's, like for example, ACY student, the play group rather. They haven't even had the chance to meet with most of not even their friends from their school, right? It's
Yeah.
just really depressing. It's like their social skills is for 3 years. Imagine they've already at least made it to grade 1, but then they haven't even meet a single person from school. What kind of social interaction is that? Yeah, I think that's really unfortunate for them. So yeah, I think it has taken quite some toll on them. But specifically, maybe for us, the ones that already been at school for some time, like me, I've had the. I mean, when I was in grade 10, the pandemic happened and we had to be forced to go online. At least I still have the last few days kind of like talk with my teachers and have that still experience from middle school. I bet from you guys it's like elementary as well, right?
For what?
For like at least before the pandemic happens, you still have a bit of human
yeah.
interactions, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel bad for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really depressing. It's like their social skills might end up really.
Yeah, maybe they will like the next generations will be just a bunch of introverts or something.
Yeah, that is pretty concerning though. But I just hope that maybe once school starts going offline and everyone's coming back to school, we are probably able to at least meet our friends. But specifically for me, I'm probably graduating next year. But at least I get to still meet new people, at least in my college later on. But maybe for you guys, you can continue on in high school, still meet your same old friends, and maybe for the ones that are in like preschool and such like that, I think they might actually have the chance to socialize even more, social interactions. I think that's what they've been missing out for so long already, to a point where I think, like I said before, turning introverted. I don't know how much has that affected you guys. Do you feel like you're getting more introverted by the day, or do you feel like you just, specifically like you can't hold back anymore. You just want to meet with your friends, whether with all the consequences there are, you don't really care about it.
Well,
How do you feel?
For me, I have like group chats with my friend. Like I would
Mm.
like after school we would like play games.
I see.
And then, yeah, it's
So
not.
it's not it's not that bad for
not
us.
I see.
But maybe some others will not be as lucky as us. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, anything that has changed very significantly, maybe from your groups and such, like your friend group in particular.
For me, I don't think there is, to be honest.
Do you feel like going offline might be much more interesting?
Man, I miss the times where you guys would play in the CAB.
Ah,
Not
yeah.
not the CAB lobby, near the what?
Near the ATM.
Yeah, the ATM.
ATM. What is there to be in the ATM, man?
We
Literally, there's only
just sit
admission
down
hall.
there and then just play together at their like no, just in
I
their
say,
own houses.
yeah, that's kind of true.
We'll wait until everyone gets picked up. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's so dumb.
Yeah, staying after school, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah. You guys planning to go on a holiday?
I actually planned on a vacation for the grade 8, what do you call it? After graduation for grade 8.
Oh,
But it was to Europe, man. I was planning to watch the aurora in
Aurora.
Norway, was it? I don't remember anymore.
Pretty far.
Before. Yes.
But what happened to that?
Corona.
Oh yeah, as expected.
And
So you just have to cancel everything.
Yeah, I don't even think we get refunded or whatever.
Oh man, you didn't get refunded. How much you spend on it?
Yeah.
How much did you spend on it?
I don't know.
You don't know. I mean, but it's not that cheap, anyways, isn't it? What about you, Ranga?
Well, also as sci-fi, I was planning to go to like UK. Then yeah, it's Corona. Then it just canceled. But yeah, at least mine got refunded.
Yeah, fortunately,
Mine
it
got
did.
refunded.
Yeah, fortunately. I mean, to be honest with you, me and my family are really much of a person who really do a vacation. Probably the most we probably do is just drive out of town. That's really just probably most of the time it's like that. I mean, it's pretty expensive going out of a country, and I say that the experience that you get is more or less the same. And plus, honestly, if I were to go on vacation, yeah, I would really just go for domestic flights. Really, it's just that the food here. I mean, the living cost is so much cheaper. It's like if you go abroad, you have to consider like changing the currency, right? And the exchange rate isn't really consistent, especially with our buying rate, for Indonesian, isn't it? So yeah, personally, I think in terms of like vacations currently, maybe after this year, this academic year ended, I think I might be able to go on vacation just because I'll be leaving for this year for the very last
Oh
time.
yeah, oh my god.
Yeah.
Rip Darren. But Ranga, in the past and in the pandemic times, have you been outside country?
Not country, but I went to Jogja, as I said earlier.
Oh, bruh, that's it?
Yeah, I guess I can't really go out because like my family is like afraid of the corona.
I think the worst part is actually catching the virus outside of the country, and then you have to pay
And you just
you pay the
stuck there.
expense. Yeah, pay
Yeah.
the expenses. It's just expensive. Yeah, see that I think that's the worst part of it all. I think the part that we getting our flight canceled because we got positive in our own country. I think that's the least of our problems. The most of our problems is mostly catching it over there.
Imagine your visa expires, bruh.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, the cost of living there. No, usually if you work somewhere, I don't really know if you really can work online or offline, but generally, I think the real concern is just living in another country that you're not too familiar about, and I think that's the most concerning, especially when I think the budget is reaching over the limits. So yeah, I think if anyone was to plan to go abroad, probably until now, they have to expect the unexpected, really. So it's probably like a high risk. Not really. I'm not sure.
High reward, actually.
Not really a high reward exactly, to be particular. Well, depends on your purpose of going somewhere. To be honest, I mean, I probably have seen a lot of people just going to America just to run a Boston Marathon. Actually,
Really? Oh
yeah.
my god.
This year's particularly Boston Marathon is actually held offline. So literally, I've seen a couple running influencers that I usually follow. They usually they're able to go there. Actually, a lot of them. And yeah, they're able to race there, no problem. But maybe it's not the same for most of us, really. I'm not sure about in terms of regulation. I don't really know how strict it is. Are you guys familiar about it? Oh, anyways, do you guys know that you're allowed to wear a mask outside now?
Wait, what?
You're allowed to wear a mask outside. It's already part of the.
Yeah, I haven't heard of
There's already an announcement for it. So yeah, basically, what are your thoughts on about it?
Well, you're not allowed to wear masks.
No, you're allowed to wear mask.
Oh,
you're
you're
not.
allowed?
Oh, wait, sorry. You can't take off your mask basically outside, but in terms of like public transportation and indoors, you gotta still wear it. I mean, yeah. The only difference is like you go outside. Maybe I just take normally runs. I mean, I don't normally wear a mask when I runs, but I try
don't
to
too,
avoid.
Man, I run indoors. I don't know treadmill. I go shirtless.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I also normally do as well at home. I mean, no one's looking. I mean, if I could, I would also run topless outside if I wanted to be honest with you.
Rang, are you that brave?
No, I don't. I'll skip.
But what are you guys' thoughts about it? Personally, I would think that this mandate, actually, this new regulations, at least gives a good indication that this pandemic is actually not really necessarily over, but then maybe turning into an endemic. So that's like the mark point where everything starts to get better.
Amen.
Yeah, yeah. I say that's probably what my thoughts about the mask mandates outside now. Um, yeah. Well, what about you? What do you think about the new mask mandate? You can just take it off outside, really.
I think for people that are already like abroad in US or UK, they already like take off their mask. They don't even care if
They don't even
the
wear it at
virus.
all.
Yeah, they don't
I
even.
mean,
care.
have you seen the
Inside,
cases,
outside.
man?
Yeah, I don't know. They just don't care. They just like see this
What-
virus as probably
mm.
like a flu, like a normal flu.
What about particularly in here? How do you feel about it that you can take off your
Oh, in
mask?
Indonesia?
Yeah, Indonesia
Nah.
specifically.
Still scared.
It's
you-
not like the problem is it's not because like some of the people are just like not having the same what we do, like having to wash their hands or like after they go abroad. I mean like go somewhere. Like,
Yeah, we know ourselves the most, but we don't know what about them.
Oh, so I'm assuming that you guys just don't want to take off your mask just for the sake of your
Yeah, I mean,
safety.
it's not really a what do you call it?
Inconvenience.
Yeah, it's not really inconvenience for me. I've already grown into the mask.
I'm
the
starting.
mask is a part of me.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of true though. If you think about it, mask is suddenly becoming a fashion statement, isn't it? Everybody's just starting to use it as as part of their normal clothing. But like literally their fashion. Like, I bet everyone has an entire stock of masks with different designs,
Different colors.
yeah, it's like just to match their outfit, really. Yeah, so I mean, as
Even
far as
some people are like selling like different like
different designs.
no, like they design the mask themselves or whatever.
I see. No,
It's a business now, dude.
Actually, I saw once in a supermarket, they were selling these kind of masks as if you were to buy card games. It was literally a gacha, a gacha mask, literally with all the designs. This is what you can get out of unpacking these kind of things. It's just so funny. So yeah, I guess that's how mask has really grown into us, isn't it? Really. What about you, Ava? Really, what do you think about like just taking off your mask in general outside? I mean, for people in a restaurant, do you think it's a bit too early for the government to to allow this regulation?
Wait, Indonesia already doing that?
Yeah, Indonesia's
Oh,
already
bro,
doing it. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but I'm just so not updated into any of this.
yeah. Well, that's the news for you. At least you're updated.
Wow. But actually, I mean, maybe it's already. I don't know, man. But I mean, I don't really. It's not that I don't care, bruh. But like, I would still wear a mask. Like, about it's for the safety of my family, and I have like a grandma at home as well.
Ah, I see.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want
It's
to take
too
that much
risky, yeah.
risk, is it? It's too risky.
I mean, maybe I'll be fine if I get the virus, but like,
Yeah, maybe not others.
Mm.
Yeah. But do you think that the government is doing this a bit too early, too hurriedly? Or do you think it's a fair decision that it can be allowed?
you know,
at this time?
I'll not give my comments. I'm too. Yeah, I don't really have a good argument on it.
I see. What about you, Ranga? Do you think it's too early?
Well, I don't think it's too early, but like they are already like trying this attempt because they have like they already know that Indonesians they probably already know how to deal with these protocols. Like they understand the restrictions and stuff. So I guess it's okay if they like.
Personally, I still think it's a bit too early for allowing people to take off their mask outside. I know they say that the airflow, it just swoops the virus away, isn't it?
The ventilation, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So, in particular, to be honest with you, I say it's still a bit too early considering that Ramadan was 2 weeks ago, guys, right?
Yeah,
I say you still
whatever.
Yeah, you still need to wait at least, to be honest, 1 month after the Ramadan, in my opinion, just because that
incubation
people
period,
still have to come back.
Yeah.
Incubation period, like you said, each of the strands have different incubation time, isn't it? And people are not willing to do. Well, I'm not sure if people are still willing to do test. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are still willing to do the test, but maybe when during the day, maybe they will delay it.
Have you guys ever done the test before?
Yeah, I've done it.
I've done it.
Oh, I haven't, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, what are you so scared of?
No,
if you feel something shoving inside
shows that I have never been anywhere outside my house, man.
Oh my god, what a shut-in. What a shut-in, Heifa. What are you gonna sunlight, man? Touch grass, please.
I touch grass, lah. Oh my god.
I mean, I really doubt it so much, man. Really doubt it. I mean, what was your experience around that? How do you like having something shove so deep inside your nose?
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's pretty deep. It's
Actually,
actually
pretty deep.
I did pretty deep.
I sneeze a lot afterwards.
Really?
It's like my nose starts running. Like it feels like I got corona because of.
But
Man.
it's just like a cotton bud, right?
Oh man, it's so much. Yeah, it is a cotton bud on one end, but then try imagine shoving that at least. Imagine your fingertip like this, and you just shove it right there. Yeah, way
deeper.
Yeah, way deeper. It's like you're trying to pick your nose, but then it's
Okay,
getting.
okay,
deeper,
sorry.
man. It's weird if I say that I actually like it.
Whoa,
No, no,
masochist, I see. Oh my
No,
god.
no, no. I don't really like the pain, but I like the sensation after getting the test. Actually, it just feels like your nose is cleared. It's like a free
Wait, did they do it both noses or just one?
I think it was one. I think just one. It's just one actually, because it's either that or you use the blood one. I don't know which one is more accurate.
The what?
Because you either test by blood, the antigen in your blood actually, or the one through your nose. Actually, I think that's called PCR, isn't? PCR is just general. But yeah, it's either one of those routes. I don't know, Hefa. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you come back to school, you probably need that.
Oh really?
I'm
Well, you
pretty
need
confident.
to like test every time you come to school.
Wait, how did you go to school then?
You need one? I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay.
Well, now you don't need to. But like, the previous like first term, second term, you kind of had to.
Guys, we're keeping a secret. Okay,
Uh,
no secret anymore. It's broadcasted every. Oh, okay.
Yeah, being exposed, Afa.
Oh god.
But yeah, eventually you'll need it. You'll need it one way or another. Plus, have you guys taken your vaccine
Yeah.
so far? Third one.
No, I'm planning to get the third one.
Third one. You?
I haven't gotten the third one.
I thought you have.
The third one's the booster one, right?
Yeah, the booster one.
Gotten.
You know, I'm. No, so far
I
like
heard friends, what's it called the side effects. Yeah, it was really bad for them.
really.
Yeah,
For me, it was just.
or maybe they were just tired. I don't know.
I feel like it was pretty mild for me. Not even mild. I feel like there's nothing different. It's either that I was not vaccinated. It's either that I was given a placebo, or maybe I probably nothing really happened. Really, I don't know which one it is. But I really hope it's not the placebo. But maybe when you guys are taking, I mean, specifically wrong, you haven't taken the third shot yet, right?
They're being a test subject, bro.
Maybe the general suggestion is probably look at the needle when so they inject you. Make sure they are actually taking the right one. All right. I mean, not to really shade the medical work, the medical force, really, but you know, I don't know if there has been cases before. I mean, that's what my relatives told me.
Oh, the like them injected with nothing.
Yeah, it was. It's that and also reusing the needles. And I think pretty much I think in your science you probably know, even just general, like, you're not supposed to reuse needles, are you? Yeah. So yeah, that's probably like the number one concern that that was brought up when I was actually trying to try vaccine with my mom the other time actually. Really. So basically, maybe you're wrong. You can look at your the injections when you're injecting to you. Do you normally look at it, or do you just look away?
No, I just close my
Oh,
eyes.
I'm
just
scared
close
of
your eyes.
needles.
I'm scared of needles.
Oh,
Oh
same,
my
brother.
God.
I just close my eyes, to be honest.
Oh man, but you gotta see if they actually do it, to be honest. And that's like,
Well, you feel it though, aren't you?
I mean, if you, yeah, you can feel. What if they just pinch you? Maybe you close your eyes, you wouldn't even know about
You
it.
have your parents nearby, right? They will see like whether they.
No, I don't have my first one.
Like
Yeah, who knows? They
Oh, my vaccine was a drive-through vaccine.
drive
It's so
through.
cool, right? Like, it just looked. I slept, man. I
You slept. What?
Yeah.
I think you get a sedatives, man. Yeah, I think you got a sedative. Hey, man, you think you got a
Yeah,
sedative,
I
man?
finished, I finished. I slept like it was the drive-through, right? And then I was like, oh, the line's pretty long. I'm gonna sleep. And then they open the door. They udah vaksin. Oh, and then langsung. Oh, very cool, man. Oh my god.
They thought he already he pingsan.
Oh god, that made me fast out, man.
He passed out.
The vaccine was too much for me.
Oh my god, man. So that's such a weird story, Ava. My
I
god.
have the weirdest stories out there, man.
Tell me about
No,
it.
no, no.
Tell me about it,
We
man.
can do it. We can do it later. We can do it later.
I say, you know, I think once we transfer from offline, I mean, from
Online.
online to offline, yeah. What do you think you miss most from online?
Me.
Yeah, go ahead, Ava.
I love listening to music in
Spotify.
class. Oh my god.
Doesn't that distract you though?
No.
No,
Totally
really
not.
not.
What are you talking about that?
I mean, you know, maybe I'm not just I'm not really a music person. Maybe that's the reason why.
Oh yeah, man. Dude, Darren.
Am I missing out something,
Shame
guys?
yourself,
Am I missing out something? Really? I mean, aside from music, what do you guys really miss about? Really,
That's music for me.
really just music.
Yeah.
What about like waking up later, starting up later? I'm pretty sure
No, I wake up at the same time, bro. I
the
am
same
a good
time.
boy. I wake up 6
I mean, just
in the
because you
morning.
wake up at some time doesn't mean that you don't have to prepare for going to school, right?
Yeah, you don't need to really like prepare.
I don't even.
So you're
I
admitting
I
you
haven't
don't
showered.
shower
I haven't
and
showered.
oh my god,
I-
stinky boy.
I'm just saying that I want some warm water, and I don't have a heater in this house, and probably the only heater I
Same here. Ah,
probably the only heater
my
I have.
ear exploded. And it got too hot.
No, you're literally burning your
In my
scalp,
first
man.
year, and moving to my house, and yeah, the heater just go bye, bro.
I mean, at least for me, it's not really necessarily a electronic heater, but it's actually a heater that you get from the sunlight. So basically, the water is kind of
So yeah, same
exposed to
here.
heat.
And then it got too hot, and like we have to remove it.
I mean, it cools down very quickly. I say it's very quickly. Literally, the moment I've already, at least, you use my soap, shampoo.
And it's already cold.
Yeah, it's already cold, really. And the moment I finish my shower, I think it's already cold. No, I think. And then it's cold already. So I don't think it's really a big deal, to be honest.
Well, Darren, I'm already what do you call it? What's the English word? But okay, the VI word is I'm cabal already, bro, with cold water. Like I've been showering with cold water since I don't know grade 6 in the morning, like 6 in the morning. I don't feel cold anymore.
Oh man, yeah. I think you can already tolerate the temperature, isn't it?
I'm immune. There you go. That's the word.
What do you Ranga for the last one?
Uh,
Anything particular?
I guess like the food. I guess you can like
Food.
buy food outside, not the one on your canteen. I guess you can bring.
You used to buy it outside. What's wrong with the school canteen?
I guess it's fine. I don't know when.
So you don't miss anything online, really?
Well, I'm not really sure. I guess like what I have is like you can wake up early. Again, you don't need to wake up early.
bro. Nah,
I really doubt it, man. I mean, I probably wake up like exactly at the. I wake exactly at the moment we start.
Yeah. Class starts at 8, right? My friends, some of them wake up 7:55, bro.
Well, at least they make it in class on time. This live stream is collaborated with Be Creative Club. Are you an aspiring artist? Or do you just do art as a hobby? Need a place to improve your artistic skills? Or do you want a welcoming community to share your artwork? Well, you're in luck. Introducing the Be Creative Club. The Be Creative Art Guild is a club where Venusians can explore the arts and the creative process with like-minded individuals, make friends, and overall have a lot of fun. Workshops are held that offer education on art, its history, and its real-life applications, as well as advice on pursuing art in higher education and as a career. These workshops, though focused on our members, are open to all Venusians who may be interested in the day's topic, and you're welcome with open arms. For more information, visit at BeCreative_BSS on Instagram. That's at BeCreative_BSS. Join the Be Creative Club now. So, of course, we're actually a track team. Of course, it implies that we're doing sports. Of course.
Obviously.
What else are we
Why
gonna
would
be
I
doing?
not do sports?
I wonder,
Oh my
Heifa says the guy who stayed in for the entire year and not get out of his house. Is that so? So, just wondering. I know, like for the past time, we can't go outside. But what do you personally have an interest in for? Like, what sport is your interest? A sport, yeah, the most interesting sport for you.
Well, I play badminton and basketball for this.
Like play basketball, such like no
Well,
no no
I
like
joined a basketball club.
Yang bener,
Actually.
actually.
Yes.
When?
Well, I even joined the Binus basketball
Really?
STP and yeah.
In what?
STP.
Grade what? Yeah,
Oh my
EL,
God.
EL guys.
I didn't join again in the MS. So it's just
Yeah, continue.
so yeah, I joined the badminton one in middle school for the SCP.
I see. What about now? What do you normally do? Or at least
Well-
what sport you're actually interested in?
I heard tennis, bro.
Tennis.
Yeah, I'm trying tennis because
Tennis.
my dad.
So
Rich people sport.
how's that going so far?
Well, I guess I stopped for now.
So you're taking on a hiatus.
Yeah.
How long is it? How long
Why
have you
is it
taken a
too
hiatus?
difficult for you, Ranga? For the ex-professional basketball player, Ranga.
It's pretty tough to be honest for me. For like if you compare badminton.
Yeah, I
to
can say the
tennis,
racket is way heavier
it's
in
way
tennis.
heavier.
Tennis racket is just bulkier version, probably. Yeah, very bulky.
Yeah.
And then especially the way I feel like I remember trying to play tennis once. Actually, serving the ball was one of the most hardest thing that I actually had to do the entire time. I bet the entire time was me trying to serve the ball and see whoever. Basically, the point system is basically who actually lands on a perfect serve.
Wow.
Literally anyone. That's how our points say. I mean, how our points actually being added. Literally anyone who does the serving right, they get the point because
you
we
can't
can't
return-
receive it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't return it back. I don't know, something about serving in tennis. I feel it's a bit much more difficult. I would say. I feel like tennis is like a combination of like ping pong and their table tennis and also badminton.
But then big.
Yeah, very large actually. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay. But actually never played tennis before.
Really?
Whoa.
You know, you're not.
Maybe you
not
can take me
curious.
out to the first.
Maybe you can when you come over again, Hayfel. But maybe are you actually interested? Maybe you're curious about it.
I don't know.
There's a tennis field nearby our house.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's actually a really big tennis court.
Ooh.
How's your progress so far? Ranga, how long have you been doing it at least before you take on a hiatus?
Well, at least probably a month or two. I had
It's actually good already.
no.
1 month or two. I think that should
Well,
be
yeah.
enough to be reach the basic level. I would say.
But the problem is I only did it once per week, and so
Yeah, that probably explains it. I mean, maybe add up the number of hours you do from the entire time you try doing it. I think that's more realistic than having to ask how long you've been doing it. Yeah, I mean, actually, I've done tennis once out of not really out of curiosity, just because when you're a child, come on, I think when your parents sign you up to to a course, you just follow through it. You don't really care what you do in it. You just follow what you just go with the flow actually. So I got a chance to try tennis out. I don't know how good I was back then. I think I never even got
Back
that.
then, how long ago was this?
Back in elementary. I know you just
Oh.
say elementary probably doesn't count, but then I still can vividly remember because this particular tennis court in our complex basically is really it's like an iconic landmark to be honest with you. Literally, if we ask anyone to go here, is it somewhere near the tennis court or is it somewhere not?
Really?
Yeah, it's just one of literally the only place where you can do sports actually. And the ironic part is that we have to pay.
Wait, you have to pay for the tennis court here?
Yeah, I know.
Well,
It's
except for a certain day, right? There's
Oh,
one day I think that's free. But
How much do you pay?
I don't remember.
No, I never go there just because it's paid. You know, I think that's in particular. What about Anga, tell us more about your basketball. I think you're pretty invested in it back then, is it?
Yeah, to be honest, I've been in that course or club like since elementary as well.
Is it like a school club?
No. There's a club in Matimas. That one.
I don't know.
Oh, it's like an external club.
There's the basketball club in Matimas. I joined there. Well, since previously it's like pre-elementary and then like what do they call? There's certain group levels that I'm gonna like.
And you're where? You're at bottom?
Well, sir, for first time, because since the club is not really a big club, at first we're only given to like one certain level, and then at like around the time it becomes like a bigger club where more many people comes in. Now we're in.
Are you telling me that people, like for example, someone from grade 3 is grouped up with someone from high school? Is that what's happening? Is it, Raga? I'm pretty sure it's not really a fair fight, is it?
Yeah,
People
so-
just
so-
get trampled.
So after that, a lot of people like comes in as well. Now they cut out into like the certain age groups.
I see. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much fair to be honest. Come on,
It's expected, yeah.
you can't just imagine someone 10 years younger than you just compete in the same level. I mean, it would be great if it can be on par, but I don't think that's pretty common in a daily basis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not an everyday sight. So, any struggles you find in basketball so far?
Well, I'm no longer in that club.
Yeah, but maybe the struggles that you had back then.
So at first it's really fine with me because don't I only joined the club for fun and not.
I see.
To be honest, like not.
Yeah, different
Trying
purpose.
not to get competitive or something.
Yeah, because like if you some of the people that join the club normally is to like they want to really know how to play basketball. But for me, I would just say I would like really want to like just play for fun, but I also want to like know.
It's slightly a bit serious, is it?
Yeah, not really serious. And so,
But don't you have fun when you win? Oh,
I mean that's a sensation of competition, isn't it?
It's a competition. Yeah, speaking of competitions, to be honest, so a couple of years ago, the club actually had like a
chance or
like a tournament or something like
between provincial
tournament, and so they had to like focus a lot of their like the courses, like what they call it, the activities towards the tournament, and so
like people like you who plays it for fun.
We got neglected out. So like,
not necessarily neglected out. I mean, if you're a good player and just do it for fun, I think nonetheless you'll still be
in the team.
Yeah, but I mean, some of us sometimes. I mean, most of the time when we do it for fun, we don't really do it too seriously, is it?
And so they also opened like a Friday time, which is kind of like at 7, which I can't really enjoy. It's really
it's pretty late.
Yeah, pretty late. And so I didn't join the Friday session, but that's the like because of that they placed that I'm not joining as the reason to not place me in that tournament.
Wow.
So they leave you out.
Yeah, so they
leave out from the bunch then.
Yeah.
When do you leave?
No, I leave because eventually, every week, since the course every week, I'm not even allowed to play. That's the reason why I left. So I just sit there, then I see them like I'm not even allowed to see them like their tactics, how they play, and so eventually, even like the captain of the basketball team.
That is very unfortunate. I mean, that's probably like one of the most top worst betrayals so far, isn't it?
Top 10 enemy betrayals, guys. Oh my god.
So what happened afterward, Ranga?
Yeah, so eventually, like one of the club captain, like the basketball club captain, he complained about it, and so.
Oh, he defended you.
No, he did not only me, because there's a couple of others who didn't
Can't get involved.
Yeah, and then if we didn't even make it to the team, we didn't even have like other certain like lessons towards like we just sit there, do nothing. And so he defended.
Do you pay for it? Do you pay for that?
Yeah, we still have to pay, like, but we pay like monthly, I guess.
Bro, that's a scam.
Yeah, that's why you just sit there and like.
Remember you said that earlier. You still had fun. You still had the chance to play, right?
Yeah.
What made it change so far?
For me, I guess.
Was it because it just turned into a competitive club, or what happened to it? I mean, I think you had fun earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, the club actually made sparrings, like sparrings, like 1v1, like club versus club tournaments, like competitions. And like I think it's not really because of like the competition that's really the issue. I would say they kind of hired a different coach, to be honest, and I feel like that coach really wants to like
win.
Win, and so they really push the ones that are actually good at the sport to be the one participating in it. Yeah, so that's kind of like I think the reason why, for my opinion.
Yeah, so basically it just really left out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you ever try basketball again, at least when you have the chance to join?
I guess I could try again, but to be honest, I feel like
maybe not in the same club, is it?
Not in the same club.
I see.
Hey, Binus finding people to join the basketball club.
Do they even actually open the SCP yet?
No, I don't think so. No, not yet.
It.
But I mean, when they open it again, we can try again. You still have a chance
try.
here. I mean, I'll be leaving next year, so probably both of you probably have the chance to do it before you turn grade 12 at least. What about you, Haifa? I mean, you've been a shut-in most of the time. Is it? Perhaps there should be something.
You underestimating me, Darren.
Perhaps I am. But
I am professional cyclist. Oh,
I see.
That's my profession.
So what was the first distance that you've cycled before?
What do you mean, the first?
No, furthest.
Oh, furthest. Oh.
I'm not trying to be competitive here. Just trying to.
You cycle too?
Really curious. I used to cycle because back then I was just quite lazy to. No, sometimes I'm lazy to run. So a good alternative is actually cycling, because cycling kind of supplements running. So they both kind of worked out for each other. So in the end, I do cycling pretty often as well. I don't think it was a big problem. But what about for you? How far do you normally cycle, or at least what do you think is your biggest achievement there? Huh?
Wow. My
Biggest pride. What are you most prideful of?
it was that 50-kilometer cycle. Ooh.
50 kilometer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, how much is yours?
Twice that amount.
Oh god. Anyways, we don't talk about the details here. Okay, but we talk about my details. Now, story
Go
time
ahead.
with Haifa.
Yeah,
Oh
go
my God.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that 50 kilometers, it was really cool. It was from my house. I forget actually now.
Your
I think it
house.
was from my house and then to the breeze, and then we go to Ion, and we go to SMS, and then we go to
Oh yeah, that's
IKEA,
like,
and then I go back
that's
home.
literally my same route, but I'd circle it twice.
Yeah, you circle it twice.
I circled it twice or thrice actually. I really don't know. I don't keep count. I remember trying to do the same challenge as you do. Like maybe it's not a challenge. Was it a challenge during that day?
It was a challenge because it was so hot. My God,
It was so
I
hot.
was hoping, I was praying to God that it would rain because it was that hot.
Wouldn't it be the exact opposite? If it's too hot, you would just do less.
What do you mean?
I mean, usually if it's really hot, wouldn't you want to do less cycling? You know.
Oh, because I was already in Ion, bro.
Oh,
And,
you were in
like,
Ion.
I was like on the way home, but like I was like pushing it like, I was cycling with my friend, by the way. I was
I
like,
see.
oh man, it was like
Did
in
your
SMS,
friend just bail you out?
No, in SMS it was like already so hot. Like, yeah, you can feel the asphalt like.
Yeah, I
we're
can
go-
see. Yeah.
And then like we're like, we can power through. Let's go to IKEA and we go back home and. Oh, whoa.
It's like the mirage. You can literally see the mirage on the road, right? Everything's shaking, man. Yeah, for my 100 kilometers cycling, all right, not to boast it around or rub it in front of your face, Heifa, to be honest with you. I mean, I did it out of random, to be honest. I didn't expect that I wanted to do that until that was all right. So one experience, I invited one of my friends to go cycling with me. He lived nearby, so we just need to. I mean, I met him in a meetup in his house. So we were actually cycling up until somewhere near a bus station, probably around 5 kilometers in already, and he punctured his tire. And after that, we kind of just waited out and see what we can do. But it turns out, yeah, he doesn't have a spare tire. He doesn't know how to, fix the tire. At least, you can just seal it out, or anything in particular. So what he had to do was ask his parents to pick him
Yeah,
up.
that
day.
happened to me as well. I was cycling. My house is like in Matimas, right? And
Where were you?
The tire punctured at SMS, and I just called my mom. And like,
Yeah, that's
"Mom."
actually very far.
Yeah, I just called my mom to pick me up, and there you go.
I mean, I've had my personal challenge, not challenges, more like problems in cycling or unfortunate moments actually. So you know how bicycles, they do have a lot of parts, like very complicated mechanism, is it? So if something falls off, maybe something that is not too detrimental, I think it should be fine. But the worst part is that my pedal came off. One of my pedal came off, and thankfully it was just near my house, probably around 5 kilometers away. I didn't decide to call anyone.
Just walk home.
Maybe because not that I didn't decide to call anyone. It's because I didn't.
felt
I
embarrassed.
didn't bring my phone.
Oh. Why don't you bring a phone, lah? You bring.
I'm so lazy in bringing any extra weight onto myself when I go exercising. I feel like the less things I bring, the faster I go. Meanwhile, I'm on a
Wait,
bike.
Then how did you like record how far you went then?
I think last time I didn't really bother on how far I cycled. I already know my particular route, so I just repeated that same place over and over again. Back then I usually constantly do it at around 30 kilometers of cycling, at least on the weekends, or weekends usually, and I go running during the weekdays. And so, anyways, back to where my pedal came off. I remember one time that I was so not desperate. I would say that it was so pitiful of me. I tried looking for help on the road. Particularly, I tried going to a complex asking for security if they had the same wrench. But
Wow.
I think if you service your own bike, you would probably know that these sets of wrenches, they're very particular in terms of like their dimensions, especially to bicycles only. So whatever is on a motorbike, is not the same with bicycles. So I tried looking for it and I just gave up. I just particularly just walked back home. Thankfully, nothing bad happened, but it was pretty unfortunate. And Yeah, but that wasn't really the same. That wasn't when I was doing 100 kilometers. Fortunately, in doing 100 kilometers, I think everything went just fine all throughout. But it was pretty random because basically after my friend got his tires were punctured. He went back home. I went cycling and just went on and on.
I was like,
until-
you were like, I will cycle for you, my friend. I will
Right.
avenge you.
I even planned to go that quite far that day. Actually, I planned to go that far. Probably like
Maybe your
around
friend was that weight.
Oh man, but it was really random. Really, I would have not thought that I would be doing 100 kilometers that day. I mean, at the end of the day, I think nothing bad really happened. I was pretty hydrated, but then I think I wasn't prepared for it to say just because I did out of random, really. So thankfully, I brought money with me, so I could stop in an Indomart when I wanted to.
Bro, you usually don't bring money with you.
No, I don't bring my. I don't even bring my
You
phone.
don't bring phone, you don't bring money.
I know. It's like a.
Oh, you gangster, bro. You like, YOLO, and then you just immediately.
I'm literally signing my own death contract, really. But yeah, I really just don't like bringing things around when I go cycling, and maybe that's the reason
Bro,
why.
money's not heavy.
I know money's not heavy, but then I just hate the feeling of wet money. You know, I sweat a lot. I particularly sweat a lot.
I don't sweat at all.
So I know you can just put like a plastic bag, but I didn't cross my mind when I do that. But thankfully, I had money that day. I was able to stop by Indomart. I think it took me around. Oh, I forgot how long it took me. 5 hours, 6 hours. I remember it. I stopped at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. from like 6 or 7 a.m.
6 hours to do 100 kilometers.
Yeah, it was probably I could have done faster if I was prepared for it, meaning that I can bring a lot of more water without having to stop in Indomart. But man, whether I want to do that again, maybe I would have to reconsider about it, honestly.
You know, I have been cycling for I don't know how long, and I have to admit to one thing. I don't know how to fix.
You don't service your own bike.
No, I if my chains fell off, I don't know how to fix it.
What do you mean fell off? I mean you can just hook it back on.
I don't know how.
Yeah, that's random.
I mean, if you want me
So, funny story. I was in what do you call it?
All right, go on.
I was cycling to my friend's house. My parents didn't know I was going there, and I just went alone.
I
Right?
didn't know.
What?
I didn't know that you're going to your friend's house.
Yeah, and
You bring your phone, right?
I brought my phone. Yeah,
Thankfully.
I always bring phone and money. Like, I don't know.
okay.
I didn't bring. No, I didn't bring water. I just buy.
I see,
But
it's a
anyways,
high
yes.
risk, high
Then my
reward.
gears fell off,
Yeah.
and I was just like,
It didn't snap, right?
no, it just fell off. But I don't know how to fix it. So I was just like there, like standing still. I don't know for 5 minutes, and then Abang Gojek was just like, like he literally pulled over and was like, kenapa deh? And I was like, Pak, boleh tolong bantuin itu nggak? And then he's like, oh yeah, and then yeah, I gave him money after that.
Really? How much
Yeah.
you gave him? You
50K.
better 50K.
That's what?
Don't tell my
Hey,
friends.
at least you pay a good Samaritan. You pay for a good Samaritan.
Hey, he was a good Samaritan as well. He helped me out. I don't know. I was stranded there, bro.
Hey, it's better than my experience when I first not really that was my first time actually falling off a bike really badly. Literally, my life was flashing before my eyes. So basically, it was during rain. I couldn't just. I was so impatient about it. It was still drizzling, but then I kind of just crashed into a gutter. You know how roads have gutter right on the side. It was filled to the brim with water, so I thought it was kind of like a flat road on top. I was riding so fast, forcing all the energy into it, and it was right into turn, so I wasn't expecting anything to happen. But I literally ran into the gutter, fell out. I was flung out of my bike. I literally probably dragged myself probably 1 meter from my bike. I fell off. Tires were bent, but nothing severe happened to the bike. Why am I concerned about the bike? I should be concerned about me. But anyways, yeah, I was quite wounded. I still have the wound up until here now, if you can still see it. Yeah, that's something that I will remember. But the worst part of it all, there was some cyclists were passing by me. I don't know if they were looking at me, but my God, they didn't even notice at all. I thought they would offer help or anything like that, but I guess I can't hope much about it. 50,000 for someone to fix your chain, all right.
Man, he saved my life, man. I was in. Oh my god.
Imagine if I actually shared my skull on that same road. I would pay more than 50,000 for someone to more than just fix my chains or fix my tires that went off, man. So yeah, that was pretty traumatizing. Yeah, we'll never ride in the rain ever again. Even though I think I've done it once or twice. I mean, you've done it as well, right, Heifa? At least once or twice
In the rain.
Yeah.
No.
No, you didn't. Really?
Actually, one thing that I have not done.
I'm such an obedient child.
What?
No, go on.
What is it? Oh my god.
Maybe your parents don't. I mean, didn't your parents tell you not to ride during the rain? Is it?
Not really. I just never like been in the rain.
Oh, I thought usually I thought parents would tell you not to ride in the rain, and you just follow by that rule. But meanwhile, me, I actually did that.
Well, actually, I have never ever gotten injured while cycling.
Maybe it'll be your first time experience. A first time for everyone.
Wow.
I'm not wishing to get hurt.
Actually, I've fallen a bunch of times.
But how severe was it?
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but wait, is it even legal? But like,
No, I'm just wondering what happened.
I like climbing. What do you call it? Parking lots.
Parking lots. What? What is there to climb in parking lots? Are you talking about the pillars? Are you trying to imagine yourself?
So for example, like Living Road or Ion, right? They have parking lots and you can go up, right? To the very top, like the very top for the
not
cars.
sure for Living World, but yes, I know that you can have different. I mean, the parking has a lot of stories.
Yeah, so I climbed that with my bicycle and I will go down.
I'm pretty sure you're allowed to. It's just that it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, but it's really fun because like at the very top.
Yeah, but
it's just like,
basically going down. The problem is descending. Descending is like the big problem.
it's
Are you
pretty
not
scary.
concerned about descending?
No.
Whoa, my god.
But anyways, it was in Living World parking lot.
Okay.
At the very top, it was like kind of.
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, there's the swirling part.
It was swirling.
Swirling.
So it just went swirling, like down, right, from the 7th floor. But at the very roof, like the roof,
the very top,
you can't even go there by car. Right? You can only walk up there. Anyways, like it was like, I think it drizzled or whatever before. So like there was like puddles, and I'm blaming it on the puddle because I probably stepped it. I drove through the puddle, right? So my tires got wet, and I went circling down, and then at the very first floor. What?
You skid?
Yeah, I skid.
Oh.
I don't know. I got launched like, I don't know, like 10 meters or something, bro. It's pretty far.
Hey, at least you did not really see. If you were to say that parking lot with different stories, even if you fall off into that center area with a circle, you still have a net there. Yeah, there's
Oh
still
no,
net
I didn't.
there.
I didn't fall in the
Yeah,
net.
thankfully. I'm just saying that thankfully you did not. But the worst case scenario, if somebody were to fall somewhere
fall
in
on
that
the
center
ground.
area,
So like
at least something catches you, or else you'll be falling 7 stories high, and you might end up not walking in anymore. And after that point, your life just ended right over there.
just from climbing parking lots.
Yeah.
Using
So how
bicycle.
did that end up for you?
No, I just walked it off. It's not that bad though. It's just like I was like, I fell on the very first floor, and then like it just skid off.
Oh, but you didn't fall off the bike.
Oh, of course, but
Oh, okay. I thought you like stabilized it. I thought you hit the wall or something like that. So you fell off the bike while you're descending.
yeah, well, listen.
I'm surprised you didn't roll downwards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like a very inclined place. So surprised that if you fall down, you don't roll your body. I think that's the worst part. You can't really control it. But what time was it when you did that?
Oh, I always cycle in the morning.
In the morning? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's totally fine. Yeah. So what about you, Ranga? Have you had any terrible experience for like cycling to be particular? I mean, I think the both of us probably had enough experience for ourselves as well. What about you, Ranga?
Well, I also had like I fell down as well from the bike, so it's pretty similar to what happened to Darren. Yeah, but it's not really in raining, but after the rain, so it still has some puddles nearby.
I
So
see.
yeah, it was next to like a corner, a turn, and well at that time it's still very sleepy.
I think that was pretty
Oh,
reckless.
you just woke up or something.
Yeah, I just woke up and like really kind of sleepy, and my dad asked me to cycle, and so okay, then
You didn't say
go.
no.
I can't, man. It's just
Oh.
I can't.
A very obedient child.
No,
Your dad-
maybe he cannot say no. Yeah.
What's gonna happen? Gonna whip you out.
And so I went there, and there's a corner at that particular corner. Before it was like some road that going down. So I
It's a
kept, like,
descending
a
road.
descending road, and so I just go really fast, and I didn't brake, and then at one turn, I didn't actually know there's gonna be a car coming from the other direction.
See.
So at the last second, I spot the car, and at that point, my instant reaction was to brake.
Of course, I think that's
Yeah.
everyone's intuition, isn't it?
And so I brake too fast and like too hard. Well, I then like flip over as well, and so yeah.
Flip over.
Like yeah, flip forward. Like
Really?
Yeah, I flip forward.
So bad. How fast were you going? You need enough momentum for you to actually flip.
I didn't actually know, and so I actually flipped. And
Bro, did he like break the front the front door or something, bro?
I'm not sure, but because of that, some of the bike parts like there's still scratches because of the road thing. Like on the like the handle, you can see like there's a bent on the handle because of the.
So what did you do with that bike?
Yeah, and I think I had like an injury on my arm as well. It's kind
Really,
of
I mean, flipping over on.
Did you think you were gonna
bike?
die?
no, that I don't.
Oh.
But at that point, I think my dad, I told my dad something is wrong with my arm, like it doesn't feel right, and so that road had like bumper,
I
like
see.
bump on the road, and so every time there's a bump, I had like bumped on it and feels kind of weird on my arm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why I avoided the gutter in the first place. There was these speed bumps actually. I tried to go from that's the reason why I decided to go from the side. Yeah, the speed bumps. I don't know if you guys hate speed bumps. I really hate speed bumps. That's why I decided to go to the side rather.
My sister hates it. She despises it. I was like, it doesn't matter. It's just like a speed bump, bro.
I think it's just an inconvenience to be honest. If I can just go to the side without feeling the bump.
Well, yeah, you
like,
can
I
also
should-
just
I
go to
can
the
do
side
that.
and like, yeah, but like, it's not. It's just a speed bump.
Yeah. I see. Okay, back to the topic again. Maybe in terms of I mean, have you gotten serious in like any sport so far? Maybe if you gotten really serious in cycling, Heifa.
No, I just do it for fun, bros.
Most of you are just doing it for fun, is it?
Yeah.
Actually, in my first time cycling, I was like so excited that every time I went to a new mall, I would take a picture in that mall and send to my mom. Mom, I'm in living. Mom, I'm in. Sister. Oh,
Ain't
yeah.
nothing wrong with live reports, Heifa.
Mhm.
I mean, just to let you know, your parents are you're fine. You know, at least you're not falling off the bike, or you go to the gutter and you fall down from the bike and get injured, or probably going down a ramp that you probably that was pretty risky, wasn't it?
Have you ever tried off-road cycling?
But I just don't have the bike really. No, I haven't tried.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay, tell me about it, Heifa.
Well, it was two of my friends. They ajak me. They invited me, and I was like, sure. It was my first time, by the way. They've been in this what do you call it? In this
Area.
yeah, the area before. So yeah, and then they went first. Like I was at the back, so
So
it
they
was-
went ahead.
Yeah, they went ahead.
I see.
I was at the back, and I just got left behind. I was like, bro, where are they? And yeah, bro, it was like in like a forested area, and like there was like a lake.
Shouldn't there be like a route to it?
Yeah, there's a route. There's
Like
like
a track.
paved road.
Yeah,
But like it's still really yeah. And
You
anyways,
need a particular mountain bike to be
yeah,
specific.
no, I have a mountain bike. That's the only bike I
I
have.
see.
So yeah, it was like climbs up and downs, and like I would be left behind like a lot, and I would just like still go with it. And yeah, in the end, I met them again, and we also like met some about other people also doing it, and it's pretty scary, bro. It's like drops of like one, it was maybe two there and stack on top of each other. That's the height of the drop, and
I
like
mean, yeah, I mean,
it goes back up immediately like that.
That's pretty much to be expected in off-road
It was
cycling.
my first time, bro. I was
Trails,
scared.
yeah, I know. It was pretty daunting actually. I mean, I wouldn't probably try it myself just yet, to be honest. Probably an instructor guide would be wise. You know, probably if we
I had
ask
two of my
someone else.
friends. That's it.
Are they professionals? I mean, they literally left you. What kind of professional leaves them behind? But no injury sustained, right?
No, it's
Nah,
actually really fun.
thankfully.
Yeah,
I
it's actually
see.
really really fun.
It's fun if you don't get hurt. Really, I think it would have gone bad if maybe something happened bad to you. Would be quite traumatizing, I must say actually. So yeah, personally, actually, I've try hard really much, and in running, actually, I was so serious to a point where I really wanted to be an athlete.
I had that
really
faith.
serious.
I had that faith.
I think we all had. I've even had a friend who really just cared about playing games and become an esport gamer, an aspiring esport gamer, and that's what he literally told me the other day. But yeah, like everything in like I think that was just a phase, really. I think personally, being an athlete is not really that sustainable in terms of living expenses, is it? And plus, I did actually I didn't really bother in terms of going internationally professional in international competitions. I just cared that I at least win most of the races locally, but
win.
I did win once out of chance.
Ooh.
Literally that event lacked the participants. So basically, let's say if you were to join there, I'm pretty sure you would have gotten 5 million, 6 million. I mean, I, think
you won?
I won 7 million rupiah for that.
What?
Being the third place. But the absolute joke was the part where literally the difference between me and the second winner, I was third by the way, was 20 minutes of running distance difference. And the reason why it's actually 10 kilometers. The contest 10 kilometers. I was so so ashamed being on top of the podium, considering that the first and second winner, I bet they're both from the same club. To be expected, I can see them by then, and they're only 3 minutes apart. Literally, the first winner was an absolute beast. He finished in 30 minutes for 10 kilometers.
Bro, I can't even run 5 kilometers in 30 minutes like
Yeah, exactly.
consistently.
That's exactly my point. And the second winner got it in 33 minutes. Meanwhile, me got third place in 51 minutes. Yeah, so it was pretty.
It is not bad though.
Yeah, it's really not bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's probably the reason why I was able to get my first running watch. Really. Yeah, I
Oh, you
mean,
use that money to buy a running watch.
yeah, that was something that I've always wanted, but it's just really expensive. But when I finally got the money for it, obviously that's the first thing in mind to buy. Well, yeah, well, it's kind of embarrassing standing next to actual people who are very committed, I would say, full time doing this. Meanwhile, you see me not just doing half time, not even half time actually, off time really from school. I only train like 3 times a week, and sitting on the podium next to these people. I don't know if you guys probably can imagine the kind of feeling I might have when I'm standing next to people who actually spend dozens of hours in training. But anyways, yeah, I got pretty serious. I tried really hard, but I think what actually demotivated me, to be honest with you, is just the lack of offline races. That's why when offline races start to kick in, I started getting really excited. So that's the reason why I'm doing the half marathon races so far. I think in terms of like the struggles I usually go into half marathons, mostly I think it's the time really. Especially when we have school, we can't really do this full time, and I think at one point we should have like a full realization that really we can't really have that much. We don't have much time, and we can only maximize the amount of time that we can do to train. So, but fortunately, I probably still have like around 2-3 months before I start college. But nevertheless, I'm maximizing that time really. Maybe yeah, that's the struggle so far.
You actually also had that running phase as well. It was, I don't know, for like 1 to 2 months or maybe 3. I would run every day, every single day. You can ask like the XComs of this year's Binus Track Team. I would like, I think like
you're overtraining yourself, man.
Yeah, I actually literally almost every day I would run, and yeah, because like I felt the improvement. Like I was improving so fast. It was from like running 5 kilometers in 60 minutes and down to like 14, down to 30.
Was it every day you said?
Yeah, every day I ran.
Oh my god. Pretty serious.
Until I got injured.
How bad was the injury though?
Oh, the injury is not from running. I was just doing calf raises. You know calf raises, right?
Yeah, I know what calf
And I was like,
raises are.
bruh, this is easy. I'm gonna do one-legged calf raises.
Yeah, you sprained the muscle there.
Yeah.
I see. How long did it take you to recover?
More than, I don't know, 2 weeks probably.
2
And then
weeks.
after that, I just ran bad. It's just not the same anymore. And then after
Yeah, I get that feeling, and that's probably the reason why the watch that I earn, I kind of stopped using it just because I'm too obsessed with the results of what I was able to do in the past. Meanwhile, me, I haven't even been training for 6 months, and yet I'm expecting the same results that I did during my prime. So yeah, that's the reason why I kind of suddenly abandoned my watch when I go running, just because I don't want to see the results. I just don't want to see what my pace is during that time, just for the sake of me just keep doing the sport without having to feel too bad about it. So I think the worst part of it all, because you kind of compare yourself with before and after versions of yourself. So yeah, I say that's probably the reason why I kind of take a hiatus for a while. I think that's the reason why you take a hiatus, isn't it, Heifa? Yeah, so I mean, did you at least try to come back?
Yeah, I actually tried to like, I was in denial though. I was like, no, I can't be this weak.
Yeah, I think that's the first phase.
And yeah, I just
different stages of grief.
I just kept on trying to run. I would still keep up that 7 days a week. And how about the results were not there. Went down to 5 days a week. Went down to 3. And then track team was like, oh, we're only limiting it to just 1 time a week, and like in the end 1 time a week, and then now I barely even run.
I think the reason why you didn't run that much is probably the term test, isn't it?
Yeah, actually that as well.
Yeah, that's probably the reason
And
I
also,
stopped this.
yeah, I'm also in another club, MUN model.
Yeah, I see.
Nations.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You gotta divide the task into two.
Yeah.
Time management needs to be very efficient. Yeah, that's probably one of the hardest challenges so far, actually. What about you, Ranga?
I guess. I'm not really sure, to be honest. But I guess.
I mean, since you did basketball was it? One most recent one was tennis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you require a lot of endurance on that one too.
Do you have any
Track
phases?
as well,
Do you have any phases like running or whatever?
Like you really want to become like a quote unquote athlete on that.
Well, the first thing, like I always like we got taught about the technique, of course, of the hitting.
I see.
And afterwards, I can't do it. At least I can still like hit a bit, but now it's just like as you can say earlier, the serving, kind of pretty hard there.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, honestly. I mean, usually it's the dopamine rush that gets you.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's really just that, and you kind of just outdoing yourself.
This live stream is collaborated with the Binus School Serpong Choir Club. Do you enjoy singing in the shower? Your singing is so beautiful, you could be mistaken as the original singer. Why not let the whole world hear you this time? Introducing the Choir Club. The BSS Choir Club is a club where members can express their love for singing through performances that they will post in their Instagram post. The Choir Club performs for school assemblies, theoretical production, and events external to the school. The members of the Choir Club are dedicated to learning songs after songs in order to improve their singing and give their best performance they can. For more information, visit at choir.bss on Instagram. That's at choir.bss. Join the Choir Club now.
Hello everyone, my name is Misha Jacqueline Fraser. I'm from class 11G and I'm also the president of 3rd Batch BSS Choir. But before I start, I would like to say thank you Stefan and thank you Track Team for having choir here today in 2022 virtual run. It has been an honor to be here. And before I start, actually to commemorate this event, I would also like to introduce what BSS Choir, my club, is. So what is BSS Choir? BSS Choir is actually a club where students, both boys and girls, actually come together and sing for the same love, the same passion for singing. We express ourselves and we show them confidently in front of everyone, including the school body, in an expressive yet passionate manner as we sing our hearts out. That is what choir is all about. And actually, choir has been performing in many school performances, such as Independence Day, Halloween, Lustrum, TSAD, Christmas, Chinese New Year Assembly, New Year Assembly, Valentine's Day, what else? Actually, there's many more, and actually there's a project that's upcoming. It's called Once Upon a Time, and stay tuned for that one. For that will be released in a month from now. So hope you guys can't wait for that. And to tell you a bit more about Choir Club, it consists of 20 members in total, and we've been actually, unfortunately, due to the pandemic coronavirus, we are unable to meet offline, and therefore we've been managing to succeed in executing online performances. And each member in our club is dedicated and hardworking towards recording high-quality videos and audio to create the perfect performance. And with my beloved advisors, Mr. Henki and Mr. Rinto, yes, thank you very much for guiding our club until this very day. And that without them, without Mr. Rinto and Mr. Henki, Choir Club will not be where it is today. And as the 3rd Batch BSS Choir, I am very, very proud of all my members, as we have, again, the same love, the same passion for singing, and therefore, even though in crisis times such as the coronavirus pandemic, which hopefully will reside very, very soon for maybe, just maybe this year, if we're going offline, we're going to meet all the members and finally have an offline performance that is well-deserved since 3 years ago. So that's a bit from Choir Club, so hopefully that interests everyone here today, and that shall be inspiration for you all, that in hard times like now, nothing is truly impossible, just like choir. Even though it's in the pandemic, we are still managing to execute and to perform vibrant performances for the school. And so that's it from me. Again, my name is Misha Jacqueline Fraser, president of 3rd Batch BSS Choir, and I'd like to say again, thank you for having me here.
So, since the three of us are actually within a club, right? So I think we can just maybe shift our topic onto our club experiences so far, actually. So I mean, personally, maybe as you guys both are members, right? And personally, I'm an ex-com myself for probably around 3 years. I think Haifa, you were in a club for 1 year. Is that so? And
Yes,
Ranga, I
but
think you've been longer than
longer than
Since grade 8, right?
yeah, grade 7.
Huh? Grade 7 as what?
grade 7.
I think I joined Interact grade 7. Yeah, grade 7 I
Wow.
joined Interact.
And what about it? Is like Veritiv, or did you just continue on with the same club over and over again?
I joined Interact from grade 7 to grade 8.
Grade 7 to grade 8.
And in
Is
grade
it-
8, he become the best buddy ever. Oh, I know that. He didn't ask help from others.
take your pride in. Take your pride in, Ranga. All right, since the both of you like at least been in a club before, so I'm pretty sure you probably know your ex-coms at least, is it?
Yeah.
Maybe if it's from the both of your perspectives, what do you think is like the ideal personality, or let's say an ideal trait that you want to look for in an ex-com, you look forward to or anticipate in it specifically? Actually,
You go first.
I guess the next com have to always like be active in the club, as in like make events, I guess join meetings and stuff.
yeah, but what kind of event though? I think as an ex-com actually making an event that is
Yeah.
not member inclusive, I feel like it's just going to be equally the same as not making an event at all, is it?
Yeah.
So I think maybe in my opinion, I would say that maybe an ideal XCOM. I mean, I've not been a member before, but then as perspective from at least what an ideal XCOM in my vision is, probably it's mostly the making events specifically that is inclusive with the members.
Oh, yes. I just realized Darren has never been a member before in his life.
I
Oh
mean,
my god.
To be honest,
He just jumped, guys. In the first year, he ever been a club?
It's called founding a club, hey,
Oh,
but it's much
president
harder
unit,
than
wow.
just being a member, man. You have to establish all this, the foundations. Well, meanwhile, if a member, I feel like your duties is mostly being set up by the heads of your committee, if I'm mistaken, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything is already pretty much set up. So I say maybe for me, in terms of being an XCOM and also be a founder, I think one of the hardest one is actually building up the foundation and the experience. Rather, actually, there hasn't been that much of sports club in Binus. In fact, probably
It's
Binus-
probably the first one.
yeah, probably Binus Track Team is the first one. So
Whoa.
it's really hard to find like a reference. Like, what can you compare to be honest with you? So I think that was one of the biggest challenge yet previously, because my vision, or let's say my expectations of how I would lead the club like this, is mostly like the clubs that you already can see professionally. I would say like a community around Best Day, for example, or let's say somewhere in pick, or they're called pick runners basically. Yeah, the way I've used reference is actually only from them, and so far I think that from my experience actually it doesn't really work too well with students, to be honest with you. Actually, just maybe because really I think students really join sports club for the sake of curiosity rather than being too passionate in the sport. Is it? I don't know. Have you guys been like to at least sport clubs? I'm pretty sure Ranga, you've been to basketball clubs, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I've joined basketball clubs already before.
Yeah. Maybe making a club in terms of sports, I say it's pretty hard as an XCOM because the foundations aren't there. You have to layer it out for yourself and see. Well, you have to do a constant trial and error, for most parts. And I say joining it as an XCOM for the first time in grade 10, I can tell you there's probably a lot more arguments than I anticipated. A lot more challenges, I would say, as an XCOM. I don't know. What about you guys as members? I mean, specifically like Haifa, I think your first time joining a club was
Moon, and
Moon,
yeah,
right? And
MUN
this
and
year,
Binus Track
isn't
Team.
it?
Yeah.
But what do you think is your challenges in this kind of clubs, or at least what really surprised you from it?
There's no really surprise, but like what I really didn't expect was that there's a bit, not a bit, it was much of a difference from MUN to Binus Track Team. How should I describe it? MUN is like so much more
How would you say it?
welcoming, I guess.
Oh, maybe it's just a little bit more structured.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's everyone's like so friendly, and like it's like really, yeah, they speak like to us without any
I see.
boundaries.
Maybe they already got their recipe right. Maybe I just haven't. Maybe for this club, I mean, surely there are still a lot of things that can still be improved. I mean, no any clubs is perfect, really.
So actually, yeah, as a member, I would want to have XComs who would be really friendly to the members.
You have any for details like what friendly in what way?
Bro, like how they invite us to join the what do you call it, the events. Bonding day? No, we don't have any bonding days. But yeah, anyways, like yeah, how they persuade us and like how they encourage us that we are capable of joining the events and everything. And I actually joined events because of how determined they are. And yeah, I actually enjoyed it.
Say that maybe for me as well. I think XCOM should be obviously considered as well. To be honest with you, yeah, I think personally for my experience, I've never I've actually been one of the worst XCOM in my opinion. I mean, to self-reflect, actually, maybe 2 years or 1 year ago, maybe I just have too much standards to my members, thinking that I thought I thought you Heifa, maybe you can finish 5K in like 25 minutes like I do.
No, man.
I
Oh
thought
my God.
I thought everybody was just like me. So I think that was a bit of the misconception that I got. And maybe, like I said, maybe not everyone has the same level of enthusiasm. I think that's really one of the biggest difference, honestly, if I have to compare me as an XCOM and also member. But of course, members can be enthusiastic. I think a good XCOM can bring out the enthusiasm, is it? I think that should be a desired trait, wouldn't you think so, Ava, is it?
Yes, like how they what do you call it? They transfer the enthusiasm.
Yeah, like building up the hype, isn't it? I mean, especially like sports in Binus. I don't think sports is something that is very enthusiastic about, is it?
Well, there are SCPs, so
Yeah, I mean, how long has it been since you guys been to the last SCP, right? Yeah, maybe like 3 years ago, was it? Yeah, I mean, would you say like SCP and student organization clubs like that?
It's very different.
It's pretty different, isn't it? Especially like maybe building up the foundations for the track team in the first place was kind of hard, because what I've been doing so far is probably like taking reference to clubs that are, I mean, to organized clubs that are running clubs specifically that have runners already specifically. Is it
like runners who are actually like interested in joining and like not interested in joining, but like
not just
they
interested? I
actually
think they're
wanna
pretty experienced so
yeah
far.
experience
They did really experience. So yeah, I think the skill gap isn't too much, but I mean, building a club like this, it's mostly by out of curiosity, wouldn't you say so? What were you, Heifa? I know you joined the track team this year, right? What really crossed your mind when you wanted to join it? At least is out of curiosity too, right?
Yeah, actually, though. I was
Don't
also
tell me about it.
I was also in that phase where I just actually no here. Since it's pandemic, right? I can never go outside, and I was like, bro, I need to actually move more, so I got a treadmill, and I was like, wait, treadmill, and there's a track team club, and I was like, bro, I'm gonna join, and like, yeah, so like,
yeah, I think the sense of community, I think that's something very important for Nextcom to build, really. Yeah, so building the feeling of having a community around you,
a community that can like
support,
encourage you, support you.
Support as well, is it? Yeah, I feel like that should be common trait. I don't know. What about you, Ranga? Do you have anything else for like you think it's an ideal trait for Nextcom?
Yeah, well, I guess XComs they are willing, or they can make the members be able to like participate in the events and stuff. Yeah.
But in what way, to be specific? I don't like, of course, sometimes you need to be, I don't know, would you say like forceful? I'm not really forceful. How would I say this? It's not really forceful, but then sometimes you just have to, how would I say this? It's
Well,
not
you could
really
like
forcing.
they can like give like ideas or like the events and stuff, and like ask them if they would join or not. But eventually, it will just be like forcing them. No one would join.
I see. I mean, from like the XCOM perspective for around 3 years, yeah, I guess, I can't have everything my way. And in terms of like maybe in the perspective of XCOM to the members, I think maybe an ideal member should at least, a bit more committed to the club, I would say, despite how much you really hate it or like it. But as the duty of an XCOM, you should really know the conditions of your club right now, the people that are supporting you. So I think in terms of XCOM, you gotta be aware of your members' thoughts, whether it's explicit or even implicit. So I feel like some of the members, they're not willing to express much of their thoughts about it. Is it? It's like they're really afraid of something.
Yeah, they
saying
just
some
stay
controversial.
quiet and like
just do whatever they're told or something.
Like they're not hiding their feelings, isn't it? Would you say that XCOM can actually fix that?
Well, we could actually like hear from them like what ideas they probably have, like what problems they might face. But like, yeah, just don't really would like to say that.
I see. I mean, I feel like there shouldn't be that much. How do I say this? Gap between the XCOM and the members. They shouldn't feel like the XCOMs are far superior in that sense. They're just there for the sake of like leading, isn't it? Just for the sake of direction. I think that's what
Some
XCOM
people
should
to look
have.
up to, something like that.
Yeah, someone should rely to, just so that the event just keeps going on, and of course these members also rely on them. It's not like problem is like the sense of direction. Basically, the XCOMs are there for the sense for a leadership figure, actually, rather. Yeah, that's honestly what my thoughts about it. But speaking of which, like, I guess, do you have any pictures of like what the workload might be if you guys have been? I mean, we'll be in an XCOM next year. Like at least from your guys' clubs, what do you think your workload's gonna be like at least?
Well, if you compare
Yes, from
XCOM,
member.
yeah, from a member to like a XCOM, I guess for members the workload, I guess they kind of like more towards like what the XCOM can bring to them. For examples, like the events there are from the XCOM, because they would probably like always wait for what the XCOM are gonna do.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I think like the XCOM do have more workload to than the members.
I see. To be honest with you, I think the XCOM should actually do the planning, and in terms of execution, really the members should do that instead. Because if the XCOMs are doing the execution as well, I feel like no one is managing, and if no one's managing, who's gonna look after, like for example, the deadlines? Everything will just fall out of place, and eventually, I don't think most events will run pretty well because of it too. Yeah, so I think in terms of like workload, for me, I'd say the workload for XCOM and members should be equally the same. I feel like XCOM should also give work to the member. Just because you want to give them light work doesn't mean that you don't give them work at all. It's just because you, as an XCOM, you really need to. I feel that you need to really manage instead of doing. Of course, you can do execution as well, but then management, I would say, because if not, then who will be looking after even the others while you're so busy to yourself?
And also having the members do the work also makes them more included into the club. Makes
Yeah,
them more
yeah.
appreciated. Actually, I feel like.
But I think so it's not like we can get members that are really suited to the job 100%, right? For example, not all of us are really artistic, is it? Yeah. So personally, I think that was a bit of a challenge when starting out a committee and track team. To be honest, you guys feel like it's like a challenge for you guys too, when currently in the club right now, like there's like you feel like you're in a position that you feel like it's not suitable for you, but yet you're still there nonetheless. Or how do you actually maybe overcome it or something like that?
Well, I think in my opinion, for me, I feel like the clubs I joined, I think they're pretty fine, to be honest. Like I also I have like fun in there. So I think it's
Yeah,
pretty.
same here. Because like the clubs I joined, the XComs are really easy to reach. Yeah, we have any problems with the club or whatever, we just ask them. They don't bite.
Yeah, so basically the gap is not too far apart, is it? So it's pretty easy. I think I don't know. Do you feel like you can talk casually with them?
Yeah, actually do.
Yeah, I feel like that's one thing that we should have as an XCOM and a member as well. Is that just a bit more casual interaction with one another? Actually,
Not like they're like our superior or whatever.
Yeah,
They're our higher up.
I feel like if an XCOM starts talking a bit too formally, I don't know, maybe people have different styles of talking really, but then if you really force yourself to talk as if you're really sending an email to your teachers or something like that, I feel like that's gonna be a factor to not really ruining your relationship, but then that is establishing your role. I feel like that's one thing that I feel like XCOM should really consider, in my opinion. So maybe, yeah, I guess casually is fine, but then maybe knowing the boundaries, that's the most important part, is it?
Especially if they're like your senior or whatever, right?
Well, to me, I believe there's even if you're just junior or senior, I feel like you eventually would learn the same thing, and eventually I'd say that I don't say it's a bit too different, to be honest. I don't really mind my juniors, calling me by name, or even shouting at me, I don't really mind about it. I feel like if it's necessary, I think it should be done in the first place rather than holding it to yourself, really. So raising your voice, I say it's fine, really, as juniors or even seniors. I don't think there should be big difference about being juniors and seniors. Of course, like um, us seniors, like from grade 7, grade 12, I'm pretty sure like 5-year difference, yeah, experiences. I think that's a very big gap, and especially in like teenage phase, is it? The teenage phase is like very spontaneous change, isn't it? Like sometimes it's really, I feel like grade between like grade 7 and grade 8 students, sometimes they feel they have they emit a different kind of vibe, I would say. Unlike let's say someone from 26 or 27 years old, I feel like that's a big. I think that's like more or less the same, to be honest with you. So 1 year gap in teenagers, I would say it's like very significant in my opinion.
Yeah, well, they would like always like oversee like the seniors, like they would look how they do and
Yeah.
hold them.
But one thing for sure, I think juniors shouldn't really see their seniors as being very superior,
Yeah.
is it? I would say they should be.
Don't
on
be scared of
par.
us, something like that.
Exactly. I feel like you shouldn't really be scared of seniors. We were basically once we're at your place, I think they should just be a bit much more, how to say this, confident in terms of what they want to say, rather than being intimidated by the XCOM. Really, just because they're your seniors doesn't mean that you should be intimidated by it, is it? After all, really, in an organization where communication very important. I think teamwork as well. Yeah. So if any one of you is like just keeping everything to yourself, I feel like it's just not gonna work out, really. You just make yourself more stressed anyways. And speaking of stress, something like that, I'm pretty sure like there are some worse experiences, right? I mean, do you guys have any worse experience so far?
In clubs?
Yeah, specifically in clubs that really, I mean, I think it causes you stress, but
Bro, do you have any?
I don't think so, to be
yeah,
honest.
you don't think so?
Same here, man. I've only had the good experiences.
I see. What about something that really shocked you? To be honest, like something that you didn't really anticipate. Something that was a bit disappointing, rather. Something that was underwhelming, in your opinion.
Not really sure with that.
Nothing really. See,
Yeah,
it's all been good.
Well, to be honest with you, I actually have personal experiences on my own. Actually, really on the first year, actually, I think I've already told to both of you guys about this. But basically, on the first year, we kind of just canceled our one and only offline race, and after that, we for the batch one, I really feel bad about them just because I couldn't really offer them much of any activities during that year. So I feel like the blame is on myself, but I can't really say, I mean, it was pretty unfortunate timing. I say it was really just really unfortunate timing, and eventually, I think everything had to be virtual, and I think it's just not really my club as well, is it? I mean, what about you, Rang? I think maybe experiences from like offline and online clubs.
Well, I guess the activities in online, they are like the clubs have to like face like changes, so they kind of decrease the amount of activities and events they have for like the first COVID year.
Yeah, I can agree with that. A lot of things from first batch was kind of just canceled just because it was completely impossible. But I mean, I just hope that maybe next academic year we could,
Go back
go back offline.
Amen.
All right, just to lighten up the mood. What about the best experience, guys?
Oh, I wanna go first.
Go ahead.
I wanna continue that story where the XComs, they really persuaded me to join the events they have.
What kind of event?
It was MUN, the what do you call it? Yeah, an MUN conference.
You see.
This is my first year in MUN, right? So I was not that confident in joining any any conferences. I was still not really that confident in my skills because like I've been needing help from the XComs and my.
Nothing wrong with consulting them.
Yeah, my other delegates. Anyways, so there was an event at December. It was the term break. So, but I was like, I don't want to join it. I want to have a nice term break. And then I
feel that too.
I was like, I'll do the next one, and then the next one was on February. They persuaded me again. Hi, you should join, and I was like, no, I'm. It's during class, and then
it was the final and last offer. It was on March, if I'm not mistaken. Term test term test. And I was like, bro, I wanna join. So I wanna join an event now, but it's term test week. Do you think I joined? I did. Oh my god, I was like YOLO. And
what happened then? Well, how was it actually? How
I
was it?
juggled term test and a
An
what do you call
event
it?
going, you know.
An event, yeah. I had to
How did
prepare.
that go actually?
Actually did not bad.
At least it worked out to plan at least for you, Avon.
Well, actually, it was like when I actually signed up, I was like, no man, I'm so dead. How am I supposed to juggle term test and the 7 I need to make speeches. It is my first time ever joining a Moon conference as well.
Really?
I was
What
shocked.
about the other time? I mean, pretty much. I think you joined for 1 whole year. Did you not get much experience from that?
I've only been joining the regular weekly meetings. And
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Do you guys not do like the debates and such?
Yeah, we do it weekly.
Oh, the
Once
weekly
week,
thing
yeah.
is it?
Mm.
So I mean, you participate much from it, do you not?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
But this like it was so different having the conference like with other schools. Yeah, it was with
oh, it's been other schools.
Yeah.
So it's like a bigger scale then.
So we
Oh,
have
I see.
that's like one of the cool things. Like I get to like talk with people from other schools from different grades. So there was a guy from grade 7 literally.
I
Yeah.
see. How was that? How was that from grade 7?
Man, he was carrying the group. Yeah, we have a whole conference, right? And it was divided into 2 groups, and he was really active. Yeah.
Yeah, that just shows not to underestimate your juniors. Yeah. So, I mean, what do you get so much out of that? What does that mean for you now?
I mean, man, it boosted my confidence so much, and the experience that I got from the what do you call it?
Conference.
In the conference, me making my speeches, I made it by myself now because I know I'm independent now. Anyways,
Hey, at least you get an experience so far, really.
the different part about the conferences, events like that. We have
Yeah.
to prepare like so many speeches, and I had to like do it like in my free time, but there's not really free time when studying for term tests. So I had to like or manage my time. But then I survived.
At least
I was actually.
At least you did well. At least you did
I
well.
did
You know, that's
pretty
most
active.
important
I
part.
was pretty active, but like I didn't try that hard to like win awards or anything. I won the superlative though, and that superlative was
I mean, that's
the
something to
very
take pride of, really.
yeah, the most hooky delegate guys. Oh my god, my hooks. They're too they impress the chairs, but we call the people who what do you call it?
Judges, basically.
Yeah,
isn't
not
it?
really judges, like the ones
Pretty much
who
judges, isn't
who
it?
oversee the conversations between the delegates.
Oh, I see. Wait, how long did that lasted?
Oh, the conference, the event.
The duration.
It was 2 days. Oh
Full
my
2
god, it
days.
was so tiring. It started from I think 9 in the morning until 5.
Was it
in the
conflicted
afternoon.
with your term test or not?
No, it was after term test.
Oh, it was after term test. I see. Must be pretty burnt out, isn't it?
Oh my god, I was just.
At least you did well. You know, I
Yeah,
think
I
that's the
did
most
well.
important part, really.
This live stream is collaborated with the Torchbearers Club. You're right. You're convinced you're right. You know you're right. But you walk out of an argument unsatisfied. Where can you go without limits? Introducing the Torchbearers Club. Torchbearers is a club to teach younger audiences the art and techniques of public speaking and persuasion. On a weekly basis, students prepare speeches on a given topic. Torchbearers Club focuses on the cultivation of youth minds regarding topics of conflict. In this club, students are taught to express their opinions and concerns in a healthy and productive manner. For more information, visit at BSS_Torchbearers on Instagram. That's BSS_Torchbearers. Join the Torchbearers Club now.
These shutdowns could last months. Policymakers are rushing to create alternative learning options.
Yeah, what about you, Ranga? from someone who did 4 clubs, isn't it? I'm pretty sure you should be having an
You should
experience.
have more
You should at
experience,
least
right?
have best experience. Come on,
Don't
Rango.
tell me you didn't join any events, bro.
Nah, join. I think for me, the best event so far is the one in Interact Club where the Valentine's Day one. Yeah, that one.
So, oh my god, Ranga, he knows your secrets, guys.
Yeah, and
So
so
what happened on that one? What made it really the best in your opinion?
well, it's pretty fun. The fun part is that you can see the notes. Well, not notes, but like who sent to who.
Oh,
That
oh
part, but yeah,
wow.
I guess we can't disclose that
Yeah, of
part.
course you should. Well, you shouldn't be disclosing
Yeah.
that. Hey, I mean, you got the upper hand. Did you got the upper hand? Really?
Yeah.
What about like in terms of comparing? Like I think the Valentine's Day kind of thing has been done a couple times already. I mean, not a couple times. I think it's been
I
doing
think
it for so
yearly,
many years. Yeah,
yearly thing.
something annual, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, is it much of a different experience if you were to do it online? Actually,
Well, they did have one this term, like this year, in online. I think. I think
yeah. No, I don't think it's only this.
Wait,
year.
were
What
you
about
in-
last year?
are you in
Oh,
Interact this year?
No, I don't. But I think they did one right with the collaboration one.
I know they did it this year, but what about last year? I think they did it too.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, were you not in a committee there?
I know I didn't join Interact last year.
Oh, I see, I
For
see.
this year, so yeah.
Yeah, what do you think is the biggest challenges actually for having it online, in your opinion? Let's say if you have to experience it.
Well, I think the main problem is probably with the bonding of the members as well as the
Bonding of the members. But what's wrong with the what's wrong with the members though? What's wrong with the interaction? You know?
Well, the activities like there will be like less activities because of the COVID, like the online.
Yeah, that is kind of true. A lot of
The type
it's
of
got
ac-
limited,
yeah,
isn't it?
the type of activities they kind of like tilt towards things that are not like socializing together and stuff.
I'm pretty sure it's still socializing. It's just that if you do it virtual, it's just that you it's like how do I say this? You can't get out of it easily. You probably have no idea how many the number of times making the excuse of like, oh no, my internet just fell down. It just completely dropped, and you literally just leave the call just for that basic one reason, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think in terms of socializing, I think socializing can be done through virtual. It just depends on the kind of person, really. And yeah, I think that's one thing. I mean, I wouldn't say forcing the person, but then how would I say this? You're setting up the environment, the atmosphere. I would say, doing you're socializing in that sense. Well, personally, if it's for me, for the best experience, I would say it's literally the first live stream. Actually, the live stream for no, the school-wide event for this club. Actually, I did it in the second year. I think it was 2021, was it? Yeah, it was 2021.
Wait, this is the third year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that means it's my second year, the second batch.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so that was like my first live stream ever, just because I think I already expressed my problems when I was doing things online, especially as a track team. Is it a lot of activities are kind of just completely canceled or just completely impossible or suspended rather. And the one way, I mean, I've seen references online, and the one thing that really caught my eye was a live stream, and this is why I'm doing this now again for the last time, because I feel like this is something that we can still do and kind of just engage the members all throughout, really. So yeah, I say one of the best experiences is just doing that for the very first time and being the commentator. Actually, I mean, both are gonna be commentators too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Being the commentator, yeah, it does take a lot of load. Especially last time was actually a 12-hour stream.
12 hours.
It was like 12 hours, so like 6 a.m. to like 6 p.m. But we definitely have breaks. But the one thing I would say is that even if it's during the breaks, you still have to constantly worry about what's wrong with the live stream. Whether
was it an online live stream or
it was
offline like this?
online. It was online. Yeah, and then we had to. I was actually debating whether to do it on YouTube or actually Jukes. Initially, I wanted Jukes because I wanted to offer at least songs that the participants can listen to. But then, yeah, I would say the best experience is because is that event. To be honest with you, just it's completely something new. I would say it's not something that is commonly done, and I would say there are a lot of running virtual events that does that these days. It's just that I think the budget and preparation for it, I think that's the one thing that is pretty challenging in my opinion. Yeah, a lot of memorable things, I would say for the live stream, apart from the fact that I had to continue for 12 hours straight, honestly.
Wow.
I mean, you guys would probably have to do it, but then probably just half the time. Right?
So we're doing 6 hours.
I mean, you're only doing half the amount of time, but then I think it's more or less the sensation is probably like the same, considering that you have less break time and a bit of more content, a lot of more talking, I would say. Yeah,
Right.
but I mean, since you guys are going to step into XCOM next year, I think this is going to be something that you guys can benefit from, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think commentating is not something really easy, really. Wouldn't you say so as well? I mean, like Heifa, you have a debate. Imagine you didn't have a script there.
Yeah,
You have to improvise it. Maybe it's not really the same. It's not really necessarily.
It's not the same
commentating,
because like
yeah,
for debate we have to base it on our research.
yeah,
So, like,
yeah, exactly. So, wait, did you have it like just scripted out, everything one by one, or is it in extempore?
What do you mean?
Extempore, like just list point by point basis.
Oh no, I don't know about other people, but I do it as like an actual script.
Oh, you have an actual script, just read it from there.
Yeah.
How long did that take you to prepare?
I don't know, man. Maybe like it's like it varies because like every single script is about different topics and like.
See, how long did you spend for last time when the bigger scale events? Where did I go?
We had to make at least 10 different speeches.
10 different speeches.
Yeah.
Did you end up using all of it?
Yeah.
I'm using all of it.
I actually ran out of speeches and I had to just stay quiet for some time.
I see. I mean, can't you like take inspirations online? I think you can take inspiration online, right?
Yeah, I guess you can, but like.
I'm pretty sure you want to make it original, right? But then I think sometimes that's a bit challenging, I would say. But then I would say for the entire experience so far. I mean, Heifa probably 1 year, Ranga quite some time. You say it's worth the experience, like joining the club and such.
Obviously, man.
Yeah.
How much do you think? How much do you think so?
If I were to, yeah, if this were, how do I say it? If we could
never-
rewind time and like, I would actually join more clubs. If, for example, there's no limit.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, man.
I
How
think
do you
that-
but you have to add limit, man. I
Yeah, I
mean,
kind of regretted that I didn't really join from grade 7 to
Same here,
grade 10. Just because I thought that I can just be on my own, I think being introverted is the ideal lifestyle. No need to talk with anyone. If anyone wants to talk with me, then you have to initiate the conversation. I think that's not how normal, or I don't think that's how a real life situation really goes, is it? I mean, that just shows, I say club's pretty important in my opinion. Especially for me, I say if I never started a club, probably I wouldn't be too comfortable even just being a commentator to begin with. Or I'll say even talking with anyone in particular. I say I only stick to one circle of friends, and that's mostly it. I think it's pretty hard for me to socialize with new
yeah.
people.
So like, I guess some advice to the grade 7 students or like apa?
At least newcomers for
Newcomers,
to
yeah.
club.
Don't be afraid to join clubs. Just join.
Yeah, the experience is really
For the
worth
experience.
it's really worth the investment, honestly. I think if you weren't really to I'm pretty sure you can join clubs outside of it's not necessarily
Yeah.
just Binus Club, is it?
Mm.
I'm just saying that Binus Club is really just convenient in my opinion. And because just for the sake that you don't have to go somewhere else. What were you, I feel like you joined a basketball club, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that one? Do you think it actually was, I mean, not and outside of just making you better in basketball, do you think there's any benefit of joining it in terms of like the social aspect, or
Yeah.
even more than that, other aspects in your
Well, people
opinion?
that are in that club are people that are not from. I'm not. I don't have previous. I don't know them. Previously,
Interaction,
interaction
basically.
people. So
Yes,
those are like
strangers.
new people.
Yeah.
So yeah, joining that club, I could find more friends and stuff. And
I mean, how did that help you out so far? I mean, basically in real life situations, do you think that did joining the basketball club? Well, it doesn't have to be in business, but then
Yeah.
your basketball club. Do you think it changed you in any way?
well, I guess the experience it kind of made me like more brave, I guess, in like communicating with others.
Ooh, more brave.
Brave.
In
Yeah,
what
some
way? Okay,
confidence.
can you try to explain it more?
Well, I guess like
I mean,
I don't know.
back then maybe, or did you really struggle at it? Or did you struggle in communicating, socializing,
not
really?
really though.
I mean, I guess you're just a naturally born extrovert. You're just really good in socializing, really.
Yeah, I don't have like much problem with socializing, to be honest.
I see. So, what about for basketball club? What did you learn from it then?
Well, I guess I could like what's it called?
Maybe
Yeah,
you
it's
know.
just teamwork to be honest. Like we could like
Yeah.
find
Yes.
like
Socializing can only be socializing is good if you can make a good relationship in the end.
Yeah.
Because if you end up socializing and making enemies, I think that's not really socializing. Wouldn't you say so too? This live stream is collaborated with the Student Council. Are you an aspiring leader with innovative ideas that would change the world, but you don't know where to start? Well, you're in luck. That's why the Student Council is here. The Student Council is a student-led organization that acts as a bridge from the student body to the school community, amplifying and bringing the ideas of the student body to life, and making the school community comfortable and enjoyable for all. For more information, visit at BSS_SC on Instagram. That's at BSS_SC. Join the Student Council now. All right then. Yeah, since the both of you are gonna be XCOM, for next year, I'm pretty sure you guys probably want to share some ideas with, the future members. I think this is something that they can anticipate for when they join the Binus Track Team next year. Well, what do you guys have in mind currently? What is the most significant thing that you really want to bring out to the members next year?
You know what? Before saying what we want to change, what was
Want to
it?
bring out?
Yeah, want to bring out.
Actually.
I want to say the things that lack first in Binus Track Team.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, and
Try not to be too harsh though. People might take it personally.
I want to make Binus Track Team look that bad. Chill.
Anyways, no club is perfect. No club is perfect. Criticism is fine as long as it's educated.
Yeah, I feel like we lack member interaction.
Maybe the hype isn't really that built up as much, is it?
It's like the group chat is also really dead. So like,
you mean it's like just very quiet?
Yeah, it's really quiet.
Very
But it's like graveyard. Yeah, actually.
But what do you think you really think that you want to put in the group chat? Anyways, I mean, I think the group chats. Personally, I think it's for like announcements. But what else do you want to put in there?
Obviously, you can also like just like have small talk in the group chat as well. Like it can just be like
small chats. You mean?
I don't know. Like for example, a member was like, "Bro, look, I ran a new personal best," and like,
oh, you mean like
can,
react to it? Is it?
Whoa, insane! Keep up. I don't know, something like that.
I see. That is. Yeah, I think that's been something that's been a bit lacking. I think, and maybe that can be done actually for next year. I think that's pretty feasible.
So like the things I wanna bring about, it's basically to improve member what do you call it?
The sense of community.
Yeah, the sense of community. So like to make the members actually like
a bit more active
and know each other.
Yeah, I feel like they're more welcome. They're more part of the track team. Is it more than just a member? Yeah. Since I think they came here because of, out of like I said before, it's curiosity, is it? But then I think curiosity doesn't really build up the drive, really. So eventually, curiosity is just going
you
to
find out. You find
die
out
off.
what is there to be.
Yeah, usually you should be eventually be interested in it. I think, like I guess before, I think that's the duty of the XCOM for next year is really building up the hype to it. I'm pretty sure a lot of us have different purpose of being attractive in the first place, right? I mean, for me, I'm the reason why, and my purpose for building the club, anyways, it's just so that I get to share my passion with others. But wouldn't say it failed miserably, but then maybe the execution was a bit lacking. I would say it's a bit lacking. So yeah, that is personally like my purpose. So maybe for next year, I would say accommodate to everyone's purpose. Not everyone really wants to quote unquote just improve on the run. Maybe they also just want the sake of
they just want to make friends or something.
Yeah, and also nothing wrong about this. Of course, we all want like a sense of popularity. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I also do. I mean, that's basically just human nature, I would say. Really, I think there's nothing wrong about that. Nothing to be ashamed. And I think we should really take that into account. Really, I think some of us really just wants popularity, whether we admit it or not. It's just something that I think that's something that it's completely unavoidable. I think some of us really wants that too. Yeah. Anything else, really?
Well, wait, I haven't even said anything about. Anyways, the things that I want to bring about to Binus Track Team. One of the things that I found inspiration from other clubs, MUN especially, from the very amazing XComs.
We have compliments, Ava.
Yeah, we have awards like best delegates, most outstanding, those types of awards, and like I wanna have that implemented in Binus Track Team. Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
They do it once every term. I want to do it as well once every term. So we would like.
What do they get? What do they get from doing it?
That would be a secret, man. We'll have to surprise our members. Yes.
You hear it from the man himself, audience.
So yes, for up and coming members of Binus Track Team. You guys, I hope you guys, everyone will do their best and what do you call it? Strive for this awards.
Yeah, strive for it. Yeah, I don't think it's just for the sake of winning the awards, honestly. I think it's the community. I think that's the most important part. I think it's just that, I think reward can give someone drive for,
Motivation.
yeah, just for, I think that, I don't think it's not really a long-term kind of thing. Maybe once or twice, yeah, they can be excited for prize once or two. But then the problem is like if you don't have a community, they'll only perform their best when there is a prize. See that's one of the biggest problem. I think that should be something that we consider. I think the community aspect is really something that can be further enhanced for next year, in my opinion. At least from my my 2 years of experience so far. Yeah, that's mostly something that I say was a bit outlook. Sorry. What about you, Ranga? Any ideas maybe so far?
Well, I guess same thing as session 3. I said that there's gonna be like we hear what they want to do. To be honest.
I see. So you basically just chat with them. Is that it?
Well,
You
no,
be more
like,
specific.
I guess like we want to know what their reason is, to be honest, like why they would join the club and such.
Their expectations.
Yeah, their
basically.
expectations of the club.
I mean, do you think? I mean, how to what degree do you think you can accommodate that? I think just because one person wants this, and suddenly you have to change the whole club because of one person. How do you think that could be handled?
Well, in sorts like that, I guess like we have like probably like different events. I guess like if one person would like sort of like have more towards like activities that are much more bonding. I guess then we make
More
events
bonding. And in what way do you think it can be more bonding? I think especially next year would be
Yeah,
I think there
offline.
might be a chance we can get offline. And I think that's something that was missing out this entire time. I'm gonna tell you what, I think the track team
I think it will be much funner.
Yeah,
to
much
have.
I think it's
fun.
more exciting, to be honest with you. It's just that, I think the difficulty comes when their parents not really give them permission, and we have to do it hybrid. I think hybrid makes it kind of a bit complicated because you have to be two places at once. Maybe this is something that you guys maybe splitting the job between hybrid and online, because if we're doing hybrid, I think that's something that will be quite difficult later on in the future. The system of hybriding things, like especially I think coming back to, I think even teachers experiences this, like the fact that some students have to do it in exams at school, at home. I think it for the case of the Binus Track Team, while one of us is coaching at school, one of us coaching at home, really. It's just a bit difficult because I would say back then when I was still doing on the first batch, I would actually run with the members. I think that's one way of
Bonding.
bonding. It's really because instead of just being a coach, just sitting there and managing things. I mean, of course, managing is fine, but then it's like if you don't get into the struggle with others, you will not know how much it really is like a challenge for them. You're just sitting there. I feel like that's something that was a bit missing out. If you were just to sit down and not run with them, I think running with
Just
them,
asking them to run.
yeah. If you're just instructing them to run, I mean that's totally fine. I know there are some coaches whose technique is like that, especially when I don't really blame. I know that some coaches are out of shape. I'm not really blaming them because I mean they were once really prominent athletes. Nothing wrong with that. And I think the reason why they kind of just gain a lot of weight and just get out of shape, mostly because of the habit of eating too much. Really, I think athletes actually eat a lot, right? And that is kind of like already a habit for them. And once the one thing that really causes them to be in a deficit, so like calorie deficit, so you kind of lose weight or expending that energy, in other words, eliminate it, then what you get is just excessive eating. So yeah, I don't think it's really like a blame for coaches to be. Anyways, it's like going on of a tangent, isn't it? Yeah. Anyways, anything else, Afa, you think is worthy of like kind of like improving? Maybe you see like at least from you because you've been in the track team so far, right?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure like there are a lot of things that you really want to improve from that aspects, and I think the future members can actually benefit from it. What do you think that will be it?
Well, Yeah, I mean, as a member, I would say track team activities, you can call that, it's a bit boring. It's a bit
Maybe
bland.
it's just a bit too detached from the member, is it?
Mm.
Maybe just because, yeah, I'll say that the purpose, I feel like the purpose is just not well established. I think that's something that was a bit lacking this year. Just the purpose of being in the club. Why are you running? Are you just running for the sake of improvement? I'm pretty sure not. Like if you tell me that I'm running for the sake of improvement, yeah, I'm fine with that because I can set my own goals. Like the purpose of joining races by my own, and
So like that's why, man. I was thinking also to improve bonding, like Ranga wanted, is to have friendly competitions, like what we discussed last time there.
Yeah.
Friendly competitions among the members. Yeah.
I think competition is good. Competition is something that's interesting, I would say. Something that really intrigues a lot of people, in my opinion. And maybe in terms of like training so far, is it what do you think is lacking in training?
Well, I guess we need, I don't know, better, more in-depth coaching, I guess.
In depth. How do you think you can give the member a bit more in depth coaching?
Well, we listen to you. You're more experienced in this. Are you?
I mean, what can you do for yourself? I mean, for that matter.
For myself as what? The member?
Well, I mean, as a future XCOM later on, I think for example, I think you need like a bit of more experience on running it yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like in terms of like benefiting to the members actually for next year, what do you think you can do for yourself so that the members next year, maybe even for this year, the members for this year can actually, feel a different experience so far. What do you think you can do for yourself at least, or anything?
Actually, I still feel a bit lacking in my experience as a runner. Yeah. So I think I need to actually like improve on myself on running first.
Now,
So I
you're
can
planning
actually.
to run? How much you plan to run in a single week?
Obviously, I plan to run, bro. I need to get back to that phase back in. I don't know.
Maybe try not to get burned out. I think that's probably one of the biggest mistakes. Maybe burning out. I think a lot of members just starting out the club. They're so excited, so anticipated with all the activities, but then they push themselves too hard, and all of a sudden I think it's from your experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my god.
maybe you can just share it about it.
I did though in the first session.
Oh, you did. Oh, yeah, you got burned out, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
you got. I think it was just because you push a bit yourself a bit too hard, though. I think that's something that members can take note of, and maybe the thing that you can consider next year. I think a lot of members not really know how much they can do in a single week. I mean, more is not always better. I can always guarantee. I can
Sometimes it's
guarantee
the
that.
quality of the training.
It's
Yeah.
just the quality of the run, and yeah, I think that's something that most members need to consider. I would say next year. I say,
Consistency and yeah, quality and uh, guys, please do not get injured when running.
yeah. I think this is one. I think that's one reason why if you're suddenly burnt out, I think not only, well, okay, maybe burnout is mostly affecting your mentally, right? But then once getting injured, now that is like
You actually physically not
yeah,
able
you
to run.
physically can't, and that's probably from my experience actually of like working out. Actually, I did try doing a bit of bodybuilding actually. If you get injured from it, and as far as I read, well, not as far as I read, I think this is just obvious. If you get injured, you're less likely to continue. It's just that you really have to take a longer break. I think of course, you should push yourself, but maybe not push yourself to the extent where you get injured, because it's a lot easier to recover from a bad run than to to recover from an injured leg. Really, I think that's one of the most significant things that new runners need to know about. Actually, oh, what can you say about for the current members right now? What do you want to really say to them?
Just keep on improving, guys.
Is that really it?
Yeah, I don't really know, man.
You really don't know. Okay then. So for the next year, what do you think is your main objective and your maybe like or your motto for next year?
Do you have any?
Like a vision, or basically like a vision or mission.
I
at
guess
least.
like set up some goals for like how far
Purpose.
you. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, setting up a purpose, isn't it?
But yeah.
Yeah, I need to find that purpose first for the members to be, like, for them to be joining Binus Track Team.
Yeah.
Maybe I think there should be a case where I think for past years members just come in and out of the Binus Track Team. I think that was because I think lack of enthusiasm. I think
Or
yeah.
maybe they're like really enthusiastic in the beginning and like it drops.
Yeah, I think it's like not being able to maintain that kind of drive to pursue, actually, just keep pushing it forward. I think that is something that can be done for next year, actually. And anything else, really, just like a main motto, you have, or like there's the clear objective.
Well, my an objective for me is to, I think I want to focus more on club satisfaction. How satisfied the members are being in the club, like how they want to, like they're inspired to run again next year, still be with us next year, and continue the Binus Track Team legacy.
I see. So like I know you've already mentioned like some of the offline activities you want to do so far, right? So I mean like anything else like an offline activity that you're planning to do? I think that the most obvious one is like the joining offline races, is it? Well, what do you guys think of in terms of like that kind of preparation? What do you guys think you can benefit from those kind of things?
Well, for the part where it's like offline running, we got like the experience and the feeling. I guess it's pretty different.
No way.
If it's compared towards the running online, I guess like the group runs, I feel like it's much more more enthusiastic to do.
Yeah, maybe because you get to meet him in person, really. I think it's
Yeah.
almost like the same.
Imagine in like an offline race, we have Binus Track Team wearing the same Binus Track Team
Yeah,
jersey.
yeah, the pride, man.
Running in the same group and like, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, there's a sense of community. I think that's something that can be enhanced in like offline races, really. But then, let's say like I don't think we're gonna be directly going to offline just yet. I think we still have to go through a bit of online. Maybe for
Sadly.
next. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like maybe around 5 months, is it? Maybe around 5 months, and then we can actually do something at least for offline. What do you think you can do for momentarily on online? Do you think that the current activities are satisfactory, or you think that something can be tweak tweak.
Well, yeah, like I said before, man, I want to have friendly competitions. Like it doesn't, like, how do I say it? We have like not really compare though. I mean, but really we compare, but like
compare.
Yeah, I mean that's a sense of competitiveness, isn't it?
So like we see who's improving much more, or like, yeah, to see like who's more active and like running, or who's more enthusiastic in running. Yeah.
Enthusiastic in running. But can you really just tell by looking at their running stats?
I mean, someone who runs once a week and someone who runs 5 times a week, you can see who's more.
I see. But how can you what do you think that someone who barely has any time for, maybe it's not really barely have any time. I'm pretty sure that anyone can make time for running.
Yeah.
Really. Oh, don't you think so as well, right?
Yeah, we could like run in the morning, like once you wake up, and then before.
Yeah, I'm pretty
for the
sure.
activities.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like every time, I feel like a lot of people keep telling to themselves they don't have time to run. Really, I feel like they can at least put at least maybe like 30 minutes. I think. What do you say? 30 minutes? Do you think 30 minutes is enough?
Yeah,
for
actually
you?
run for 30 minutes usually.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of us really just put a bit too much excuses when we run, and eventually we just don't. Eventually we don't end up running, is it? That's even worse. So yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's something that can be taken into account later on. Is it anything from like an offline event that you can maybe think of right now? Maybe apart, like I said before, apart from the offline events.
Yeah, maybe for the members, you can do like a meetup or something. you
Yeah.
know? Have, I don't know, breakfast together and like after that we run or something.
Yeah, I think I've ever had it once, but yeah, I think what we can do is like meeting up in a certain place. We run to a certain location. We have a breakfast there. I think that's something that we can do as to improve the community sense. I think that's something that has to be a main focus for next year. I think so far in terms of like training, I think maybe it's, I say training should be fine if I feel like in
Yeah,
a
it's not
sense of
bad.
I don't think it's too bad, but I think it's a sense of purpose and goal, really. I think that's the one that's been missing consistently throughout the year, and I think that is something that could be taken into account later on in the future, really. So like anything particular? Okay, I did ask you like what offline races do you have so far, but anything that you have projected from right now, to be very specific on what projected events that you want to have from the very beginning. like a very specific one, maybe like an offline race, you know? Sorry, not an offline race, but maybe an online race that we've done differently or something like that. Any projected ones?
For an offline race, I was thinking we we like we invite other schools to go to Binus, man, and like we run in Binus.
So you mean like building a competition, is it?
Yeah, a competition in Binus.
So we did. Oh, so we're inviting other schools
Yeah,
to
we're inviting
compete.
other schools to our school and to run.
Ah, I see, I see, I see. Hmm.
Like imagine you run from I don't know the entrance and like you go circle around the
I'm pretty
perimeter.
sure it's far enough. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's far
far
enough.
enough. Yeah, yeah. I think that gets enough mileage, I would say. Yeah. So for next year, what do you think of the projected school-wide events? You know, school-wide events. I'm pretty sure we were able to do it twice this year. I think twice this year was pretty hectic, I
Yeah,
would say.
it's pretty good.
But I think one thing that maybe can be improved is taking consideration of like our time schedules and such.
Yeah, not to like what called overlap with.
Yeah, something that we should do. Yeah, yeah, something what we should do from. I think it's not just our club. I think this applies for most of the clubs or any clubs in particular, or maybe anyone who's planning to make a club and making like maybe a school-wide event. I think what has to be taken into consideration is usually our final exams. I think that has been impeding most of our events really. I think that's the thing that it's really taken into consideration, and as a result, really, I think most of our schedule couldn't be on time. Really, I think that's I think that's the mistake that that has been persistently happening throughout the year. Is it? Yeah. So, what do you think? How many school-wide events that you planning to do? Do you plan to want to do at least?
I was thinking like maybe the first and second term for the members will be just like to associate with the club.
Yeah, it's like bonding, something that like activities that could like what's it called, to attract them towards like enthusiasts, make them enthusiastic.
And maybe if they're already in the first and second term, they're already what do you call it? They're already good and like maybe they're already interested in joining events. Like maybe we can like ask them to join events out of school, you know?
I see. What about like in terms of, do you think that you want to have requirements for members to meeting up in person?
Requirements meeting up in person.
How would I say this? I'm pretty sure like I think this applies for most clubs actually. Not I think just for business specific. Like maybe you guys support on like do you guys support like wearing mask when running actually?
Oh, I don't.
I don't like wearing mask.
Yeah, yeah. But I think whether we like it or not, I think we have to compromise if we really want to do it offline at school. Is it?
Yeah. Well, the mask mandate kind of been left.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is kind of lifted, but then we're still in the proximity
still
of our proximity of our school. So whether we like it or not, you know, I think we still need to comply. Really, yeah, complying. Would you say like I'm pretty sure wrong. I think you haven't tried running it too often, is it?
Yeah.
What about like getting into running? I think that's something a bit daunting for everyone, is it? I think if I mean, Heifa, I think you've already experienced it a couple times already before. I think you went cycling. I think it shouldn't be too hard. But then, like, how do you think that members can really get into running for the very first time in at the club, basically?
Well, actually, for like running, yeah.
No.
It was just really like maybe a whim for me. I just felt like, oh, I want to try something new. Like I wanna what do you call it? Improve myself. So I just did.
I see. But then, how do you think that they can't? I mean, I think not a lot of people have the same mindset as both of us, or even the three of us, really.
Yeah. Okay. From another what do you call it? From another sport that I do cycling.
Yeah.
I was actually like inspired by my friends. Like, it was one of my friends. He posted in his Instagram story. He cycled 20 kilometers. I know it's not that much, right? But I was
Well,
like,
I mean, 20 kilometers, pretty fine.
but I was like, I
fine.
didn't know about cycling at all. I was like, 20 kilometers. Whoa, that's like insane.
how-
Are you a professional?
I mean, how far do you normally cycle, anyways?
Now I'm cycling like 30.
Well, I mean, back
40,
then
50.
when you first saw it.
Oh, I didn't cycle at all.
Oh, maybe.
I have a bicycle, but I never used it. So I was like, bro, can you take me out? And like we cycled together, and like we did. And the first time we cycled, I cycled more than him. When we cycled 30 kilometers, it was really nice.
It was a lot easier.
So
than you think,
yeah,
wasn't
maybe
it?
to get into running, maybe like have a friend to accompany you, or like
yeah.
someone to
I
look
think,
up to.
Yeah, I think that's something that was a bit difficult. I would say if you start off by yourself. Yeah. So yeah, I think building the community really for next year is really important. What about you, Ranga?
Well, I'm not really sure about that.
Well, I don't know. Have you actually tried running again? I'm pretty sure you've taken a like you said, hiatus on tennis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I mean I'm pretty sure you can't really take running just as an example just yet, but I'm pretty sure I think tennis or basketball for first time ever joining it. I think you can share a bit of I think they share a little bit of similarities despite being not really the same, is it?
Yeah, well, once the first time you would want to try to do it, you don't really know how to do it at first, right? So
Yeah, I think it's a bit of
basic
confusion.
techniques of sorts. Uh,
Maybe that's the reason why I think having a figure
yeah,
in
having a
the
figure
team.
to like follow and like teach, learn from, like it's pretty actually very like good for you.
I see. How much do you think that the role of like the coach in a club really makes a big difference out of everything?
Well, they kind of like they're the one that motivates us to wanting to do it. To be honest, like they make like the certain activities, so we would want to do it as more than we would previously want.
Like they inspire us.
Yeah.
We want to be like them, something like that.
Yeah, just building up a figure for themselves, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I'm pretty sure like a lot of people, yeah, I'm pretty sure like all of us really wants to get into running, right? I mean, Haifa, I bet you went into running. I think for just a bit, isn't it? I think the problem was getting injured, isn't it?
Yeah, sadly, don't get injured.
Yeah. But what do you think really made your drive continue? I mean, apart from just being in a community and just simply running.
It was actually my improvement. I mean, it's not really healthy, is it, to like look at your improvement like, whoa,
I
like
think
it's like
I think comparing yourself, I think that was the biggest mistake. I think it's not just for running, really. I think comparing yourself in general, it's not healthy.
yeah,
It's
but
not
like
healthy.
it was really like an addiction to me. I was like, bro, I'm getting better, I'm getting better, and like, yeah, I was like wanting to get better even faster, but like it's not obviously your growth spurt will stop, right?
Yeah,
but
of course we're not.
But how do I say it? I pursued it too much, and therefore I got injured.
So, last one. What do you guys want to say for the members next year? Do you have any final message, or maybe for even this year's members? What do you want to say to them?
You go first.
Well, okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, look, you guys have to look forward to next year's Binus Track Team because we're gonna be making a lot of changes. Yeah.
There is that.
Yeah, I guess just look forward towards I guess the transition to back to offline.
Yeah. I think that.
Oh, that too. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that will be a really different experience. Yeah, I think that is something that everyone can be anticipated for.
Yeah.
No, I think not only for the track team, I think all the clubs in Binus as well. I think and not only in clubs or Binus, actually everyone in the world, actually. I think it's pretty something that we want to be anticipating, right? Yeah. So I think that should conclude today's podcast, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks everyone for staying around until the end. Currently this is our third time doing this podcast, and this is our first time introducing Journey to the Finish Line. We hope that you'll be expecting more of this podcast later on in the future, and you'll be expecting Ranga and Haifa in the XComs for next year. And aside from that, we hope that next year we can actually have things offline, right, for both of you. Yeah, and mostly everything that we can conduct for next year, so that at least I think this club needs to have offline, in my opinion, really. So yeah, I'm also looking forward into the things that you guys can do for next year. And so far, I think this will mark the end of this event's podcast. Yeah, stay tuned for the next couple contents of the live stream. Yeah, for now, I guess this is where we'll sign off. My name is Darren.
My name is Rafa Ranga.
And my name is Haifa Javalo.
And we'll meet you in the next event. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
This live stream is promoted by the Orchestra Club. Typical Asian parents forcing you into piano class at a very young age, asking you to practice 40 hours every day to be the next Beethoven. Now that you're the prodigy that you are, you don't know where to utilize your skill? Introducing the Orchestra Club. The Orchestra Club aims to become a welcoming community to share and grow as young musicians. With this space, We hope to strengthen musical knowledge through mutual interest and open discussion. As a result, produce passionate performances ranging from a plethora of style, genre, and culture. For more information, visit at orchestra_BSS on Instagram. That's at orchestra.bss. Join the orchestra club now. Alright, so welcome back to this live stream. Hope you guys didn't get bored when watching the podcast.
Yeah, it was a 2 hour long.
2 hour
Yeah, I would say that there's enough content for everyone to enjoy at least.
Yeah.
We had like around four
sections.
Yeah, it's a four section with each of them with a variative topic we have in mind when we're talking about it, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, what do we have after this? I feel like we're down to our last two contents for this live stream, isn't it, Ranga? So could you name the last two actually?
Okay, so the last two events is the first one is gonna be the debate club from the Torchbearer. They're going to be presenting a video regarding their debate on the topic.
Yeah. Well, I think they're actually discussing quite an interesting topic.
Yeah.
They're actually discussing about the effects of PEDs on sports, whether they're advantages or not. There are pros and cons in sports. Of course, I said earlier, it's almost like an obvious no that physical enhancement drugs is obviously bad for you in the long term. However, I think the pros and cons from it, and the way the debate club actually conveys it, the ideas of it, is actually really, and very insightful. It's not just very one-sided, but in fact, it's actually, pros and cons. Basically, it's really very insightful. In other words, yeah. So I think a lot of people might look forward to it, isn't it, Ranga?
Yep.
What do you say about the debate?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be interesting because I guess there's two sides, so you can probably think on whether each side would be, I guess, the best. I guess.
Yeah. I would say that they've already made quite a lot of research on it. I'm pretty sure they've already spent a lot of time to prepare the video for us, isn't it? And actually do the debate for us and for the viewers today, to actually get a little bit more information on the effects of physical enhancement drug, isn't it? And yeah, for our fellow debate club members who actually participated in the debate, I think they've done a really good job. I would say they really done a really good job in the debate and their preparations. And yeah, aside from that, what else do we need to remind our viewers actually?
Yeah, and so the last event of today's live stream is gonna be the raffle contest. As you've been memorizing me, I kept on anticipating for.
Yeah, basically in the raffle contest, I think we already ended the raffle contest at 6. We've definitely seen some of really good results, I say. And we'll be picking the winners pretty soon, actually. So please stay tuned to get the confirmation message, isn't it, Ranga? So so stay tuned. And also, participants who hasn't registered for
the run.
submit your results for the run. you can do so. Maybe you want to run at night. I think it's still
Yeah,
possible.
it's still possible.
As long as it's before midnight, I think it should be enough. I think. What else do we have to remind them, Ranga?
I'm not really sure.
I think we have covered it all.
We have covered it all.
Oh yeah, okay. We have I think that's generally what we want to convey.
Yep.
The reminders. Please keep in mind that you need to upload to be eligible for the medal. And if you miss the deadline, unfortunately, you wouldn't be getting the medal. Unfortunately, but then it's such a shame if you couldn't get it. But we're still open until midnight, nonetheless.
We're still open until midnight.
All right. Without further ado, Ranga, I think we will show our collaborators clubs actually on the debate. Yeah. We hope that you enjoy the debate from Torchbearers Club.
The debate match have now begun. The first affirmative speaker, you may have the floor.
Good afternoon, estimated chairs and respectable opponents. My name is Bianca, and I am the first speaker from the affirmative team. My team and I are gladly honored to present our points on the topic performance should be allowed in sports competitions to the honorable chair. Performance-enhancing drugs. Performance-enhancing chemicals, often known as performance-enhancing drugs, PEDs, are human performance in any type of activity. Doping in sports is a well-known example in which athletes employ banned physical performance-enhancing medications. Opponents are screaming fall as performance-enhancing substances becoming common in competitive sports. They say that utilizing drugs gives athletes natural and unfair advantage over their competition, and that widespread use will force all players to use just to stay in the game. I, on the other hand, am here to argue why I believe there are more advantages than adjust. First of all, it allows athletes to accept risks that they believe are reasonable. Performance-enhancing medications deliver a little amount of medication to the human body, allowing people to work out harder, faster, and longer while lowering their risk of injury. Utilize these items for short periods of time and then halt the cycle to allow their bodies to heal, whether it's through a cream, an injection, or pills. Although this behavior may endanger their health, they should be able to choose rather than having it forced to them. Secondly, doping has no effect on the talent required to perform. Like Sammy Sosa and Mac McGuire are frequently chastised for their ability to smash the ball further due to the real or perceived belief that they use performance-enhancing substances to accomplish it. Even if they use performance-enhancing drugs every day, these players still have to hit the baseball to get a home run. Doping people's performance on some levels, but it has no effect on their skill basis. For this to be a problem, you must be able to compete naturally in the first place. Lastly, been a part of sports for years. Only 8 people out of 11,000 competitors banned drug in 2000 when testing was for PEDs and doping the Olympics was an all-time high. In reality, athletes who want to utilize these procedures rely on the advice of sports physicians and other specialized medical work to beat the test that would use of these chemicals. Athletes that desire to compete at the greatest level will seek out new strategies to succeed. It's always been a component of the game. Humans become faster and stronger thanks to technological advancements. Should they also be prohibited? Before I end my speech, I would like to restate the points mentioned. First, it allows athletes to accept risks that they believe are reasonable. Second, doping has no effect on the talent required to perform. And last, doping has been a part of sports for years. It has never been the lack of consent. It leans towards sportsmen who feel comfortable with using them. My name is Bianca, and thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. So moving on to our next speaker, Darvina, you may now have the floor.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairs and respectable opponents. My name is Darvina. I'm the first speaker of the negative team. My team and I are exceptionally honored to present our points on the topic, performance-enhancing drugs should not be allowed in sports competitions, to the honorable chair. Before I begin, I would like to hear about the affirmative team. The affirmative team stated that these drugs allow athletes to accept risks that they believe are reasonable. But how about the young athletes at 16 that are forced to use them by their coaches? Let's take Camila Valieva as an example. This is all your fault. were the words she screamed at her coach after the performance, knowing she will have trusted her body and herself. This is a reminder that anyone could be taking them under pressure as soon as they are asked. Estimates range anywhere from 60 to 100% on the statement that doping does affect performance in sports. More than 140 athletes were banned or disqualified, according to Olympic historian Bill Mallon, including 42 medalists, 13 of which were gold. Here are my points on why I believe performance enhancers should be banned. First of all, these drugs have a negative effect on long-term health. Even if doping activities increases a person's tendons, bones, muscle strength, they can have long-term severe health consequences. The long-term effects of these medications or hormones, which might include acne breakouts all over the body, impotence in men, balding concerns, and difficulty in controlling one's emotions, are typically overlooked. Anyone who's actively doping puts oneself at increased risk of liver or heart disease as well as blood clots. Secondly, elite athletes react to performance-enhancing substances differently. PEDs may give somewhat better effects than diet and exercise alone for the average person. The outcomes, on the other hand, tell a totally different narrative for the elite athletes. This is because the medications and hormones they utilize allow them to improve significantly for the sort of intervention now available. Training routines, biomechanical data, and sophisticated physiological responses can compare to the benefits of doping. When it comes to the best of the best, it's evident that they are natural and enhanced results. And lastly, professional doping tells children that's accepted behavior. Many student athletes, particularly those involved in young sports, look up to the pros who usually play the same sport or hold similar positions as their role models. Many will want to improve by imitating how they train, work, and play the same game. When these children watch their idol doping to gain an advantage over the competition, they will be tempted to follow the suit. Set the example. What we showcase in the hands of many influence the many. Before I end, I would like to restate the arguments mentioned. First, performance-enhancing drugs have a negative effect on long-term health. Second, elite athletes react to performance-enhancing substances differently. And third, professional doping tells children that's accepted behavior. My name is Darvina, and thank you.
Thank you, Darvina. So moving on to our next speaker, Sebastian, you may have the floor.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairs and respected opponents. My name is Bashian Nunuhong, and I'm the second speaker from the formative team. My team and I are exceedingly honored to present our findings on the topic performance-enhancing drugs should be allowed in sports competition to the honorable chair. Start off, I'd like to rebut the negative team. The negative team stated examples where these drugs were taken without complete consent. Well, I have an example for you. Marion Jones was a track and field athlete who pleaded guilty to lying to federal agents about her use of performance-enhancing drugs, in which she got sentenced for 6 months, which on her behalf, I do not think is fair. But if we are using this mindset, any confirmation drug use was forced upon young athletes will result in consequences for that person, quote-unquote, forcing them. If there's any real proof, she blamed her coach for that reason specifically, come back to us. Now, onto my first point. Items classed as doping products are frequently endorsed as safe. Human growth hormones is safe to use, according to the Food and Drug Administration in the United States, the National Institutes of Health, and even the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists. The WADA code lists this drug as prohibited substance or procedure that violates the norms of fair play and character. Isn't it past time we look at what an athlete is trying to achieve rather than how they take care of themselves? People that follow the spirit of sport will continue to do so, whether they use HGH or choose steak dinner for every night. Secondly, students frequently regard performance-enhancing drugs as illegal substances. Some pupils will constantly utilize steroids or other performance drugs because they witness their favorite athlete do so. Permission has long been part of interaction between youth and athletes because it makes the relationship feel closer. Students will drink the same sodas, eat the same foods, and buy the same things as their idol promotes. According to survey statistics, steroid use among youths is similar to other drugs often used by teenagers such as marijuana and cocaine. Teenagers who use steroids to work out longer are likely motivated more by a desire to look beautiful than by a desire to perform better. Third, the usage of performance-enhancing drugs has no bearing on competition. Without the use of pharmaceuticals or hormones, the essence of humans causes unfair competition at times. We would have to outlaw training and coaching entirely if we were to create an equal playing field. Those who train more intensely will always go further than those who train less. Although unequal access to improvement makes competition unfair, leveling the playing field through deregulations rather than prohibition will produce more results. And lastly, fair competition rules already employ misleading strategies. People consider doping to be unethical because it offers someone an advantage in a competition. However, something like consuming a large amount of carbs prior to a major undertaking is considered appropriate because it offers that person energy. It takes more courage to put your health at danger by using performance-enhancing drugs than it does to eat 4 potatoes the night before the competition. To sum this all up, I'd like to restate my arguments here today. First, items classed as doping products are frequently endorsed as safe. Second, students frequently regard performance-enhancing medication as legal substances. Third, research of performance-enhancing drugs has no bearing on the competition. And last but not least, fair competition rules already employed misleading strategies. My name is Bastian, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sebastian. So moving on to our last speaker, Daniel, you may now have the floor.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairs and respectable opponents. My name is Daniel, and I'm the second speaker of the negative team. My team and I are gladly honored to present our points on the topic, performance-enhancing drugs should not be allowed in sports competitions, to the Honorable Chair. To start off, I'd like to rebut the affirmative team. The opposing team stated that the usage of performance-enhancing drugs has no bearing on competition. The negative team understands that what makes the best sportsman is practice. However, many of the legal medications that athletes take are designed to improve their athletic performance. According to northwestern.edu, steroids and related substances such as testosterone are utilized to promote testosterone production and hence increase muscle mass and strength. Even if it's only by 3.3%, it still benefits athletes in an unfair way. Now, let me ask everyone here, what is the one word we have been repeating over and over again throughout the entire debate? That is enhance. The affirmative team themselves have used the term performance-enhancing drugs, not to mention what the topic is. Things are named after what they are for, in this case, enhancing performance. This is why my team and I believe performance-enhancing drugs should not be allowed in sports competitions. First of all, it may result in an unequal playing field for the sport. Take Lance Armstrong as an example. Lance Armstrong later admitted to using illegal substances over the entirety of his career. Despite several clean tests, erythropoietin and human growth hormone were used in this process. He also admitted to blood doping during an appearance on Oprah Winfrey's show, and during this time, Armstrong won 7 Tour de France titles, demonstrating how powerful someone can be when they go to such measures to alter their physical fitness. Doping can create an unfair playing field by putting athletes who don't use drugs at a disadvantage. Secondly, it increases coercion by creating a competitive environment. When a single athlete determines that using performance-enhancing drugs will benefit them, it creates a tremendous peer pressure effect on the rest of the competitors in that sport. By polling Olympic athletes regarding doping as a means of achieving success, Sports Illustrated demonstrated this impact. Over half said they would take a drug even if it killed them, and if it meant winning every event they attended for 5 years in a row. Performance enhancers address the win at any cost mentality that athletes are under pressure to adopt when competing. To finish off the debate, I'd like to restate the points I've mentioned. First, it may result in an unequal playing field for the sport. Second, it increases coercion by creating a competitive environment. That is all from me. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, debaters. And that concludes our debate for the motion of performance-enhancing drugs should be allowed in sports competitions. We hope you had a great time watching a glimpse of our debate club at work.
Welcome back, viewers. I think we've already reached our final mark of this live stream. Actually,
Yeah, and you can see both of us are actually standing here because we are actually doing our actual final content for this live stream actually, and I think it's one of the most anticipated ones I think for everyone over here, right? And I think I think for this special occasion, we will be needing to stand up. I think we would be able to read out and the winners of our live stream today.
Yep.
So without further ado, I think we can start off with the first winner. All right, I'll select the first one. Oh wow! And the name is for this raffle. The winner of this raffle is Miss Pamela Bowing with a bib number 1023. Yeah, we'll be sending a confirmation letter to each and the winners of this raffle contest, and we hope that we will see if you guys actually respond. So please do check your WhatsApp as of currently. Yeah, for the meantime, Ranga, before we select our second winner, what do you enjoy most out of today's live stream actually, Ranga? What do you think is the most exciting part as of our preparation? I'm pretty sure that we did the interview, we did the podcast, isn't it? I'm pretty sure there are something that you are most interested of. What is your most interesting one?
I would say the podcast is one of the interesting one. Because,
Personally, I would say it's pretty interesting too. Yeah, I think I would say that's the most fun I actually had in terms of recording for this live stream actually currently. Just because we finally got the chance to meet up in person, especially you who are going to XCOM next year.
Yeah.
I think it will be very beneficial if we actually talk in person, and that's something that we were able to do as of a couple days ago when we recorded for the live stream. Podcast. So as of currently, we've received words from our. We've received words from our back team. Actually, they've already confirmed Ms. Pam from responding. We will proceed to our second winner. Ranga, please
I'll draw
select the winner.
Alright, so for the second winner is Ms. Renzi Riza, bib number 1022. So congrats for winning the jersey.
Please be reminded to check your WhatsApp so you can actually confirm the prize. Actually, confirm the prize. It will be really a shame if you don't. It will be a shame if you really don't respond to it. So just check your WhatsApp. Actually, our back team will be actually sending a message to you. So you just have to wait until we actually see the confirmation. As of currently, personally, actually, I was really interested in terms of interviewing today's interviewing the two marathon runners. Actually, that I would say that was one of my I would say the second most. Of course, all of them is interesting. I would say, but what really gave me an inspiration more than ever, actually, as someone who is very enthusiastic about running, I think having a marathon, having to be able to be marathon runners. Actually, like we said before, 40 to 1.195 kilometers is a very serious distance.
Very serious distance.
Yeah, it's not like every day someone can just run 40 a full marathon. Yeah, full marathon is really hard. So being able to interview two people who are actually experts in this field, I think they would be able to share a lot of things, not only for me. I think everyone else of the viewers who actually saw the interview or will be able to see the pre-record again in the stream is able to be able to get some more information regarding marathons. I mean, you would have not thought about it, right, Ranga?
I wouldn't have actually thought about that marathon would be something that's really hard to do, I guess.
Especially the part where like we said before, I think
preparations.
The preparation. But even so, the preparation for the marathon. I mean, the marathon we interviewed last time, they barely even have one. They barely even have one, and yet they were able to achieve such feats. But anyways, before we continue on, we just heard from information from our back team that Miss Renzi has actually confirmed of the prize for the jersey. We would like to first of all congratulate you as well. I think we'll proceed with our last winner. Yeah. All right, no, I'll mix it first. All right. As for the last winner, Azara Putri Adianto, I believe she's a member, isn't it? With a bib number 1012. yeah, congratulations for winning the the official jersey. Yeah, I think like we said before, I think it's really fortunate that you were able to win our jersey for this year, and we hope that you can confirm our WhatsApp message so that you'll be able to confirm that you have received or you can receive the jersey. So before we do that, our back team will be contacting you specifically. And as for currently, what can you say for this overall live stream, Ranga, actually?
Yeah, I should say that, so overall stream has been pretty good. We've finished the entire 6-hour live stream.
Yeah, we finally reached the finish line after couple months of preparation, and I finally reached the culmination of this event as of today. I think this is something that is quite achieving for me specifically as a commentator. I believe you. This is your first experience. How was it, Ranga? How was the experience?
Pretty challenging because I barely talk a lot sometimes.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, we can start off anywhere, to be honest with you. Yeah, I say this live stream is really something that I think was a bit of a step up from what we did previously, because we were able to, both of us meet up in person, and a lot of the contents can be meet up in person as well, isn't it? Yeah, I think that is something that I truly, really, admire for this one event, and I really hope that in the future, we are able to do the live stream again, especially with Ranga. You'll be on the XCOM next year, isn't it? And you'll be making like live stream like this if you wish to. I think with offline there are more opportunities as of next year, isn't it? Yeah, next year. And anyways, as of currently, we have received words from our back team that Azara Putri Adianto with bid number 1012 has confirmed the jersey. So congratulations to everyone who has already won the official Binus Track Team jersey. We hope that you enjoy the prize that we actually give out, and I say that the jerseys that was given out, I think it would already I think you can also wear it for running, and we hope that for our next event we would still be able to give out more giveaways or more prizes. Prizes. Yeah, so I guess that will be almost the end of our live stream actually. But before we actually conclude today's live stream, Ranga, would you like to say a few things about the live stream so far? You would like to thank the audience?
Yeah, I would like to thank the audience that still stayed behind and watched the entire live stream. If you enjoyed it, so yeah, we're really grateful that you actually liked the podcast or the other events that we provided today. How about you?
Yeah, I would like to honestly congratulate all the winners before, like I said before, and also thank all the viewers who has given their time to actually just check out our live stream actually overall. So yeah, I think I would say that this event has been truly a success in my opinion. I would say that we would not have done it without our collaborators, with the guests that we were able to reach out. And also specifically, shout out to the director of the recipient of our organization. I think we're still willing to help a lot in our community. Like I said earlier, I mean, like I said, the Binus Track Team isn't just focusing on runners in student runners specifically, or runners in general. Actually, we're also trying to focus as much as possible to support the community in need, so that they also get a good life as well, right? Just like in running, just like in running where we can run as a community. I feel like we can help out the community as well and feel we are as one. That I say that is the most important aspect of this live stream and our vision and mission for as of this current year. But unfortunately, this event will come to an end. It's been truly a very long live stream, and it's been 6 hours. I would say, there's already a lot of plenty content. We just hope that everyone gets to enjoy the things that we're able to show on our live stream today. We will. I think we will be. We do anticipate that we'll be having we'll be having more of these events, and not just this year, and also for next year. You also expect Ranga again, and you'll be maybe expecting Ranga to commentate the live stream again. And we, like I said before, we really hope that next year our contents can be a bit more
who knows, we might end up doing 24 hours around. Maybe you want to try 24 hours. I think that would still be a feasible choice. I'm pretty sure 6 hours was a bit, even though it was...
It's pretty long. So.
Yeah, despite the challenge, I think it was quite a fun experience for me. I think I really would have not be able to get this opportunity ever again if it wasn't, like I said, for our collaborators' help, the members' help, and also our collaborators. The collaborators. Yeah. That just shows you how much I really value our collaborators for this event. Yeah. So we also want to thank the batch 3 as of currently for their participation in all this throughout the year. We really truly appreciate each and every one of you from batch 3. I mean, despite me being your supervisor, an unofficial supervisor for the club as of the batch 3, I would truly like to personally give my thanks to the batch 3 that has given us the support, the chance to lead, and also educate you all for this sport itself. I think running isn't something that is very much not really appreciated, but then not like recognized, I say. But then the experience is truly there for a purpose. I think running is something that someone can also pick up and join. And really would like to give my personal thanks to the members. Not just for this year. Actually, I would want to thank every members that I've already had the chance to lead, and as for like the president this year, Steven, and also everyone else in the XCOM and also the members. Yeah, I think that was that I really want to appreciate for their participation. Would you like to say anything to maybe the members in the future? There may be members in the future that was willing to try the track team out. What message would you like to convey to them?
Well, for those who want to join the track team next year, I guess just anticipate some changes from the online to offline activities, like if you would like to run offline, have that feeling. So yeah, I guess that's mainly the one that you
I would say the transition between offline and online, the hybrid. I think that's the thing that we've been focusing on in the podcast. And just to summarize all the discussion before, we would want to push out like the offline activities, like the offline races that I personally actually participate in, and we just hope that for the next year's batch, you guys are able to experience the same fun, the same excitement that I was able to get for myself. But as a community, I think we can share a bit more, as a community we can share a bit more experience, but another share our challenges, our struggles, or also whenever we enjoy something, we can share it alongside as a community. So as for next year, please look forward to what we're doing for as of the next academic year, especially when everything is going to be when most of the things actually we hope that can transition to offline pretty soon. And then as for the members this year, batch 3, we really hope that like I said before, you had a good time, and we hope that if we can see you again in by next year, and you'll be seeing quite a lot of changes, maybe new things that we can actually do while we can do it offline, isn't it? Yeah, as of currently this live stream, like I said, 6 hours.
6 hours.
Yeah, been going on. But nonetheless, I do have a lot of fun. You too, Ranga?
Yep, I also did have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's truly an honor to be able to host this live stream once again. I like to thank everyone for it. And what would you like to do the closing, Ranga?
Alright then, so yeah, my name is Rafa Ranga Tariano, and
my name is Christopher Darian Piterio, and we hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. And we hope to see you in the next event. Yeah, as of currently, we're both going to be signing out, and we'll see you in the next event. As of currently, this is where we'll sign off. All right. Bye-bye.